The best FIFA 20 pros in the world have been brought together again as the top-ranked competitors from the 6 major regions around the globe will fight to be crowned king of their territory in the FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series. So far, 4 winners have been crowned in Europe, Oceania, South America, and Asia. And this weekend, the action continues as the top FIFA 20 players who live in North America will meet on the virtual pitch to see who can lay claim to the title of the best FIFA 20 player on the continent. Welcome to the FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series North America. What is up, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of the FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series here in North America. I'm Jimmy Conrad alongside 2 of the usual suspects, Spencer Owen and Mike LaBelle. And guys, like I tell myself every morning when I wake up, and we go again, because I really feel like it puts me in the right frame of mind to go and attack the day. So I'm very excited to see the 4 players who are competing today to see if they start their journey, that is, to become crowned champion of this region, are feeling the same way. But before we get to them, Spencer, I want to get to you. How are you feeling today?
Feeling good, Jim. Delighted to be back. Very impressive yesterday, I have to say. I saw some great stuff, not just from the 2 lads who actually got through it in Yoxan and Fiddle, but all 4 of our competitors. I'm hoping today can match up to it.
Yeah, and Mike, what about you?
I've got tears of anticipation, if you can see that. My eyes, I got a little water in there. I'm ready for day number 2, and today is going to be that mixed grab bag. Yesterday, we saw the favorites progress with Fiddle and Joxon. Today, I think it's going to be all over the place. We're going to have back and forth action, high intensity, tension, drama, excitement, the entire collective.
Just the way we like it. Now let's take a look back at what happened yesterday. We're going to get into Group A, specifically with the first matchup with Yoxon. Spencer, walk us through this.
Yeah, this was a great start to the day in terms of action. Certainly didn't disappoint. And you can see we're joining the action here in the second leg. And Skrill found himself on top a couple times. Yoxan, though, ultimately came through with some fine footwork in the box against the youngster in Scribble. He wins 4-2 on the day. Not vintage Yoxan, but enough to get the W.
In game number 2, we have Fiddle up against GN10. Fiddle said that he'd been taking some time off. Well, it did not show. He was not rusty. Offside trap, catches him sleeping, converts. You see the celebration. You see what it means to him. If you're brand new, Fiddle always been an emotional player, and he's able to advance and get past GN10.
And next up, we had the winners match. The 2 winners going up against each other in Yoxan and Fiddle. This was a top quality game, guys. I have to say, it would have been a worthy final. Action-packed, end-to-end stuff. And, I mean, the 1 minute Yoxan looked unplayable, the next minute Fiddle was finding his way through his defence. As you can see here, went to 4-4 in the second leg. We're in deep extra time here. Some fantastic passing in a tight area from Fiddle. You can see what it means to the man. The All-American progresses there against Yoxan. But look at this. He almost got back. In the last second, a near-post opportunity for Yoxan was just missed, which meant Fiddle booked his spot on Championship Sunday, and Yoxan still had a bit more work to do.
And then what ensued, as Spencer likes to say, is the battle of the not winners instead of the losers bracket. We had Squirrel versus GN10, both losing their opening matchup, and Squirrel was able to put on a little bit of a clinic with some of these skill moves right around the edge of the box. Fantastic work there with double drag backs. You see him celebrate. Scores in the 90th minute, leg 2. It was necessary. Welcome to the FIFA scene, and he's able to just get by GN10.
And then we had Yoxan against Squirrel. Both these guys had lost 1 game, which meant they had to face off here. And the first leg was very interesting. Squirrel gets a red card. Yoxan misses the chance to go 2-0 up from a penalty kick. So Squirrel gets a little bit of hope going into the second leg, where he didn't disappoint. He found himself 1-0 up, making it 2-2 in aggregate. But then Yoxan did what he had to do. And that's really the story of his day yesterday from Yoxan. He didn't do the best of what we've seen of him in the past, but he did enough to progress through the losers bracket into Sunday's action.
Yeah, as we see here, Championship Sunday, the playoff bracket, Fiddle versus Yoxan. And given how well they played, for me, that was some of the best FIFA I had seen all season long between these two guys. I hope they get a rematch at some point, but we're yet to be determined. Let's get into Group B, though, Spencer, and see what's ahead of us for today.
Exactly. These are the four that we're going to see go to battle today. We've got Maxi VIP, also from the same team as Joxan, so it could be a really good weekend for Complexity if he makes it through to tomorrow as well. He's going up against Villamore in the first game. Looking forward to seeing what happens there. Then we've got Timbers Tigray going up against Fist Agit Power. Now, we've got to address off the bat, this was originally Fnatic Harry's spot. Harry would have been playing in there, but due to visa issues, he's been unable to travel for this. What an opportunity for Agit Power, who like 48 hours ago had no idea he was playing in this tournament. He could take home a nice bit of prize money if he can get the form together in time, because I do wonder how much he's been practicing, considering he wouldn't have known he was going to be playing.
Well, now that we see the competitors, and as we've seen with all those highlights, there was some great FIFA action yesterday. So for me, the bar's been set for what we should expect with regard to level of play, excitement, and drama, and of course, scoring ridiculous goals. But there is one player today that I think could match that, or maybe even surpass it, and that is Complexity Maxi, who is our first player profile of the day, presented by Gillette, because Gillette is the best a man can get.
Oh my God.
Yo, what's up, guys? Castro1021 here, and I am so proud, truly honored that Gillette is getting into the streaming world, which is what I do, because it just shows how much streaming and gaming and you know, FIFA esports has truly grown. Now, we know that football is the best. We know that Gillette's the best. And speaking of the very best, ladies and gentlemen, here with me, I have the number 6 Xbox FIFA 20 player in the world, the main man, the homie, my boy Maxi. How you doing today, bud?
I'm good, man. I'm good. How are you?
How's your pandemic grooming been going, bro?
I don't usually get that much facial hair.
But when you do, you shave it off, man. You grab this bad boy and joink, 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 joink. We're about to do a 1v1 mystery ball. All right, I want you to take it easy. I don't want you to go too hard on me because, you know, I'm a little rusty. But we're about to see who will be the best a man can be. For all the youngins, man, that are trying to, you know, grow up and become some of the best FIFA players, what advice you got for them?
The main advice I can give is mentality is the #1 thing. Just in general, all types of athletes, whether it be esports or real athletes. A lot of people have the skill, especially all the young players have just cracked on the sticks, a lot of them. But with FIFA, like, keeping your head is like the #1 thing. So that's why the players with the best mentality usually do the best.
Oh no, don't do no skill moves, man. I ain't ready for no skill moves. No! And there it is, 1-0. Now, Maxi, do you actually play football in real life? What position would you play?
Defensive mid. I'm like kind of like a Busquets.
Mid. Ooh, little biscuit. So you're saying you're slow. You're ranked #1 in the United States, yeah? What would you say is harder, getting to that #1 spot or staying at that #1 spot?
I'd say staying is probably harder because, of course, like, everyone can have one really great year and then they'll end up being first, and then next year the game might be a little different. It might not suit you. So really the biggest skill is being able to adapt every single year and being able to stay on top.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, second half is underway. I am currently down by 2. The next goal is worth three points, so I am going to try my best. Oh no. Oh no.
Oh, that is not the goal you want to concede there.
You gotta look good, you gotta feel good in order to play good. Am I right, Maxi?
Before tournament, I just kind of put on the same outfit that I usually wear at tournaments, like the same pair of Lucky sweatpants, and then obviously the Complexity hoodie, and then give myself a quick shave, and then just go out there feeling ready.
All right, here we go. All boost. This next goal is worth 3. Comeback season, baby. Let's go. There's
Oh no. It's coming back.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, well, there you guys have it. 11-6. Maxi defeats me, unfortunately. But you know what, Maxi? Congratulations, buddy. Congrats on a great season, and good luck in the tournament, man.
I appreciate it, man. Thank you.
If you're looking for some expert opinions on how to style your next look, check out Gillette Style Advisor on Gillette.com. Do a little beard, a little mustache. Oh, baby.
Great energy from Castro, as always, and great insight from Maxi. But we want to get some great insight from you guys as well, so make sure you join the conversation and hit us up on Twitter, because that is where all the action is happening. We want to hear your thoughts. So make sure you do that at EA FIFA Esports. Use the hashtag Summer Cup Series. Also, I want to give a shout out to the chat. GG to everybody watching. Mike, what have you seen so far? Any chatter out there?
We're seeing a little bit of back and forth. A lot of congratulations. Joxon, 2 wins and a loss. We made it out of groups, which is the most important thing. He's not wrong. See y'all for Championship Sunday. Same with Complexity Gaming, obviously backing the main man Joxon, and I'm sure they'll be watching today with Maxi VIP.
Spencer, what are you seeing?
I've seen a lovely tweet here from Telemundo Deportes. I mean, listen, I'm not going to lie. I'm going to read in between the lines, but I think they're talking about some errors in defence from Gustavo Nascimento, which is basically his offside use, right? His offside trap wasn't quite timed right. And a hat-trick from Cruyff is obviously a massive deal for Gordon Thornsbury, who, by the way, Cruyff did spend a bit of time playing in the what was not the MLS then, but American soccer. So it's nice that he's using Cruyff. And obviously, it was a great day for Thornsbury or Fiddle, who goes through to tomorrow.
All right,
tell you what,
good
Spence,
action from everybody on social media. Let's get to the schedule. Day 2. Excuse me, Mike. Didn't mean to interrupt you. We got Maxi taking on Via More 3. That's our first matchup of the day. Then Tigre versus Agit Power. And then the winner of those 2 matches will face off. Then the losers will get after it. And then we will have the decider at the very end. The loser goes home and the winner goes on to Championship Sunday. Always a fantastic match. Great day of action for you guys. But we're going to take our first break. That's what is happening right now. But when we return, it is our first match of the day between Maxi and Via More 3. So do not go anywhere. We'll be right back.
If someone asks you what you're made of, don't just tell them, show them. Show them that you're made of proving the doubters wrong. Show them you don't have to raise your fists to beat your enemies. Show them you're stronger when you stand together. And show them, whoever you are, you stand shoulder to shoulder against all forms of prejudice. Because when we show our best side, we don't just play the game, we change it.
Summer Cup Series North America is presented by Gillette and brought to you in part by PS4. Okay, everyone, it's time to link your EA and Twitch accounts if you have not done so already, because it's time for me to reveal the live viewership rewards for this weekend, which are our Jumbo Rare Players Pack and a Ruud Gullit 94 rated center forward prime icon moments. And these items will be dropped to certain Twitch viewers with a linked EA and Twitch account. Also, as a heads up, drops may take up to 72 hours to appear in your account following the last day of the tournament, which is very important to remember, as is the fact that you can link your account at ea.com/Twitch linking. All right, everybody, Jimmy Conrad here with Spencer Owen and Mike LaBelle, and the first matchup is almost upon us. Let's take a look at the bracket here for day 2 of the North American edition of the FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series. The first one is Maxi taking on Villamor, and then we're going to get to Tigre versus the other player. I can't think of his name right now, but you guys know who I'm talking about.
Agipower.
That's right. Agipower. Thank you so much. We got Maxi and Villamor, though, going first, and I'm excited about this one in particular. And Spencer, I think we're pretty familiar with Maxi, but tell me a little bit more about Villamor.
Yeah, so 25 years old would probably make him one of the elder statesmen, certainly in this tournament, if not in most of FIFA esports, to be honest. But got some good experience, only really over the last few years. FIFA 19, you can see there's some decent placements there. Top 8 in the E Nations for Mexico, that's solid. This year, he started off with the top 16 at FIFA 20 FUT Champions Cup 1 in Bucharest. Struggled over the next few tournaments. Did actually qualify for the 5th Champions Cup, which obviously was suspended. Didn't actually get a chance to prove himself there. But I think he finished the season strong, and it's going to be a really good indicator of his current level to see how he gets on against Maxi.
Yeah, this first match is important. So let's talk a little bit about Maxi, Mike, because he is a very special player.
Maxi has really been on the rise, very young, 18 years old. I remember hearing about it and watching Maxi play for the first time a couple years back, so when he was 16 years old. Big accomplishment this year is obviously the FIFA 20 E Club World Cup, which is he was teamed up with his teammate, of course, Jockson, and I feel like that put him on the map on the international scene. In terms of a player in North America that you have to watch. But he hasn't had breakthroughs yet at events. He's qualified to events, but hasn't had one of those runs outside of the E-Club World Cup where you get to the semis, you get to the finals, or people start saying he's not only good within the North America region, but also really good internationally. And there's other people that even have the counter argument saying that without the E-Club World Cup, would he really be in the conversation? Is he really that good? So he has a lot to prove.
Interesting. So do you think he's going to prove it today? I'm going to go predictions first to you, Mike. Who do you like?
Wow, you're going to make me the bad guy to start things here. I want to see some upsets, and it's easy to go with Maxi here. I know, Jimmy, you like to go with front runners at all times, but I've known Villamor for a long time. I've watched him play. I've been watching a lot of his live streams. I'm learning Spanish via those live streams. He's good friends with Ulibarri, which is another professional Mexican player, and I feel like he's been prepping for this heavily. And I also saw Maxi put out a tweet last night saying that he's not comfortable, that he hasn't been playing on the PlayStation at all, and that he doesn't feel comfortable coming into the event, or he's going to let it run. But sometimes people use that as a mind game. I just gave you this really long explanation, but I'm going to go with Villamor. We're going to go with an upset to start things.
Also, I'm going to refute your claim. I support Newcastle, and that's not a front runner by any stretch of the imagination. Okay, Spencer, who is your pick in this one?
Well, obviously yesterday I made Maxi my player to watch for the entire tournament, and I think that's not necessarily mean he's going to win the whole thing. If it's a player to watch, it's going to be an interesting narrative to see how he gets on based off the fact that he is a co-champion. You know, the FE, CWC, that's a major thing. Compare it to the performances and the stats we just saw of Villamor. Yes, there's a lot more points for Maxi. That's why he's coming in as top of that Xbox leaderboard, right? However, you look at him as single players, because that is a co-champion. It's a 2v2 format to an extent. Villamor has got a lot more experience. 7 years older. He's been at events, not just FIFA 20, FIFA 19. Has got top 16 in the first Champions Cup. That doesn't happen by accident. Played in the playoffs last year. I mean, he might not have had the best run at the playoffs, but just to get there is huge. So I'm quite torn on this one. But for the interest of competition and to go with my prediction yesterday, I'm going to go with the unconfident Maxi VIP.
All right. I respect it. Now let's throw it over to our casters. Brandon Smith and Alan Avi, you have the call of this first match of the day. Guys.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And yes, welcome back to day 2 of the Summer Cup series here in North America. And as always, I have the pleasure of commentating this one alongside Alan Avi today. Alan, we enjoyed yesterday so much. Fingers crossed today can just be as good. We saw so many goals and just great attacking FIFA yesterday.
We did, and I'm very excited for day number 2. I feel like it's going to continue going. We have some amazing competitors in the North American region. We are about to watch Complexity, Jockson's teammate, Complexity Maxi. He's my teammate as well, so I'm very excited. A co-champion is playing today.
They are indeed, and I believe Maxi is actually going to be joining us now before this tie. A player, as we said, is looking forward to coming into the Summer Cup series. The highest ranked player, Maxi, if you can hear us right now, does join us now on the broadcast. Maxi, how are you doing, my friend? And how are you looking forward to getting involved in the Summer Cup series? I think we can't hear him at the moment, but Maxi, we can see you. I don't know if you've muted your mic or as of yet. We can't hear anything on our end. But I'm presuming, Alan, I'll quickly translate. This man seems like he's up for playing in this tournament. We'll try and see if we can listen into him, but fingers crossed we can't. Oh, 6th in the world, though. He does rank coming into this tournament. First game of the day. I mean, you have Team Complexity. What's going on with these microphones, Alan?
That's the thing. Day 1, Jockson started off sort of shaky. He had his microphone muted. And now we have Maxi out here with this microphone not working as well. We're going to have to hook these guys up with some brand new microphones. That's for sure.
I mean, a quick word as well on this game. As we said, it's going to be Villamor from Mexico up against Maxi VIP, as many will know him in the FIFA scene. You know, Maxi, a player that made 4 events last year. He's, of course, accumulation of LQEs and FUT Champions Cups. But I always remember Maxi's this player that he's so good at qualifying, so good at getting himself out of the North American region in qualifiers. But when he was getting to events, he was struggling to get out of the Swiss rounds. And I remember sort of as the season went on, he started to try and pull through those Swiss rounds. And it's great to see him have that success this year in the E-Club World Cup, sort of his first major in the Team Complexity T-shirt. And you all remember it, don't we? That penalty shootout, ice in the veins. Maxi was absolutely loving that one. I know you were watching and supporting from home. What a tournament that was. And as I think Mike said, that was a standout moment for him, sort of announced himself to the competitive FIFA scene.
It really was. Maxi has been sort of like on an ascending journey right now. It's just going up and up. We did see that he qualified. I remember back in the day on FIFA 17, he was like 16 years old. He had all the paperwork ready to go to the live event, but he was ineligible because of his age. There was like a misunderstanding with his age. And then he proved his worth on FIFA 19. Like you said, he qualified to live events. Probably didn't go that far, but he did qualify to several of them, which did allow him to qualify to the FIFA 19 Global Series. He finished top 32. And then we see FIFA 20 this season. It's not easy to win a championship. It definitely isn't. And he did just that on FIFA 20.
And what do you make of this as well? Apparently, he came out on social media yesterday and said, I'm not feeling that confident coming into today. I mean, you know, if you're going into that game, if you're Villamor and you're like, okay, I'm up against someone that's not too confident, it's one of those things. Do you go out there and say that online and say you're not feeling confident before coming into probably your last tournament this year on FIFA 20 and your last chance to earn some serious prize money?
Sometimes you just got to get those thoughts out. We did see that in the South American Summer Cup Series. Fafilza tweeted that out, and we did see that Fafilza had probably the worst performance of his FIFA 20 season. Hopefully that doesn't haunt Maxi as well, tweeting things out like that. But I believe in Maxi. He has proved his worth this FIFA. He's been training with the likes of Jockson day in and day out. One time I was like, yo, Jockson, do you want to go get some food? He's like, I have to train with Jockson. So, you know, I feel like Maxi is going to be prepared, but he got to watch out. Villamor is a very great competitor. He has a lot to prove for the Mexico scene.
It certainly does indeed. Speaking of Villamor, player that's been on the circuit for quite a while now. Wrapped the season out 35th in the world. Only 660 Global Series ranking points. I say that would have been enough for Global Series Plus if that was to happen. If you are a hardcore FIFA esports fan, you remember the E-Nations Cup last year where he did partner alongside Beto Avila. Those two made a top 8 run for their nation of Mexico. And there's so many good Mexican players that have sort of come through the ranks in the last couple of years. I know the famous names of Rain 10 and Obari. some of the icons in that scene. But there's new names emerging, and not just him. Timbers Tigre will be in action today as well, and we're looking to see what he can do. But first game of the Summer Cup Series, or day 2, we'll see Complexities Maxi up against 19 Esports Villamore. And what are you expecting from this one, Alan? We saw so many great games yesterday, so much attack in FIFA. We're going to be in sort of store for that today as well, fingers crossed?
I think so. I feel like Maxi's play style, he likes to take advantage of the wing play as we see right here. He likes to play to his center defensive midfielders, create some chances, sort of slit his opponent's defensive line. On the other hand, Villamore, a player that I have had a personal experience playing with several times on FIFA 20, he's sort of like a patient FIFA player. He likes to keep the ball, wait for the perfect pass opportunity to arise. So this game definitely is going to be a clash of 2 different game styles, and we'll see who comes out on top.
Well, I'm going to have to come to you straight away, Alan. I mean, we've seen a mixture of teams. If you don't know the situation regarding the team lineups for the Summer Cup Series, each player that did qualify could request a 23-man squad, and that would include 1-game loans. And I'm seeing a new name in this starting 11 for Villamore. It's actually going to be that 97 team of the season so far, Ben Yedder. He was so good in the Oceania tournament just over a week and a half ago. He gets the nod in this one, Alan.
We all know how good Ben Yedder is. Some people have nightmares of Ben Yedder. Villamore definitely is going to have to try to use Ben Yedder to his advantage. We know what Ben Yedder offers. He offers the great dribbling, great attack, great weak foot. Ooh, and what a chance there from Maxi. Just wide of the post.
This will be the first chance to have a look at the teams in this one, Alan. If we can get a look at Maxi's team again. He's quick to come off the pause. Nothing to change for him, Villamore. Clearly something that needs changing. If he was to go 1-0 down in 10 minutes, it certainly wouldn't be the start that he would have wanted to have today. If you don't know who got through yesterday, of course, Jimmy, Mike and Spencer broke that down absolutely perfectly in terms of who did get through. It was FC Cincinnati's Fiddle and Complexity's Joxan who got the job done yesterday. The question I've got, Alan, did Joxan, did you go out for some dinner last night? Did you get to talk to Joxan about yesterday's performances, and was he able to share anything?
Yeah, so after the live stream, we actually phoned one another, and we definitely had a talk about what happened in the game against Fiddle, where he did hit the crossbar, the post, I believe 2 times in total. He definitely was upset about it, but he said, you know, it is what it is. I got to focus for Championship Sunday. There's still a lot to play for. And I gave Joxan a word of consolidation. I told Joxan, hey, don't worry, Joxan. Before Sunday, I'll have a word with the post.
What a game that was. 5 goals to 4. Had extra time in it yesterday. Certainly the game of the Summer Cup Series. Many called it. And in mind that we're into our 5th tournament over this 23-day period where so much FIFA is being played and so much money is up for grabs. $228,000 in total. This fantastic Summer Cup Series. Of course, we'll have our Championship Sunday that will be going down tomorrow. $10,000 up for grabs there. But before we do that, we've got to find 2 more names to get themselves out of this double elimination bracket. Of course, we'll have our winners match, our losers match, and then that deciding match at the end of the day. And I mean, if you go into Championship Sunday without even tasting a defeat, Alan, it gives you an advantage already, not just alongside $5,000 guaranteed like Fiddle's got. You also, if need be, can take a defeat.
Yeah, it definitely gives you the confidence that you need heading into day number 3, just being undefeated. We did see that with the competitors in all of the other regional Summer Cup Series. Fiddle right now, he's probably watching the event, taking notes of his potential upcoming opponents. He knows that he's got to win 1 more game, and he's in the grand final. He knows that he has the cushion. If he loses, he still has another chance in the tournament. So definitely Fiddle has all to play for.
Someone else that's just popped up and surprised me slightly. It feels like we haven't seen anyone back a different left back, different fullback on that left-hand side of the back 4. And for the first time in a long time, it's going to be Andy Robertson that gets the nod in this one, Alan.
Robertson is such a great addition.
Does come in. Sorry, just to interrupt you there. This is Villamore playing Ben Yedder, playing Robertson. Dropping 2 big players in the team. Also starting with an unbelievable CDM partnership of Kevin De Bruyne and Frankie de Jong. That means that there are going to be question marks on where Ruud Gullit is in this team. Ruud Gullit is not in this team.
And that is very shocking, Brandon. We've seen Ruud Gullit throughout the entire Summer Cup series. We talked about how great Ruud Gullit is in the midfield. Honestly, a masterclass. He offers everything. He holds the midfield down. So to not see him, it's pretty interesting. It goes to show that all of these competitors have different play styles. They're used to different players, which is really awesome. It adds variation to everything. Maybe Maxi's not going to be able to expect things from the midfielders that be more selected. It definitely makes the game a lot more intense.
Well, just not that one, Alan. There's actually Danny Carvajal in fullback, and there is no Patrick Vieira on this field. So no Ruud Gullit, no Patrick Vieira. We're talking prime icon moments here that were in literally, if you had 10 players in a room, 9 of them would be in their teams. Honestly, I'd probably say, I'm just questioning, especially as these guys had the opportunity to take loan items and, as we said, to request a 23-man squad. 2 massive players. I know you can't look back on it and say, I want to add them in now. It's clearly too late to do so. But he's back this team, Villamor. We have to respect that. There's a reason why he's in this Summer Cup series. But just certain picks there, Alan, that really do surprise me.
You know what, Brandon? I'm curious. What if he did the same thing that Yago did? If you guys don't know what Yago did, he accidentally used one of his loan items in squad battles. And once you use a 1-game loan player, you can no longer receive him again. What if he did the same mistake? You just never know, because honestly, it's pretty weird to see that he's not using these prime moment icons like Vieira, like Gullit, the outside backs that we've been accustomed to seeing. Carlos, Alberto, very questionable.
Certainly is. I mean, we've been seeing Sam Ben Yedder getting a nod in this team. Different fullbacks that sort of not the main choices that many pros look at. Here's Maxi VIP. Trying to make a chance. Unfortunately, no way through. Nearly a half-time in our first leg here. Been certainly a cagey start to this game. Both players just trying to sense and get a feel of how they want to play in the Summer Cup series. I know we've been sort of breaking down Villamor's team and asking a lot of questions. On the other side of that, it's going to be Johan Cruyff, another star. It seems like the North American scene loves Johan Cruyff, especially prime icon moments. Johan Cruyff. Chance now for Maxi. Will just about get the ball back with Cristiano Ronaldo. It could be a chance on the edge. Kante back to goal. There's our 9 scoop turn for the shot. Takes a wicked deflection of Virgil van Dijk, and that should just about do us for half time in this tie. And as I said, Alan, the word cagey I'll use to describe this game so far.
Absolutely. I feel like these two competitors at the moment are probably sort of cold. They're not as confident, you can say, heading into this first game of the day. Very expected. We did see yesterday it took the players until the second half of the first leg to turn up, to then see the goals. So maybe we'll see the same pattern today, as we see Villamor has 0 shots in total. We do see Maxi. He had a shot that went just wide to the left side of the post, and then towards the end there, he had another shot. Definitely a cagey affair.
Just been looking across the board here, Alan, as well, coming into today's competition. As we said, we've got these two in action now, and then we'll be seeing Agit Power that did take the place of Fnatic Harry late on. Unfortunately, he had some visa issues and couldn't get into this tournament. Also, Timbers Tigray. They all qualify for FUT Champions Cup Stage 5. We know that event didn't take place, but it sort of shows you some indication that these guys were grinding out until that very last event of the year, and it's going to be interesting to see who still has been grinding in these last 2 to 3 months, where not many people would have known the future for this FIFA competitive year.
Speaking of Agit Power, it's really interesting because everyone thought Fnatic Harry was going to be competing in this tournament. So did Agit Power. So he got the late call whenever Harry wasn't eligible, right, because of visa issues to compete in this tournament. So the question is, was Agit Power prepared? Was he warming up? Was he playing games? Was he playing for champions, or did he take a break? We'll definitely find that out the next game.
It's another early pause cue by Villamor. And as we said, every single game, as always, if you are new to competitive FIFA, is over 2 legs with an aggregate scoreline. Winner plays against winner, so winner of this game plays against the winner of Timbers Tigray. and agate power of footballist, but you hit the nail on the head there, Alan. Had what, under 48 hours to prepare for this tournament, and I'll be interested to see his team, see if he's been able to still qualify to get that 23-man squad with those line items involved, or we could be looking at the same sort of team that Villamore's put forward here. Slightly different, a lot of questions to be asked. Different fullbacks that I haven't seen any other pro use in the Summer Cup Series. It's a long header forward, and R9 trying his best from a very, very admirable distance. Went for the header, tried to make it a looping header. Unfortunately, that wasn't to be the case, and we're going into the custom tactics and team management here of Maxi VIP.
We do see that he does sub out Johan Cruyff for a team of the season 98 Neymar Jr. They both possess similar play styles on the ball for sure. They both have the 5-star skill moves, 5-star weak foot. It's always good to see fresh legs coming onto the pitch. We did see yesterday a lot of competitors were using Kevin De Bruyne as a super sub in the second half, and definitely he had an impact on the game. We'll see if Neymar has the same impact.
Just a third left off this first leg now. Yet to see a goal. Something that actually feels weird to stay looking at some of the results we had yesterday, Alan. We had, 4 goals to 2 a couple of times. Joksan against Frill, that was the score when they played on both occasions. 5 goals to 4. Plenty of goals we saw go in. Even Fiddle was full of them yesterday. At the moment, yet to see a single goal in day 2 of the Summer Cup Series. Who's going to be the first player to get on that score sheet? We are seeing that some 8 front Ribery come onto the field. It is R9 with a flash shot. Takes a deflection on Virgil van Dijk, and nothing more than that.
Maybe these competitors feel the pressure. They've seen the amount of goals that were scored on day number 1 of the North American Summer Cup Series. So they're coming to this tournament feeling the pressure, sort of trying to live to that hype. And sometimes that pressure can make you crumble.
Certainly seems to be a factor we need to look into here, Alan. First goal will certainly release a few nerves for these two. Both have been very much present on the scene, and I know Joksan was ranked 7th in the world. Yes, they're on opposite consoles, and this is what's really exciting about this game. I should say both games, first 2 games for today, they're both on opposite consoles, so we wouldn't have seen them face before. As we know, Maxi, an Xbox representative, Villamore, PlayStation 4 player. If you know the Global Series rankings, obviously each player can work on a different ranking. But Maxi comes into this tournament overall, Alan, the top player, the top seed. Does that change something mentally? You got pressure on your back, surely.
And that's exactly what I wanted to ask Maxi, but unfortunately his microphone was muted during the interview. I want to know how he feels coming into this tournament as a top seed, a FIFA E-Club World Cup champion. I want to know if that adds pressure to his game, or if that makes him even more confident, knowing that he's the champion. Definitely, we're going to have to ask Maxi that in the future.
Here is Maxi now. Cristiano Ronaldo finds the path of R9. Can he get that ball into Neymar? He's got loads of space. Instead goes to Mbappe. Back to Neymar. He'll pick up the dodgy bounce, the dodgy touch. It was at the back. It still could be a chance for R9. He can snatch the ball off the defender's feet. And it goes to Neymar. And eventually, we have a breakthrough in this tie. And it all comes from such a simple mistake in the back from Villamore.
Villamore is not going to be happy about that mistake. What a through ball from Maxi. Look at it one more time. Amazing. Perfectly weighted through ball pass to Neymar. The super sub of dreams, you can say. Scoring the first goal of day number 2 of the North American Summer Cup Series. Amazing stuff.
How many times, Alan? We sound like a broken record over here. You can't make mistakes when there's that much quality around you. R9. Neymar, Mbappe. Players that have a 5-star week, for players that have unbelievable finishing in-game statistics. You give them an inch, they'll take a mile. And that's what happened there. Maxi VIP does eventually find the breakthrough, and that's got to just release a few nerves, or settle a few nerves, I should say.
For sure. At the top stage, it comes down to who makes the less mistakes, the less turnovers. So definitely these competitors have to limit every single mistake if they want to reach day number 3.
Maxi, he wants more goals to take into this second leg. He'll get one more chance with just 6 in-game minutes. In front of us here. Pull it. Cristiano Ronaldo just cheeky little elastico into R9. That's the danger man in front of goal. It's a massive save from Edwin van der Sar. The first time we have sung the praises of the Dutch goalkeeper. He's been the #1 figure in goal for so many pros over the 5 regions we've seen in action in the Summer Cup series. Makes another big save to keep this game only a 1-0 chance for Cristiano Ronaldo. Can he get past Virgil van Dijk? Unfortunately, unable to do so there. Just 2 minutes left. Looks like we could be going into leg 2 of only just a goal separating the two, Alan.
I would say if I was Villamor, I would keep the ball. Last attack. It would be really, really awesome. He makes a huge turnover. Gives Maxi the last attack of the game. But it looks like Maxi's not going to be able to take advantage of that mistake. Last attack here. This will be a very big goal for Villamor. But it is going to end 1-0 in favor to Complexity's Maxi.
There we go. That's leg 1 in the books. Maxi of Team Complexity with a 0-0 advantage there. Villamor, again, we're still sort of in disbelief, Alan, of what we're seeing in this team. It's a very different team. Danny Carvajal involved. We're seeing Andy Robertson involved. So many top quality players, but we'll talk about that in just a second. Something else we need to talk about, and it's certainly something that's been exciting and people have been talking about, is the Sims Spark. You do not want to miss the Sims Spark. This is the first ever reality competition show that brings together creativity, entertainment, and competition. And more importantly, it celebrates the amazing players of the Sims community. Where can you watch it, I hear you ask? You can watch it in the United States every Friday at 11 p.m. Eastern and Pacific time over on TBS. And if you miss it, it also re-airs every Saturday at 8 a.m. Eastern and Pacific on TBS. And if you miss it on those 2 dates, if you miss both times of that, you can also catch it on the BuzzFeed multiplayer. So if you're a Sims fan, a Sims player, or part of the Sims community, make sure you check out the Sims Sparks over the next couple of weeks. But Alan, let's turn our attentions back to the Summer Cup series for now, and let's talk about what happened in that first leg, because it was a pretty dry matchup until this chance here when Neymar found the back of the net with 77 minutes on the clock.
Huge mistake from Villamor. We do see that Maxi does take advantage of that mistake, and that was the only goal in the first leg. We are about to get started with the second leg. We are seeing Villamor squads and Complexity Maxi squads. Very, very interesting how Villamor is not using... Hold it, we'll get straight into that in just a second. This right here is Complexity Maxi squad. He has the players that we've been seeing throughout the Summer Cup series. Rodhola, we have Vieira off chemistry as a center back. I think that's the best duo at the back, Brandon. We do have Vieira and Van Dijk. Very, very solid. They prove what they can do. We do see that he has 98 Mbappe instead of the full birthday 5-star weak-footed Mbappe. However, though, I feel like he uses that Mbappe out wide. I would use Team of the Season, Team of the Year Mbappe out wide, and full birthday at the central striker position. Villamor squad, though, this right here is very interesting, guys. I can't believe it. You may all be wondering why he doesn't have Hole, Vieira, the meta icons. I'm wondering the exact same thing. Definitely gonna have to ask him about that. He does have De Jong and Kevin De Bruyne in the midfield, though. Frank Ribery, summer heat up top with Wissam Ben Yedder, both 5-star weak foot players. And then at the back, we do see that he has Carvajal. He doesn't have the Carlos Alberto that we've been used to seeing. Varane as well instead of Vieira or Van Dijk. Just a very unorthodox starting lineup, Brandon.
A very different team as well. We have to talk about there from Villamor, and the one you saw there is just a little bit different to what we've seen starting the games. I throw the question out to you, Alan. You know, you see a player like Ferland Mendy, even at a Footmas, the variation of his item and the Summit promo that he's had, and obviously the 3 different upgrades you can get alongside that in that Summit promo. What is it about Ferland Mendy why pros love him in at left back? And I mean, also to follow on from that, Alan, if you're not using Mendy, who are you using in fullback?
That's the question. If you're not using Ferland Mendy, what's wrong with you? He's the best, honestly, in my opinion, left back in the game. He possesses all of the characteristics you want to see from your outside back. He has the pace. That's for sure. He has the strength, the agility, and not only that, he has the 5-star weak foot. And with the summer heat variation, you can even skill with him. He has the 5-star skill moves, which is absolutely insane. Can definitely be very useful. However, though, if you're not using him, I don't know, Brandon, I'll ask you that. Who would you use?
I mean, it's a tough one, isn't it? You've seen Andy Robertson involved. You've seen Theo Hernandez also getting the nod for a couple of prizes. I mean, anyone that's got a team of the season or anyone that's got a summer heat item, I tell you what, someone else that deserves a mention is someone else that's making a name for themselves in North America. He hasn't been a starter across a number of different regions in the Summer Cup Series, but Johan Cruyff, he's loved scoring goals over the opening 2 days in North America, and he's doubled Maxi VIP's lead in the tie just 5 minutes into it. That's a huge confidence booster.
It certainly is. Johan Cruyff has been making a shout in this North American Summer Cup Series. As Spencer Owen mentioned, he once played in America, and he's showing why he did just that. Out here just being super impactful in all of these competitors' squads. We did see yesterday scoring a lot of goals for Fiddle. Now he's scoring goals for Maxi. Big goals, let me tell you. Now he has that 2-goal cushion. Viamore definitely is going to have to make some tactical adjustments if he wants to see some life in this game.
Such a difference between the two teams. Another pause does come in. This one may actually be from Maxi. Perfect start though. 5 minutes 36 if we're going to the exact time that goal did go into the back of the net. Johan Cruyff doubling the lead. As we said, whoever wins this game goes into the winner's match, stays on that top side of the bracket. Up against the winner of Magic Power and Timbers Tigre. Another Mexican representative. Two players that, again, are on opposite consoles. They wouldn't have faced in the Global Series this year in FIFA 20. Certainly going to be an exciting one, that. Here comes Villamor, though. Ben Yedder, with Sam Ben Yedder. His first chance in the game. It's a great save around the post. And I don't know why there's been another pause cued here. Any idea what's going through the mind of Maxi?
So I feel like Maxi right now, he's just trying to see if Viamore changing up his tactics, maybe going 3 at the back. I don't know who queued up the pause. I don't know if it was Viamore. I feel like Viamore, it definitely would be a smart thing to do. Press pause, maybe change the player instructions, bring in some super subs, because obviously something isn't working right now. Let me tell you, Brandon, winning this first game of the day is extremely important, because if you win this, all you have to do is just win another game and you do advance to day number 3.
Not just that, Alan, as well. You come into Championship Sunday with $5,000 guaranteed, even if you lose. And if you do lose, you will get a second chance, because the double elimination brackets that are available and have been ever present across the Summer Cup Series. We are seeing it again here. 2-0 though. Maxi does lead our highest ranked player coming into this tournament. 6th in the Global Series rankings on the Xbox after a great competitive year. E-Club World Cup champion out in Milan. Everyone remembers that penalty shootout that went right down to the wire against Resende. Player that unfortunately didn't have the Summer Cup Series to remember. Still an unbelievable player. I mean, what was it like watching that game, Alan? E-Club World Cup Grand Finals. Did you expect it to go to penalties and down to the sort of the fine margins that it did?
I didn't. The game was a game that had my heart racing alongside all of us here at Complexity. It was awesome to see the boys pull out with the win whenever they went into a penalty kick shootout. Oh boy, oh boy. I don't think I blinked watching the penalty kick shootout. I was so attached to the game. And whenever they did secure the win, oh boy, it was so special for all of us here at Team Complexity.
And a special celebration as well. I know it's a gift that goes about online now, or a picture. Maxi winning that penalty shootout. Ice in his veins, he said. Only 18 years of age. A huge title to add to sort of competitive FIFA resume. What he's been able to achieve this year. Did also feature in 2 FUT Champions Cups. Was part of stage 3 out in the USA, in Atlanta. Unfortunately, he actually went out in the Swiss rounds there, 2 and 3. But once I said, I should say, one thing that all of these guys do have in common is that they all qualified for stage 5. That was going to be in Bucharest. Unfortunately, that event didn't go ahead due to the current pandemic we find ourselves in. But both, I mean, it does say something, Alan, when all four of these players in this group, or this side of the bracket in day 2 of the Summer Cup Series, all qualified for that last FUT Champions Cup that was available to qualify for. Certainly says that these guys have been competing right to the very end.
It shows that they are in form. It's not easy by any means to qualify to a live event. You have to beat some of the best players in your region. And usually on each console, only 4 competitors out of 50 plus at times make it to these live events. And all 4 of these competitors that we are going to be watching today, as you mentioned, qualified to stage number 5 in the FUT Champions Cup.
Well, as we know, that event didn't go ahead, but everyone still was awarded prize money alongside 150 Global Series points, and certainly helped that last boost on the rankings where we saw $700,000 paid out across Xbox and PlayStation. Unbelievable breakdown that was for certainly those players that are in the top 10. One of those would have been Maxi. 2,500 Global Series points, just over, or just under, I should say. He was able to accumulate this year. Currently 2 goals to the good. 36 minutes gone in this one. Villamor just struggling, Alan, to find any gaps, find any space in Maxi's defence, and that's credit to Maxi. He's sort of held the fort really well, especially in the usual 4-2-3-1 that every single pro seems to use.
Exactly what I was about to say. As we see there, a big tackle from Rodholet. Villamor just can't seem to create any opportunities against Maxi's defense. And let me tell you, I'm pretty sure we've all heard the saying before: defense wins games. Obviously, the attack sells the tickets. But if you have good defense, it's going to be really difficult for your opposing player to score a goal on you and, you know, get the win.
Here is Villamor again, just no way through. It's either a CDM in the way of N'Golo Kante and Ruud Gullit, or it's Virgil van Dijk or Patrick Vieira. This just always seems to be a complexity shirt in the way, making a defensive block, a defensive interception. You can see how good the player switching is there. There's another example of a great interception at the back there for Maxi. Nearly at half-time in this second leg. And if you're 2-0 down in a match like this, Alan, with 45 minutes left, surely you're getting into those custom tactics and you're making a change. That depth's got to be high. It's got to be a constant press.
100%. We're going to see different Villamor in the second half of the second leg. That is for sure. I feel like he's going to go higher depth. Definitely going to mess with the team press. Maybe he's going to throw on some press after possession loss, after heavy touch. One thing's for certain, though, he is going to have to make some tactical changes in his custom tactics if he does want to come back in this game.
There we go. 45 minutes away from Maxi cementing the first win of the Summer Cup Series. It would be set up for a great weekend for Team Complexity, Alan. I'm sure you'll be secretly smiling like that if both players can book a place into Championship Sunday out of the 8, and that would be 2 players going into the Final 4. I'm sure Maxi will just be keeping a close eye on what changes Villamor is making. As we said, we are looking at the point of view of Maxi VIP. I'm sure we'll just have a quick look again to see how he is comparing up against him. But, I mean, if it is right, what we saw in terms of the starting 11 and the bench available, Ruud Gullit was on the bench for Villamor.
I think we're definitely going to most likely see Villamor. If I was him, I'd 100% sub in Villamor. I'd sub in Gullit, that's for sure. He's just so influential in the midfield, and he can definitely help you in your attack, not only your defensive structure. And as we see here, another pause queued up, I believe, by Villamor. Maxi's just getting straight into the game. So Villamor definitely right now is thinking of what he can potentially do. He's probably going to go over to a 4-4-2. We did see that he was using the 4-2-3-1. A lot of pro competitors have been utilizing that 4-4-2. It just offers 2 strikers instead of that one lonely striker in the 4-2-3-1. I'm going to be very interested to see what sort of tactical adjustments Villamor makes in the second half.
Well, if you have been following the Summer Cup Series, you'll remember in Oceania, where it was DW Dillon using Wissam Ben Yedder, and he scored so many goals. Timing him green on the edge of the box, it was a remarkable display. And the honest truth is here, Alan, Ben Yedder's not had a sniff. He's not had a shot.
Maxi hasn't allowed Ben Yedder to do anything, which is really respectable, really surprising on the other hand, because we all know what Wissam Ben Yedder is capable of doing. He scored so many goals for champions. I've seen him do just that. We do see an open opportunity, and what a save from Villamore's goalkeeper. I believe that is Van der Sar, a goalkeeper that we've been seeing throughout this Summer Cup series. That right there, Brandon, could have potentially been game over.
And it would have been 3-0. We'd have said GG in the chat, and Maxi VIP would be booking a place into that winners game. Massive save, but Villamora has got to make something happen in the final third. Ben Yedder in possession. Robertson far forward. Back to Kevin De Bruyne, getting the ball into R9, getting moving. Look for that double tap chip pass. Unfortunately, there was no way through. Another pause cue to guess this is Villamora. You saw how high Andy Robertson was there. I'm sure those fullbacks will be getting involved. They will be overlapping. They'll be doing everything they can to put pressure on Maxi. A long ball over the top. Here's Mbappe. I mean, we'll see the pause again. I mean, Maxi's doesn't need to change anything. He's pretty happy to do so. Maybe the odd sub. It's going to be Neymar that comes in. He was the super sub of dreams last game, getting the only goal in leg one. I'll have a quick look potentially to see what his opponent is changing now. Still in the 4-2-3-1. As we know, there will be different game plans that will be set up. I mean, we haven't spoken about Franck Ribéry too much, Alan. He's a star in this team. We know how good he looked in that Summer Heat promo. Does get the nod, and unfortunately hasn't been able to do anything as of yet for Villamore.
Yeah, these players definitely are having a difficult time beating Maxi's defense. One thing is for sure, though, this upcoming goal is going to decide how this game plays out in the final minutes. If we do see Maxi bag this next goal, I think it's going to be game over. However, though, if Villamore manages to score this upcoming goal, he's definitely going to get in the head of Complexity's Maxi, because he will only be 1 goal down. And let me tell you, sometimes it's a curse being up by 2 goals, Brandon, because whenever they score that 1 goal to be down by only 1 goal, it seems as if it's super easy to get that equalizer.
Just offside there was Neymar, fresh off the bench. He was the hero in last game. Just ensured Maxi had something going into this second leg, and Maxi's been able to add another goal onto that tally. One thing that surprised me here, there's so many pauses being queued. Every 5 in-game seconds it seems like we're seeing another pause here. Clearly, more not happy, and on top of that, Maxi just wanting to add a couple of fresh legs and change up his custom tactics slightly, because look how many white shirts are forward. But Villamore, he could have played Frankie de Jong in there. Instead, didn't want to recycle it back to the Dutchman in the CDM role. Cruyff. Eventually, possession will change hands, but not for so long. What a tackle that was from Ramos. Really dodgy touch from Frankie de Jong. He does win it back, Villamore, but the touches aren't going his way. Still in possession somehow. Ronaldo into Cruyff. This has to be a goal. This has to be a chance for Villamore, but Virgil van Dijk with a last-ditch tackle. And that's what it's come down to in the end, to ensure Maxi still leads by 2-0.
And we are seeing how difficult it is to pass around this constant press. I counted 2 or 3 mistakes there from Maxi, and it almost led to a goal from Villamore. It just goes to show how vital these custom tactics changes are. If you're not changing anything, you're sort of at a disadvantage. We're seeing the pauses being queued up by Villamore. That tactical adjustment nearly scored him a goal there, and potentially could have brought more life into this game for him.
You'd say a goal before the 80th minute. May just allowed to be a chance. Here's space. It could be 3. Maxi on his own, and that will be game, set, and match. Forget the pauses. Forget making late changes. It's been a first-class performance to remember from Complexity's Maxi.
It certainly has. What a finish there from Mbappe, the 98 version down the wing. That right-footed shot just destroying the back of the net right there. I feel like Maxi knows that he has this game in the bag. Interesting. We do see that Ramos is coming in as a central defensive midfielder. We've been seeing that pattern Some players using Vieira as a center back. Other players are using center backs as center defensive midfielders like Maxi. He did go drop back 3-bar depth, so I feel like he's just going to try to soak all the pressure from Villamore and, you know, see this game out.
We have to be honest, we haven't seen anything in the final third from Villamore, and if anything, we're talking more about the gaps defensively. And the Mexican pro has shown across these two legs. He will get a second chance if you're a Villamore fan. Do not worry, he will be in action in a losers match. Just under an hour's time. Maxi kicking off the Summer Cup Series day to a huge win. He's still got time left to find a fourth if he wants to, and I think if anything now, he'll be looking for a clean sheet. Just to round out a really strong performance. Defensively, he's looked sound, and for a player that said he wasn't feeling so confident on social media, I think he was bluffing us, Alan, because he started unbelievably well, and he's looking for a fourth.
I think so as well. I think he's been bluffing everyone, maybe try to bluff Villamore. Because, you know, before the matches, it's a mental game. You prepare. Villamore is probably checking on Twitter, seeing what Maxi has to say, vice versa. Maxi checking what Villamore's having to say. So definitely it could have been a mind game, but we're seeing here Maxi sort of grow in confidence after those goals. Sometimes it just takes one goal to sort of open and start sort of light up that fire in your attack.
Unfortunately, it won't be the case for 19 Esports' Villamore here. A game to forget about. Certainly a game not to remember. 3 goals down across the two legs. Yes, that team is slightly different. Yes, there's no Ruud Gullit. Yes, there's no Vieira, but you still got decent players in the right positions. Whether it's Arnhem, whether it's Cruyff, Ben Yedder. He's got to do more with those players. It's just one thing that he struggled to do, unfortunately, in this game. Messi late on to try and find a consolation, if anything, for Villamore. Try to get into Cristiano now. He's going to be offside. It will go back for a free kick, and that'll be job done, Alan. Maxi kicking off day 2 with a big 3-0 win.
Definitely. He's shown in the second half of this second leg what he's capable of doing. Just super confident on the ball. We're seeing here La Croquetas, rainbow flicks that we just seen there. Oh boy, that would have been an amazing goal, but I feel like Maxi sort of found the rhythm, and we'll see what he does in his upcoming game.
Well, that will be job done. We're playing headers and volleys at the moment, it seems, in the box. Referee, we're playing on headers and volleys? There you go. In the end, concludes the game. Maxi of Team Complexity kicks off the Summer Cup Series with a huge 3-0 win. Unfortunately, not the same story for Villamore. A game to forget about as soon as possible, as he will be in that loser matchup. Just hasn't been sort of at the races there. He does move in to that losers match from this Group B. Maxi, as we said, goes into the winners match. And if we're being honest, Alan, it just wasn't a good performance from Villamore. Real struggled in the final third and just didn't create anything.
Yeah, he really didn't. He's going to have to analyze that game, adjust his tactics, maybe bring in some different players, because he just really didn't perform that well. Someone who has came up against Villamore, I've definitely seen him have better days in the attack. So definitely we'll have to see what he does in the upcoming game.
Well, we are going to be joined now by Complexity's Maxi. Fingers crossed we'll be able to hear him this time. Maxi, a massive 3-0 victory. To kick things off here. How are you feeling?
Can you guys hear me?
Can you undo what you just did?
Yo, can you guys hear me?
Still? Yes!
Oh, there we go. All right, well, now it says I'm muted on vMix, but you can hear me now. Yeah.
Maxi, just to talk about that game, 3-0 victory. You're in that winners match now. I know you said you maybe weren't feeling at the best of your sort of game coming into this tournament, but you must be happy with that one. A really, really good performance.
Yeah, no, I mean, I pretty much dominated the entire game. I don't even think I played that well. I think Via usually is stronger than that. I don't know. I think My second goal was really nice. I broke him down really well. Like my skill moves and everything feel good. My defending feels good. Just my passing is a little sloppy.
Yeah,
Maxi.
really good start though from you.
Great stuff, Maxi. I'm very happy to see you get that win for Team Complexity. Let's go. Keep it going.
Let's go.
But I have a question. Okay, so I did see Via More squad. We were all talking about it. We've seen that he didn't have Rodholet. We'd seen that he didn't have Vieira. What were your thoughts whenever the game was loading up and you seen his squad with no Vieira, Holet, the meta players? Like, were you feeling even more confident? Give us your thoughts.
I saw Yetter and I was like, all right, this might be interesting. I don't know, like he's probably pretty good. But then I saw his midfield didn't have Moments Holet, so that's not the brightest decision because that guy's the best card on the game by far. So I don't know. De Jong and KDB just can't dominate like Holet can. So maybe he'll change that up. Maybe he'll stick to it. I don't know.
Yeah, the viewers at home have a chance of winning that Rodholet. So you guys heard it here from Maxi. That's a very beneficial player. So one last question from me, Maxi. So right now, you know that you have one more game potentially in this tournament. If you win, you do secure $5,000. You advance to day number 3 and meet Complexity Jockson. What do you do right here to prepare before that next game in this tournament?
I mean, I played pretty damn good for an Xbox player on the PS console. So I'd say I'm just going to try to do the exact same thing, dominate the game, create chances, and just try to see it out if I get the lead.
Awesome. Best of luck, Maxi.
So much,
you,
Maxi. We're glad we got over the microphone issue in the end. And good luck in that winners match. We see you a little bit later on today. 3-0 victory for Complexity's Maxi there. As we said, he will progress into the next round in the Summer Cup Series. And that is all from myself and Alan Abbey for Game 1 here in Day 2 of the Summer Cup Series. We're going to throw it back over to Jimmy, Spencer and Mike to break down everything we just saw there.
Thank you, Brandon and Alan. Yes, as we see there, Maxi does the business. Mike, I'm going to throw this one to you because as we saw in his Gillette player profile, he talked about mentality. And after this game, he said he didn't play his best, but yet he still won 3-0. What does that mean for his mentality moving forward in this tournament? Looks like Mike might be on mute. I don't know. Well, so Spencer, I'm going to ask you the same question.
I got it. I'm back.
There he is. Here he comes.
Listen, you know, Maxi was on mute, and then he was off mute, so then I was hitting my mute button and non-mute button, so there was nothing I could do about it. He threw me off a little bit.
Understood.
Maxi has a very mature mindset, especially for his age. I almost call him an old man in terms of his soul when you hear him speak about how honest he is about his gameplay and everything along those lines. I was wrong in the prediction. I'll issue that apology. Maybe Maxi put out some reverse psychology with his Twitter saying he wasn't that confident because he seemed very confident in the game, seemed confident after the game. He got the job done, and he clearly had a game plan and executed it well. Really good with some of the skill moves on the edge of the box as well.
Yeah, Spencer, yesterday he was your player to watch throughout this whole tournament. I assume he matched your expectations.
He did in terms of getting the win. Like in terms of player to watch, I'd say at times that game wasn't, free-flowing and as attacking as we want it to be. But in the end, he comes out the worthy winner and really in control throughout. We've actually not seen many players win games without conceding over 2 legs in this tournament so far. I think that might be the first time, actually. So well done to him. I wouldn't say we saw him get going. I think he's right to say that it wasn't like his best performance. But how many times have we said this? It's an old cliche. It's winning games, not the ugly way, but when you're not necessarily at your best, that's what makes champions. So he's in great condition to go far.
All right, Mike, let's take a look at these ugly highlights, to borrow a phrase. Maybe I'm spinning it a little bit that Spencer just used of this last match.
I was going to say, Jimmy, hold on. Ugly highlights. I don't think that's the case at all. I mean, he kept the clean sheet, and more importantly, you can only give what your opponent gives you, what he provides. Beautiful opening goal from Maxi. It took a long time. And the reason I bring that up is because Viamore had a lot of possession, and it made it where it wasn't a free-flowing, back-and-forth, dynamic attack versus attack. It didn't have that feel to the match. I really love this goal here on the edge of the box. It's really clever footwork, good turn. Johan Cruyff with the 5-star weak foot. We keep seeing him hit the top corner time and time again. And I'm still waiting for the upsets. Maybe that's just in a narrative that I'm pushing on a personal agenda, but it's up to this point, and we don't have Fnatic carry in action today, so we don't necessarily have a secondary favorite, but day one, the favorites got through. Maxi looked good. He's able to convert across the body. He's happy about that. You see high energy, 3-0, and Viamore really didn't put any pressure on him. And you heard Maxi's interview. He said, I was a little disappointed maybe with Viamore. I thought he was going to bring more from the game plan, and it wasn't him being negative to Viamore. He's just seen him play better. He's experienced a better package of Viamore. So maybe he was a little nervous, slow to start. It happens. And Viamore just joined a brand new esports team when you're looking at Miguel Leon, who just got involved with esports and picked up a couple of Mexican players. So this is his debut with that organization.
So as you can see, one match is down, everybody, but thankfully for all of us, we have 4 more epic encounters on the docket today. And the next one coming up is Timbers Tigre taking on Fist Agit Power. It's going to be a good one. Don't change that channel.
Guys do whatever it takes to deal with shave irritation. So we reimagined the razor with the new Gillette Skin Guard. It has a unique guard between the blades that's designed to reduce irritation during a shave. Because we believe all men deserve a razor just for them. The best a man can get. Gillette.
FIFA 20 tournaments every single week. Up in the air, into the back of the net.
With an absolute laser beam to that top left corner. The next PlayStation FIFA superstar.
Neymar is in.
What a finish from Neymar.
Bosniano. He's writing himself into the history books. It's the story of dreams.
PlayStation.
The FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series North America is presented by Gillette and brought to you in part by Turtle Beach. Make sure you follow at Turtle Beach on Twitter, everyone, and use the hashtag #BuiltToWin for your chance to win an Elite Pro 2 headset that Spencer, Mike, and I are wearing. Do it now. What is up, everybody? Me and Spencer and Mike LaBelle are joining you guys. We got match 2 of day 2 of the FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series North America. Very excited for this one. Tigre is taking on Agit Power. And after the first match, I feel like we're ready to see some more fireworks. See some goals in this one. Here is the group as it stands so far. We just saw Maxi do the business against Villamor, but as we know, it's a double eliminate. So Villamor still has a chance to redeem himself and get back and hopefully get a rematch against Maxi. But it's the second match we're looking at right now. It's Tigre versus Agit Power. Now, let's talk about Tigre a little bit, Spencer.
Yeah, Tigre is a player who's qualified for events a lot over the years. You can see here, I mean, look at his credentials. A lot of top 32 placements over FIFA 19 and 18. Got to the playoffs on FIFA 18, sorry. You'd say in terms of events, in terms of global events, he's never really made it out of a group stage. So he's always found that first stumbling too hard to get past. But that's still good credentials. It's easy to look at that and go, he's not made it through. But look how many things he has qualified for. He's a consistent qualifier, and that could be enough for the level you need to win an event like this, which is more regional based, you know. But I think in terms of on the outside looking in, you'd say to kick on in his career, he'd want to go and get out of a group stage at a tournament, and definitely to get out of this group stage here.
Yeah, consistency, I think, is the key word. But to learn a little bit more about Tigre, let's take a look at his player profile. Check it out.
Getting things moving within the first half. Fantastic.
I'm usually the only Mexican competing on Xbox. I know the community is going to be attentive to what I do, this type of tournaments. And for that reason, I know that there is pressure. I just try to focus on myself and on my gameplay and try my best. My name is Ivan Anguiano. I am 23 years old. I play for Team Versus Esports, and I go by Ivan Tigre.
This game has a chance to win it here!
The best food item. I think right now it's Ribery, the summer heat version. He has crazy stats, 5-star whip foot, which is really important. He's really similar to Team This is Neymar actually, but he costs like 4 million less.
What a goal that is! Almost out of nowhere.
It meant a lot to me to sign for Timbers because it's the biggest team in Mexico right now. It gave me a lot of confidence that such a big team like that put their trust in me. For the Summer Cup Series, I am looking forward to it. I'm very excited. It's going to be interesting to play against players we have never played against. It's a good chance to showcase the NA talent. People will get to know us a little bit more, and it's always nice to have a regional scene, and hopefully we have more tournaments like this. Making the E-World Cup has always been my goal every year. I think I'm getting closer every year. So of course, there's still a lot to improve, so I will be grinding more next year. I'll try to get better and hopefully make it next year. I want to do something big for my country since we haven't had much representation in the World Cup in the past year, so it will be nice to represent my country and win something.
Love those words from Tigre. Definitely showing some ambition, and I do think he is edging closer, but he's got to prove himself in these types of tournaments. Now let's talk about his opponent, Mike LaBelle. Fist Agit Power. What do we know about him?
I thought you were phrasing that to me as being his opponent. I was like, I hope not. I'm not ready to play right now. But Agit Power has had a really successful year. These guys are ranked right next to each other. Definitely a lot younger, which we have seen as a theme. 19 years young. Lives in Canada. Top 16, foot 20 foot champs. That's a big result to start off the year. Also got him a lot of points. We've also seen a top 4 in a qualifier event, top 32 in another Foot Champions Cup. Both these guys, similar stories. Neither of them have had their massive breakthrough. I would have liked to see him in action with Agit Power. I feel like he's been getting better and better this year. But I would have liked to see him in action in Foot Champions Cup 5, which of course didn't happen. We had the interruption or the pause due to COVID, no one being able to travel. And I do wonder as well, how much has Agit Power been playing coming into this event, because he basically substituted for Fnatic Harry, who had issues with his visa once again due to COVID. So I don't know if he's going to be as clean and crisp and as active as some of the other competitors that knew that this event was coming and they were preparing for it.
All right, let's bring him in right now. Actually, we can just ask him ourselves. I'm going to call you Mr. Power. Mr. Power, thank you for joining us. I think it just sounds a lot cooler. What have you been doing to prepare for this because you got such a late call to join this tournament?
Yeah, it's true. I get the call like 2 days before, and I was stressful because everyone had a chance to practice like 1 month ago. So it's hard, but I play with against a lot of pros, so I think I'm ready.
I like that. I like the confidence. And yeah, I mean, you've only had a little bit of time, of course, but if you can hit the ground running, we've seen that your performances in the past have proven you can win on your day. How much would it mean to you to win this event, though? Because it's obviously a new event that was created as a response to the season being suspended, but it is a North American championship. It's a pretty major one at the end of the day, and you want your name on that trophy, right?
Exactly. I will be really, really happy if I'm winning it, of course.
And do you feel with you coming in as a late addition to this tournament that you have maybe a different mentality? Because we talked about it a little bit before we brought you in, saying, well, he's playing with free money or he's got house money here because people didn't expect him to be here. He's coming in as a late replacement. And therefore, without having maybe the pressure, being an underdog in some of these matches, does it give you maybe a little bit of a mental edge, or do you feel different because of that?
Of course, because like I said, I'm not at my. I think I'm in my best form, so I'll try my best.
All right, Mr. Power, my new nickname for you. Good luck against Tigre.
Thank you so much.
And hopefully, yeah, we'll talk to you afterwards.
Perfect.
All right, so we got some insight from him. How are you feeling? You feeling more Tigre at this point, or are you feeling more Mr. Power, as I like to say? Spencer, I'll go to you first.
I keep thinking of Austin Powers when you keep saying that. Listen, it's going to be interesting. We weren't expecting to see Ajit Power this weekend, but he said himself he's in fine form. He's obviously, whilst he only just found out he was going to be playing, it sounds like he's been practicing. Because if he feels like he's in fine form, then that's a good indicator. For that reason, I'm going to go with Ajit Power for the win.
Wow. That was a bit of a surprise, and you weren't even on the fence on that one. This is a really bold call. How about you, Mike? Because I feel like that first leg is really going to determine what Ajit Power has in his bag and what his confidence is like.
Well, I think Ajit Power's style, I'm very familiar with his gameplay. I've commentated and talked over a lot of his gameplay at different events this year. And he has a style that's very frustrating. Up against really good with possession, defense first player, looks for a lot of those counterattacks, will wait for his moments, very patient. And I actually agree with Spencer. Something tells me, even though he hasn't been preparing, he hasn't had the same amount of time, you name it, that he's going to figure out a way to squeeze out a result here. I think it means a lot to him, but it actually means a lot to both competitors. If you heard Tigre's, what it meant to him from a country perspective and representing everyone from Mexico. But it could go either way. But something tells me right here, that it's going to go Ajit Power. Maybe I'm just going underdogs all day. I didn't do well in my first prediction.
All right, you heard from us. Now it's time to throw it over to the two people who will be calling this game, Richard Buckley and former world champion Gorilla. Take it away, guys.
Cheers, Jimmy. Thank you very much, guys. First things first, welcome to the second game here in the Summer Cup Series by myself, Richard Buckley, and Gorilla. Before we get into the action, Gorilla, how are you doing this fine Saturday?
I'm really good. Two games yesterday that we commentated over were very good games, even though they weren't necessarily high scoring. Very, very entertaining, especially the last game that we did commentate on. So hopefully we can get the same, if not a little bit better today. And yeah, I'm looking forward to commentate with you.
It looks as though, Spencer, you've got a little guest in the back there as well. We'll try and fix that audio as soon as possible. Just a quick one on regards to the two players. In particular, I want to focus on Ajit Power. He's coming into this tournament with, 2 days notice, really not much time at all. Have you ever been in a situation where you've had a late call up to a tournament or you feel maybe unprepared going into a tournament?
Not that I'm aware of. Obviously, you got to be ready, but I don't think he would have realised that he was maybe the next player to take someone else's spot for this tournament. Obviously, he's got the invitation, he's here, but I think once the game kicks off, and the way I always see it is once the ball kicks off, you're in that zone. You know, you can be a bit off on the stick, so to speak. And obviously, maybe his opponent, Ajit Power, might be a little bit... not Ajit Power, sorry, Tigre will probably be a little bit better in terms of having to practice. But at the end of the day, you know, it's FIFA, so hopefully it comes back to him once he starts playing. But I'm sure he's been playing a lot of practice matches in the past few days.
Yeah, I mean, this is an opportunity for both of these two players really to make a mark on this North American region. I've spoke about it yesterday and I'll talk about it today as well. The names that are missing, the names what you associate typically with North American FIFA esports, players like New York City Chris, Goal Machine, Alexander, Remy Martin, IX Joey, George Adamu, all these players aren't at this event. This is an opportunity for maybe the future of the North American FIFA esports scene to really take their sort of stage right here with all the lights shining. But we are going to get into our first match here for myself and Gorilla. Timbers Tigre up against footballist Ajit Power. It's going to be Tigre kicking from left to right. Ajit Power from right to left in the red. And first things first, straight into the quick tactics on the D-pad. Gorilla, Tigre, striker drop back.
Yeah, I've just seen that, and I was about to bring that up myself. It's an interesting one to do, especially from the kickoff. You normally see that when you're trying to hold on to a lead, but we'll have to see what effect that actually does in-game, because I don't really notice it actually affecting the striker that much, so we'll have to wait and see. Maybe he has an instruction on come back on the fence for the striker as well, but yeah, probably a bit more defensive than he maybe normally wants to be, just to be a bit more conservative.
Well, you saw R9 just dropping in deep there to receive the ball, killing Mbappe looking to turn, but runs into Ajit Power's defence there, just looking across that defence. Zambrotta, Sergio Ramos, Virgil van Dijk. I can see Ruud Gullit in the midfield. Also, Wissam Ben Yedder up top for Timbers Tigre. And Danilo in at right back as well. Some very interesting picks here, Gorilla.
Yeah, we just saw some interesting picks in the last matchup as well. So, again, it all comes down to personal preference. I personally wouldn't be going with Danilo and Ben Yedder, but you know, if they're used to these players, then I'm all for it. You know, it's not everyone wants to use a Cruyff, not everyone wants to use an Neymar. So again, it's just personal preference, and if he's good with them, then he'll benefit him.
Speaking of players that are good on the game, R9 there, first chance of the game, whipping it into that near post. Great save by Van der Sar at his near post. R9 Ronaldo in probably 99% of competitive players' teams. Ferland Mendy aligning with the same sort of stats as the Brazilian icon. Kevin De Bruyne and Ruud Gullit holding down the centre of midfield for Tigre. Just trying to see sort of are we going to get into a flow in this match? Both players sort of just attacking in unison at the minute. You attack, I attack. Kevin De Bruyne looking to turn, but running into Frenkie de Jong. Does find the ball into Ben Yedder. Lays it into Ruud Gullit. Van Dijk hustling and bustling at the back to win the ball back off his countryman, Ruud Gullit.
I think Tigre is going to get a lot of opportunities, because I just seen from that first attack there was a lot of space in behind Ajit Power's two CDMs. Maybe it was just a one-off, maybe he's a little bit rusty, but yeah, a lot of space for the first encounter, so we'll have to wait and see how that develops in the rest of the game.
If you're playing in the game as well, so you are Tigre or you've got a coach behind you, your coach, in your particular case, Zach Moore, is that something that you're looking out for? You're looking out for the errors where the play potentially could be leading to? Frenkie de Jong here for Ajit Power, played into Cristiano Ronaldo. Back into R9, looking to turn, beautiful drag back on the edge of the box. Van der Sar makes a save. Short corner. Into Neymar, getting a place in the starting 11 for Ajit Power. Sergio Ramos, out of all players, smashing it in at the near post.
That was a very, very nice set piece. Again, as I talked about yesterday, you'll see a lot of the players doing short corners just to try and create another chance, because you've seen that he had a decent chance on the edge of the box, but unfortunately Van der Sar made that save. But he basically created the same situation, and Ramos, out of all centre-backs, he has the best finishing out of probably a lot of the picks, so probably the right centre-back to be there. You wouldn't want a Van Dijk there, I would say, but yeah, nice set piece, and yeah, 1-0.
Yeah, Sergio Ramos, out of all the players to be popping up inside the box. We were speaking about Timbers Tigre potentially getting a lot of chances. We'll see now. Ajit Power has the lead. How quickly do you change things? If you've sort of noticed defensively there's a lot of space there. You're potentially playing quite a high line. As soon as you get that first goal, as soon as you get that second goal and start to amount a lead, when does it feel acceptable to change your tactics, to go more defensive, to try and see out the game?
I think it's way too early right now because it's anyone's game. It's obviously the 1-0 is a big advantage, but anything can happen. You know, Ajit Power has the ball again. Maybe he might go 2-0 up before the half-time whistle goes, but I wouldn't be too worried if I was Tigray. You know, you still got a lot of the game to go and also the second leg, so I wouldn't really change your plan A right now. But maybe if the second goal does go in, then maybe have a think of maybe a different formation or just being a bit more on the front foot and a bit more aggressive going forward.
I've just had a little look down there at the chat, and a lot of people talking about Ben Yedder straight away. They're saying, got to harness Ben Yedder's powers. Talk to me about Ben Yedder for a second, Gorilla, because he's a player in terms of weekend league, in terms of division rivals, all that sort of thing. He's the guy. On the competitive scene, we don't really see Ben Yedder used that much. What makes him so good?
I think the reason you see him on weekend league is, generally speaking, you're going to play against people that will just not be as good at defending as a lot of pro players are. You'll see a lot more space in behind the defence, and just generally speaking, defending in general won't be at their level as it is for pro players. So I think that definitely comes into it. But for pro events, you do need that 5-star skill moves. You need to have something in your locker, such as an Elastico and a reverse Elastico. So I think that's probably the reason you don't really see Ben Yedder as such in these type of competitions.
Pull it on the edge here, looking to create, runs into Virgil van Dijk. It was R9 trying to make the run off of the ball there, as he's going to bring it clear at Timbers Tigre, but after going 1-0 down, nothing really sticking for him as we do approach half-time here. Two-legged game of FIFA. The winner will be moving on to play Maxi VIP in the winners bracket final. The loser of this match dropping down to face Via Moore in that elimination matchup. Plenty more of action to be coming here in the North American Summer Cup Series. We're about to approach half-time. This will be the last chance of the first half. Kevin De Bruyne inside the box. R9 linking up with Ben Yedder, the man of the moment, but it's not going to create anything. And moving into half-time, Gorilla. Ajit Power with the 1-goal lead.
I think he's had the better first half out of the two players. And just looking at the formation now, Tigre's playing a 4-4-1-1 and not the normal 4-2-3-1 that you would see. So that's very interesting. I would like to see him maybe change Ben Yedder, maybe in the second leg, potentially for like a Cruyff. Someone of sorts anyway, but I think so far it's not too one-sided, but if I had to pick, I'd probably say Ajit Power is just tipping it a little bit.
Yeah, 4-4-1-1, a formation that you don't typically see used at events. I've seen it a couple of times, but what makes the 4-4-1-1 in terms of the positives? Why would Timbers Tigre use 4-4-1-1? What's appealing to it?
I just basically think it's a bit more of a defensive 4-2-3-1 because in essence it lines up exactly the same, but instead of the Lam and Ram being a little bit further up the field, they're more as a left and right mid, so you can track back with them a little bit more. But the problem with that is when you do attack, the options aren't there as you would with 4-2-3-1.
Yeah, potentially your striker as well can get a little bit isolated. I found that myself when playing formations where you seem to have like a striker up the pitch on his own. Sometimes you will get isolated and you feel as though you've got nothing going forward. In the 4-2-3-1, it's certainly the wide cams in most cases, Gorilla, that create the danger.
Yeah, I do think that is definitely a good case because with 4-4-1-1, if you're not going to have that cam, well, you basically only have that cam really for like a quick 1-2. You don't really have them wingers. You have to wait up a little bit, delay your play because they're too far back doing the defending first. So again, it has its benefits, but I think the reason you see a lot of 4-2-3-1s in competition is because it's so well rounded. You have the two CDMs, but you can also manually track back with the wingers, but it just takes a little bit longer for them to come and support when you're defending.
Cristiano Ronaldo getting involved here for Ajit Power, looking to double his lead as we approach the hour mark in this first leg here. Since that goal's gone in, nothing really to shout about from either of these two players, Timbers Tigre. You see that 4-4-1-1. Pretty much everybody behind the ball. All those yellow shirts defending his 18-yard box, apart from R9 Ronaldo. Frankie de Jong looking to create, but forced quite deep here.
That's what Tigre needs to be doing. He needs to be keeping the ball, not Tigre, sorry, Agit Power. He needs to be doing this. He's playing the ball while he's keeping the ball. And you see Tigre bringing out defenders, CDMs, and it's going to create a lot of space. So keep an eye out for that. But he's doing well so far. This is what I like to see, just keeping the ball in good areas and making him come out. Because at the end of the day, he is 1-0 down, so he's going to have to be a bit more aggressive, just naturally, I think.
Yeah, you'd say the ball is firmly in Agit Power's corner here. He's got the opportunity to play his pace of the game. He can decide sort of where the game goes. Is that something that you'll be thinking about if you're in Agit Power's shoes right now? Are you looking at the clock and sort of playing a little bit of game management as well?
I don't think it's necessarily game management. You know, obviously you still got a lot of time to go, so you still want to have a bit of an intent to attack. And I don't think your plan A should change at all. But this is a great opportunity. It's a great block there by Ramos Adubili. But again, De Bruyne going forward, if that was Vieira, would he have been there? So I do think it's definitely a good choice having De Bruyne in that CDM position. But I think Agit Power's going to feel comfortable. He's on the ball very good, and he's not rushing the play. But when he does get into that final third, I think he's doing the correct thing. You know, bringing the ball back a little bit and just waiting for that space to open up in behind the CDMs.
He's done a few of those across the field passes, though, from left back to right back. And they are somewhat sceptical at times, all depending if you get cut out. Cristiano Ronaldo bringing Frankie de Jong into the play. Ruud Gullit now linking up with R9 Ronaldo, dragged back on the edge of the box. Van Dijk, the aggressor, just does enough for the ball to roll back to Edwin van der Sar.
But you see there, though, the spacing behind his two CDMs, again, got through. And I think he should have took his time with Neymar. I don't think the first time fake shot was the right move. But, again, I think Agit Power is tipping the game a bit more now. I think he's had a bit of a better second leg than he has first leg, obviously, apart from the first goal. But he's creating chances. He's looking promising. And at the moment, if I had to put a bet on, I would definitely say Agit Power to probably score the second goal here, because he's on who's creating the better chances out of the two, I'd say.
Yeah, rustiness certainly not playing a part for Agit Power right now, but this is Timbers Tigre looking to level up the game. R9 Ronaldo, great aggressive defending though, once again. We've talked a lot about Sergio Ramos over this weekend and why Vieira potentially could be the better suitor next to Virgil van Dijk, but I tell you what, Sergio Ramos is putting up a good fight for that third centre-back position.
Yeah, I do think Ramos is a viable option. You do see quite a few pros using, but there's just so many centre-backs. I think Van Dijk is 100% a guarantee to be in that starting 11. So it just comes down to who you feel comfortable with, because Ramos has amazing stats, but again, maybe he just doesn't feel right in certain people's hands in terms of playing the game. So again, it's all personal preference, but yeah, so far so good for Ramos in this game.
Frankie de Jong here, final 5 minutes, looking to double the lead is Agit Power. Keeping possession, as Gorilla was just talking about, but a little reckless there. I think he became a little bit too frustrated just holding the ball. He wanted to force it forward.
I think so. He's still doing what you should be doing, but obviously we're talking about yesterday, the last-minute goal. I think, you know, if I'm control, even though I'm 1-0 down, potentially from a Tigre's point of view, you still got to play for that last attack, because what you don't want to happen is you lose possession and Agit Power goes down the other end and it's 2-0 and it's a big mountain to climb. So I think you just need to keep the ball now, don't force it, and get that last attack. And if you score, you score. And now Agit Power's got the ball, and now Agit Power should have the last attack. So worst case for Agit Power, it should be 1-0 if he plays this sensibly.
That snapshot from R9, no real shot power created for the Brazilian icon as we do approach the end of this first leg. Agit Power with a slight lead going into what you could say is half-time. Kylian Mbappe looking to double that lead, but great defending from Timbers Tigre, and the one goal is all we saw in the first leg of this matchup between Agit Power and Timbers Tigre. We're going to see potentially the stats after the first leg here, but in terms of your expert analysis, Gorilla, how would you say that first leg sort of summed up?
Well, if you told me that Agit Power weren't practicing, I wouldn't believe you. But I think he's been playing really well, considering that he's only been called up for this event. I think 2 or 3 days ago, he's been playing really good. And I we need to make sure we're looking at when Ajit Power is attacking, because he's getting some really good positions. Even in the last kick of the game, he's getting behind the CDMs, he's getting his back to the defenders, and that left stick movement, it's going to be one or two more before it's a goal. So I think Tigray needs to watch out what he's doing defensively, make sure he's putting his CDMs back. But again, it's 1-0. At the end of the day, all you need is one chance. So we'll see how it goes in the second leg.
Absolutely, yeah, the game on a knife edge at the conclusion of the first leg, but there's plenty more FIFA coming up throughout the Summer Cup series. We've had 4 events already taken place. In Europe, it was Olelito victorious, Einazar in Oceania. South America was dominated by Paulo Neto. And in Asia, just a few days ago, Blue Agu was victorious. North America and Middle East and Africa coming up to find out who will be reigning supreme and dominating their corner of the planet. Stay tuned to twitch.tv/EA Sports FIFA, or you can go to www.footchampions.com through August 9th to keep up to date with all the action. As we do come out of the first leg, Gorilla, we've got a few highlights to look at. So talk me through what we're seeing with this goal.
Just a simple pass in, a bit of left stick movement there, just with the play that you call short. And within 1 or 2 passes, he's got a great opportunity. And it's very difficult to defend. It's easier than it is done. But again, nice composure there from Ajit Power. And I don't think he wanted Ramos there, but he was there and he put the ball in the back of the net.
Well, I mean, out of all the players, out of all the centre-backs, the defenders that you could potentially have in that sort of scenario, Ramos is the one. He's the one that you want there because he's shooting, he's long shots, he's shot power. He's basically a central defensive midfielder, is Sergio Ramos. But I think the aggression maybe that he has is one of the reasons that players might swing away from him. How much do you look in terms of those stats like composure, aggression, work rates of particular players? Do pros read into that at all?
For me personally, I think there's 3 or 4 key stats. The first one is obviously acceleration and sprint speed, because if a player gets in behind your defense, you want to be able to get back to that player as quick as possible. So I think pace is definitely a big one, but also agility. For me personally, the way I jockey, I like to have that agility because I can cover more ground on a quicker basis, whereas someone like Van Dijk, like the 90 Van Dijk, what we had at the start of the game, is a very, very solid defender and still is, but he doesn't have that agility like a Ramos would, for example. So I think agility and pace are the main ones. I personally don't really look into composure that much for a centre-back. Obviously, from a striker's point of view, though, it's very vital to have. But yeah, it'd be interesting to see what Ramos's stat is for the composure, because that could actually come into play for that goal then.
Great to hear from Gorilla at half-time. We're going to be keeping up with him throughout the entire weekend to hear his thoughts on the matches. As we get underway here in the second leg, it's going to be Ajit Power kicking from right to left in the red strip. Timbers Tigray needing a goal from left to right in the yellow. Kylian Mbappe getting us underway here. Cristiano Ronaldo now joining the attack. Frankie de Jong holding the possession. Very similar story to how we finished the first leg. Ajit Power in control. Timbers Tigray with plenty of bodies behind the ball. Cristiano Ronaldo linking up with his namesake R9. Dragged back on the edge of the box, looking for that finesse shot. Body's in the way. And he will recycle, will Ronaldo. Hully coming a long way out of the midfield there to track him down. Maybe a little bit of space opening up for Kylian Mbappe. And R9 Ronaldo, but the pass a little heavy.
That was unlucky from Ajit Power again. I'm going to reiterate what I'm saying. He's doing everything correct in my opinion. You see how he's walking the ball back with one of his forwards. I mean, it's for a reason. He dragged out Tigray's centre defensive mids, created that space, and he was so close to being 2-0. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. All it's going to take is one chance, and if Tigray gets the next goal and it's 1-1, it's game on. But so far, very impressed with Ajit Power's attacking play.
We're seeing Ben Yedder here for Timbers Tigray. He needs the magic man Ben Yedder to produce in this game. He's sort of been a little bit cold, has Ben Yedder, in this series thus far. Not really been able to get him involved. And is that maybe the formation that he's playing? Those centre forward and striker positions maybe a little bit isolated, as we spoke about earlier.
I think he's playing Ben Yedder in the centre attacking mid position, which I find very, very strange. I would love to see him bring on maybe Neymar or Prime Moments Cruyff, someone of sorts anyway, to bring him on in the cam position, just to offer him something different. Maybe at half-time we'll see that change. But yeah, with the 4-4-1-1, I would have changed by now. Maybe go 4-4-2, maybe get them 2 strikers, play some 1-2 passes with, and just, have a bit of a different way of going forward rather than just having that isolated striker. So I think you're right in saying that with the 4-4-1-1, it doesn't really suit Tigray at the moment, especially when he's chasing the game. Again, there's obviously, a lot of time to go, but mentally though, you are 1-0 down, and you are going to force passes and play a bit quicker than you'd normally want to be, just because you are 1-0 down. So I do think a formation change we'll see at some point, hopefully very soon, because at the moment it doesn't really seem like he's creating too many goal scoring opportunities.
And you were asking earlier about Ramos's composure. 95 composure Sergio Ramos does have, alongside 92 shot power. So get him in that position again, I'm sure you'll see a similar result from the Real Madrid captain.
Well, there we go. Then that's pretty what you put in the back of the net. So that's really good, a really good stat to have. Then probably the composure, because if that composure is 70 or even 80, you never know. It might go wide over the bar. So maybe that did come into account then. So probably the right centre back at the right time. But yeah, very important goal, and from a set piece as well. It's always good to get that set piece goal, because it just gives your opponent that kind of feeling where it's like, oh, it was a set piece rather than you got outdone by some skill. So it's always nice to get a set piece goal, whether it's from a free kick or from a corner, and try and work onto that. But yeah, really pleased with Ajit at the moment. I'm trying for Tigray to show me something in the attacking third, but still waiting for that.
Still waiting to see Timbers Tigray try and create just anything, really. You see how deep Ajit Power is. Is that potentially one of the reasons why Timbers Tigray is struggling? That defence there, Ajit Power pretty much all lined up on the edge of his own box. Long ball over the top. Philip Mendy will deal with that. Back to Van der Sar. But the deep play from Ajit Power is really tough to break down.
I think it's a combination of both. I think Ajit Power's defence is actually pretty solid, and as you can see, you see how he's controlling De Jong and Gullit when the ball comes into the centre, which is very good. So he's dragging him into the position, which is good. But I don't think Tigray has that many options going forward. He's not using his CDMs. I mean, St. Aisha's passed it to one of them now, but he needs to do this. This is the position where the majority of the goals come from in professional tournaments. So he just needs to get it to the CDMs, and it's where I think the 2 strikers come into play. But I'm hoping for a formation change just to see something different, because at the moment it's just too obvious, in my opinion, from watching this from Tigray attacking. But Ajit Power, as you see him jockeying with the 2 CDMs, doing a fantastic job. So well done to Ajit Power so far.
Defensively sound, offensively does all he needs to do. He's got the goal. Well, that's beautiful from Timbers Tigray, and when you need your goalkeeper to clutch up for you, that's Van der Sar's job.
And of course it's Van der Sar. Carry on from yesterday, Prime Moments Van der Sar, the best keeper on the game, no questions about it. And if this tournament doesn't tempt you to buy him, then you're missing out. He's definitely going to get you that extra win or 2 in FUT Champs, in my opinion. But again, that was fantastic from Tigray. I'm not sure why it's taken this so long to see some kind of good attacking play, but very good. And if it wasn't Van der Sar, it would have been 1-1.
Yeah, the patience really proving pivotal there for Timbers Tigray, and just that one chance gave him the confidence here to force another attack down the line. R9 Ronaldo inside the box. When you talk about confidence, the one chance that he created gave him this sort of energy to move forward, Gorilla, and he cut him open right there.
That was a really, really nice goal. Very simple, just a ball down the line, come into the byline, because he asks the defender a question: are you going to commit with me to the line, or am I going to go back? And he done the right thing there. I would have personally done a reverse elastico just because I like to do my skill moves, but very simple, very effective, great finish. And again, it's about taking your chances. If you have 10 shots and you score 1, but the opposition here has 1 shot and he scores 1, it's the same scoreline at the end of the day. So very clinical. So hopefully he can build on that into the second half.
Ajit Power looking to bounce back here. Great clutch defending there from Timbers Tigray. Is this game about to spark into life? 1 apiece with 45 minutes left to play. I tell you what, Gorilla, it's getting very, very tense all of a sudden.
I think it's a very, very good half. I think Ajit Power started the first 10-20 minutes, with the attacking threat. But I think you're seeing towards the latter end of the first half, Tigray coming in, obviously getting that goal. So I think, Tigray in the second half if he has the kickoff. No, Ajit Power has a kickoff now. So if I'm Ajit Power now, I just keep the ball a little bit, kind of take the sting out of the game, because obviously Tigray does have the momentum, and he'll be a bit more confident now he has that goal. So I don't think we'll see many changes here, but it'll be interesting to see how Ajit Power does start the second half with keeping the ball.
I want to catch up on something you spoke about earlier when you said Ajit Power scored a corner, and almost mentally you said that sort of annoys your opponent a little bit, because just can you go in a little bit more in depth on that? How can sort of scoring a goal get inside your opponent's head, not only going 1-0 down, but the knock-on effects of that? We'll jump onto that point just in a second as Kevin De Bruyne gives the ball away, but talk to me about that, Gorilla.
I think it's specifically set pieces. I think maybe like a harsh penalty, or specifically a direct corner. If you cross it in and someone scores a header, especially on FIFA 20, it's one of those goals that you can't really control, if that makes sense. Whereas scoring in outfield, the opposition probably had a good attack, maybe messed up in defence, but from a corner like that, it's very hard to defend, especially so deep in your box. So it's just one of those goals that are kind of not cheap. Obviously there is skill involved in it, but it's not the same as maybe if Ajit Power scores now, keeping the ball, working the defenders. It's a different type of goal, and it just gives the opposition kind of I don't know, I can't really explain. It's just one of those things. Yeah, it's one of those ones where you just don't want to concede it, and it kind of maybe puts you on the back foot a little bit more than it would be if it was an outfield goal.
Ajit Power looking to bounce back here, but that's a rash pass from Cristiano Ronaldo, usually better with his passing in the final third, giving the ball back to Timbers Tigray, who out of the two players right now has to be in the ascendancy. He's probably got the confidence, probably thinking the game's going his way, the little bounces, the small margins, all seem to be going Timbers Tigray way. If you were going to sort of tell me which way this game's going to go, Gorilla, I imagine it will be to Tigray.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you on that. I think since that goal, he looks a bit more confident on the ball, and I think he's taken off Ben Yedder. Yeah, so he's brought on Prime Eusebio, so that could actually be a big change. Maybe we'll see him come up with a winner, but yeah, I think Tigray's been better on the ball, and I think he's going to be keeping the ball a little bit more now because he's got that 1-1. There's no rush to get that equaliser, so we'll have to wait and see how it goes.
That's beautiful from R9. It's only Van der Sar, the difference between Eusebio getting on the edge of that. Zambrotta picking up the ball from that roll out from the goalkeeper. Almost put yourself in danger when you roll it out like that straight away.
Yeah, I don't trust it. There's been one or two times, especially in foot chance, where they roll it out and then there's a player there, just a heavy touch, and you're a goal down without even realising it. So it's a dangerous one, but it's one of those ones where you kind of have to do it to keep the ball, to keep possession, because if you kick it up and you lose the header, you just get the ball back to opposition.
Yeah, it's sort of a catch-22. Do you go long and away from your goal, but then you've got to defend the attack, or do you play short and potentially get intercepted? Kevin De Bruyne here on the edge of the box, playing into Eusebio. Brought on at half-time. Can he be a difference maker in this opening matchup here between Timbers Tigray and Ajit Power? Kevin De Bruyne only as far as Ruud Gullit. And again, it's that maybe lack of quality on the edge of the box, I'll even go out as far as say, because there's been a lot of possession in the middle to attacking third for both players, but when it gets into that clutch area, Gorilla, it's breaking down for both players.
Tigray just had a really good opportunity, and I was a bit disappointed that he rushed that pass there, and obviously he got it intercepted. I think he just needs a bit more patience, but with the same idea of looking at trying to create that space, because he's doing everything right, just that final pass, that final decision making that he needs to improve on. But he's doing everything right now. I think he's definitely switched up the way he's attacking, which is good. So we'll have to wait and see. But I just want him to have a bit more patience, wait for a CDM to put out before making that pass.
This is Eusebio here for Ajit Power. 15 minutes left to go. Ruud Gullit on the edge of the box. Half a drag back into Johan Cruyff. He has the capability to produce some magic. Danilo defensively doing the job, and that's the Summer Heat Danilo that got the upgrade, I believe, for a Piemonte Calcio victory. Up to a 95, I'm pretty sure. And with an absolutely outrageous set of stats on him as well. In at fullback, certainly a viable option. Maybe not one of the most popular options, but he'll certainly do a job there for you. The Brazilian fullback. Speaking of Brazilians, R9 Ronaldo at the heart of every attack here. Kylian Mbappe just intercepted by Virgil van Dijk yet again at the back. And with 10 minutes left to go, this game still hanging in the balance. Long ball over the top for Cristiano Ronaldo. Ramos does well defensively.
Tigre just got a very, very good opportunity there down the right-hand side. And again, just rushing it. I think he just needs to... Maybe he needs the extra time, I think. Maybe just have that 30-second pause and go again. Because he's been a better player, I'd probably say, overall in his second leg. He's just getting into the right positions. Just that final third that's lacking. So hopefully he can just reset if he goes into extra time. It'll be nice to see if he can keep the ball for the last attack. That's what I'm looking for. So we'll have to wait and see. Because I think he gave away possession, I think, in the last leg. So we'll have to wait and see what happens in the next 4 or 5 minutes.
Speaking of the final attack of the game, it's slowly approaching. The emphasis on that attack is so important. And you see him here just keeping hold of the ball, not wanting to rush anything. Eusebio now on the ball, and a poor pass by both players, turning over possession very quickly on 2 separate occasions. Ruud Gullit again with Timbers Tigre, looking to progress into the winners bracket. Ajit Power defending with everything he's got. Ruud Gullit into Kevin De Bruyne. He could unleash a strike. Eusebio dragged back near post. Great save again from Van der Sar. Corner going to come in. Eusebio played it short. Ball roll past the man. Ronaldo near post, but the defensive Ronaldo keeps it clear. Van Dijk heading it away. It's like a game of volleyball. The ball bouncing everywhere. But we do get in to extra time, Gorilla.
Honestly, I wanted to add on to that when they lost the possession on both sides within like 10 seconds. It's one of the worst feelings where you're the defender and you know the opposition's going to keep the ball for the last attack and you just somehow intercept the ball and you feel like you're going to get the last attack, but then you lose the ball. It's honestly one of the worst feelings, especially if you're going to go and concede. But yeah, very impressed by Tigre then to keep the ball. Obviously, he lost it. He got the ball back, luckily. But heading into extra time, it's one of those where if you are not having the best 90 minutes, you can easily reset and go again in extra time. Maybe change formation. Maybe we'll see something different from Ajit Power, because I want to see more of the first leg from Ajit Power, keeping that ball in the final third, putting out his CDMs and creating some more opportunities. But I'm looking forward to this.
I wanted to ask you as well, you've been in this situation many a times in your career. Do you have penalties? Are you thinking about penalties, or are you just focused on these 30 minutes right now? Is that even a thought coming into your mind?
It's definitely in the back of my mind. I'd be lying if I said it wasn't. But it's just not conceding. It's easier said than done. It's just like making sure that if your opposition has chances, to keep it to a minimal. So basically just try and keep the ball. And I'm happy to take penalties at that point, because I'm confident in my penalties, especially with no arrow. It's obviously a bit more difficult. So I think try and win the game in the first 10-15 minutes. But if we're heading into the second half of extra time, I'm a bit more passive and a bit more cautious in my attacks, and I'll just kind of play for penalties, and if I get a chance, I get a chance, but I won't play any risky passes.
R9 Ronaldo for Timbers Tigre to win the game. Before we get to the dreaded penalty shootout, Gullit on the edge into Kevin De Bruyne, back to Ruud Gullit, waiting for that opportunity to play the pass, heel to heel, biding his time, but the defensive Ruud Gullit doing well, just a little bit too long on the ball, dawdling.
He had to release that a lot earlier, and again, he's doing the right things. He's playing on the edge of the box. Like, you'll keep hearing me say this over the weekend. He's playing on the edge of the box, doing really well with it. I'm not sure why he didn't play it to the winger, because he had a fantastic pass on, just to retain possession and go again. But again, good signs, keeping the ball in the right position, just that final third. But it's looking like if anyone scores the next goal, I said Ajit Power for 2-0. I was wrong on that, but I think Tigre looks like the one who's going to be getting the next goal, if any.
Ajit Power building into one more attack before half-time, giving the ball away again. Reckless. I'd love to see the unforced errors, the misplaced passes, because I think they'd be very, very high, probably double figures for both players. The amount of times where they've had the ball in the attacking third, moving forward through the pitch, and it's just been a rushed pass or a misplaced pass. R9 Ronaldo playing it into Cristiano, back to R9, near post shot, great save. Carried away from Edwin van der Sar. Corner going to be played short into Ramos on the edge of the box, but defensively holding strong is Ajit Power, and 15 minutes to go, Gorilla.
I was quite disappointed actually with that shot from Tigray. I feel like it was more of a pot shot because, I mean, I'll speak for myself. They're the shots that you wouldn't really expect to go in. And I actually think he could have maybe done like a Berber spin, maybe stop, do a fake stop, and do something a little bit different just to make the defender kind of panic. Because it's the last kick of the game. And normally those shots, you'd probably bet the keeper's going to save it. So I was a bit disappointed with that shot. But again, creating the chances that are needed. So, yeah, important 15 minutes now. It'll be interesting to see if any of them play really passive. Maybe one of them's really good at penalties. We'll have to wait and see for that one. But, yeah, 15 minutes to go. But it's looking like Tigray's tipping it for the game so far.
Leo Messi introduced their late substitution. Can the Magic Man provide something out of the hat? Can you pull a rabbit out of the hat, Leo Messi? Or will it be spot kicks to find out who's going to be playing Maxi in the next round? Ronaldo inside the box, turns his man back to Kevin De Bruyne, space for the Belgian, into R9, fake shot, cuts it back, Ribery, great defensive work again. Defensively, both players have been pretty immaculate, Gorilla.
Yeah, very good defensive performances. I think that if that's one thing to take out of these two legs, very, very good defenders. Very good defenders indeed. But again, both teams creating decent chances. It's just who's going to take it. But it's looking like penalties. I feel like we're going to get a 119th, 120th minute panic mode where, you defend on the edge of the box and you're throwing all the kitchen sink out. So we'll have to wait and see who's going to get that scenario because it tends to happen. But so far, so good in terms of the defending aspect.
Ajit Power, biding his time. De Jong waiting for the opportunity to move forward with Ruud Gullit into Mbappe. Quick pass around the corner. Mbappe turns his man, Ramos, stepping out and winning the ball back, and potentially a counter-attack on for Tigray, but he's playing the slow build-up, and you've talked about it many times, Gorilla. This is something you like, the slow build-up into the final chance of the game.
Yeah, of course, it's not like it's not pleasing on the eye, but it has to be done. I mean, I'll do what Tigray's doing now. Worst case scenario goes to penalties. Best case scenario is you score. You don't want another scenario where Ajit Power has the control of the ball and he can maybe score. So he's doing everything right now and he's on the last attack here. So it's either this or penalties.
R9 turns his man, Elastico, fake shot, near post, rebound.
Oh,
he's in, he squeezed it in. He has squeezed it in at the back post. An absolute mess of a goal, Gorilla, but it doesn't matter.
What did I tell you? What did I tell you? The scenario is going to happen. Last kick of the game, throwing a kitchen sink. But again, keeping the ball, keeping possession, make sure worst case, it's going to go to penalties. That's all you can do. That's all you can do. And he got a little bit of luck, but he created the opportunity. Now, I thought that Tigray was the one who's creating more opportunities in the second leg. So, GG.
Oh, wow. It doesn't matter how the ball goes in. He scrambled it over the line. Cristiano Ronaldo. The build-up play to the goal, Gorilla, was fantastic. He slowed it down. He waited. He bided his time. And then that Elastico, just to create that little bit of space inside the box, was a moment of magic. I was talking about it all game. The moment of magic, it came from R9 and that Elastico.
Again, if you had Ben Yedder in that position, he doesn't score. So it's very fine margins. That 4-star to the 5-star skill move is absolutely massive. And he created a chance, and I think he was keeping that ball in smart possession. He wasn't too far back. He was in the right position in the middle of the field, and he was dictating the play. So, yeah, very lucky, but he created the opportunity. So, well done to him.
And it's my pleasure to bring in the winner of that matchup. An entertaining game is the unbelievable way to say it, really. Timbers Tigray, what a match. A late winner from Ronaldo. Did you think you were going to win it, or did you think it was going to go to penalties?
Yeah, I honestly thought it was going to penalties because it was really close. The game itself was very delayed, so we had to change our play style. I had to change the formation because I used to play 4-4-1-1 because I like my center mids to get more involved in attack, but with this delay, it's kind of impossible. So I had to change formation, and it worked really well.
And obviously, after the first leg, I saw that you played a lot better in the second leg. So was anything going from the first leg that you changed? And you was mentioning the formation change. So was that something that you wanted to look at and changing for the second leg?
Yeah, I just changed the formation from 4-1-1 to the 4-2-3-1 with 2 CDMs. Everyone will come back. That's all I did.
Okay. Yeah, I thought you definitely played a lot better in the second leg. And last question from me, Ben Yedder. How come you use him instead of Prime Moments Cruyff or even Eusebio?
Because he has high work rates, so I like my camps to track back. So that's why he helps out a lot in defense. That's why I use him.
Great to hear that from Timbers Tigre. Ben Yedder with the high work rates. It was an unbelievable game. My work rate has gone through the roof after that matchup right now. But that's it from myself and Gorilla. Back over to the guys, Jimmy, Spencer, and Mike, to break it down.
What have we just seen? A last-second winner from Ivan Tigre representing Timbers. He's advancing to Group B winners match. He's going to take on Complexity Maxi. Guys, my mind is still blown. That is unbelievable, the scenes there. Mike, I'm going to throw it to you. What did you see there? The finest of markers, I think, won that game. What did Tigre do there to make that happen?
Well, I'd have told you from the beginning that it was going to be a low-scoring affair. Just the way that Agit Power plays, and then Tigre was very committed. He talked about it a little bit with the delay. He made it a more defensive game and very much so dictating the pace. And we also saw the curse of the gorilla instead of the curse of the commentator. The last 3 or 4 minutes there, Gorilla was saying, if I was in this position, I would hold the ball. I'm going to make sure I get the last attack. I'm getting a goal or we're going to penalty kicks. You saw a bit of some good fortune there, kind of rebounded out to the player to convert it. But he got the win and made sure that he solidified his position. He's going to advance. It was what I kind of expected, though, in that matchup.
But it kind of wasn't either because you predicted Agit Power to win.
I did. I maybe Agit Power winning, but in terms of hold on, let me get back. Don't you do that?
No. I gotta.
The low scoring affair is what I expected in the matchup. The winner, I thought Agit Power was going to come out on top. I'm not backtracking. I'm claiming my prediction all day.
I put my bait in the water. I hooked myself with Marlin, Spencer. All right. So Agit Power goes up 1-0 in the first leg. You must have been feeling pretty good about your prediction as well, but Tigre does the business.
Yeah, on one goal, you can never look too much into it. It only takes a moment, as we've seen there, to change things around from there. And I think that's what Agit Power has to review in his gameplay, is that having the lead for so long and having so much control, not ultimately getting that second goal. You can't rely on one goal. You never can. And I think today, compared to yesterday, we're seeing more defensive performances, is probably the nice way of putting it. We're seeing less goals, less end-to-end stuff, because the defensive play has been so good. Not necessarily as easy on the eye, but you have to respect it. But what we've seen there from Timbers Tigre towards the end of the game is just exactly what Gorilla was talking about. You know, keeping possession. If you've got the ball in the 119th to 120th moment, the worst you're getting is penalties, and you might be able to get a cheeky win. You got a bit of luck there, but fair play to him.
Yeah, I feel like you create your own luck. I'm a big believer in that. Anyway, let's get to analysis presented by PS4, and this is Mike LaBella's favorite segment. Take it away, Mike.
Oh, I appreciate that, Jimmy. Yeah, we're reviewing these legs, and I do want to build off that. It depends on the types of players that you're going up against. This is makes it so difficult to be a pro FIFA player. To see the opening goal off a corner kick, converted, caught Tigre a little off guard. Agit Power is happy about it. He knows it's still early on. There's a lot of time left in this one. You have to be able to adjust to all sorts of different game styles, different play styles, fast, slow, narrow, wide. You see the equalizer there. A double tap technique that allows you to lob the ball to almost lift the ball just slightly. And then towards the end of the game, you could see that it was getting a little more tense. It was in the nitty gritty. It was going to be whoever's going to take that final opportunity. I've actually seen Agit Power in this situation quite often, so I felt like it might be an advantage. Beautiful elastico there, half step of space across the body. Vandermeer makes the save, as we continually been seeing. And I'd even say Tigre got a little bit of good fortune there as well, because he mistimes the finish outside of the rebound. But from there, you can't miss. He'll take the W. He moves on. He's probably relieved. Agit Power's got a little more pressure on him. And you can see on screen here the PS4 Tournament Open Series rules as well, and everything that lays out. It runs to the end of the year. And there are weekly competitions for all skill levels. Compete against your friends and rivals for unique awards. I've actually played in a couple of the ESL events that have ran through the PS4 Tournament Open Series and everything that's been integrated in. And then you've heard Brandon Smith, you've heard Richard Buckley. You can join them weekly for broadcast. Hosted by PlayStation, where competitors in the PS4 Tournament Open Series show off their skills to friends and compete for cash against their rivals. Remember, go to compete.playstation.com and sign in with your PSN ID.
Yeah, fun fact for you guys. Make sure you make that happen. I don't know, Mike, did you win those tournaments you competed in, or how did you finish?
Thanks, Jimmy. No, I didn't win the tournaments, but I was saying it was easy to get involved. Everything was integrated into the console, into the tournament structure. I was happy about that. I click a button, I'm good to go.
I see. Okay, everybody, make sure you don't forget to join the conversation. EA FIFA Esports is the Twitter handle. We want to hear from you. Use the hashtag Summer Cup Series. And Spencer, let's take a look at what somebody has sent us so far.
What language is it? No, it's in English. Yes, it's in, boys. It's in English. Martin Crossness is saying, Max is my favourite today. If he wins the tournament, I'm going to bring Buckley and Brandon with me to Espresso House in Norway and buy them a coffee to celebrate my little prediction for today's tournament. So there's a coffee in it for Buckley and Brandon. Lovely stuff.
That was very nice indeed. All right, everyone, if you're doing the math at home, we have played 2 matches, and that has given us 2 winners. And they're going to play next on day 2 of the FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series North America. And it's between Maxi and Villamore.
Turtle Beach, proud partners of the FIFA 20 Global Series. Hear everything, defeat everyone.
If someone asks you what you're made of, don't just tell them, show them. Show them that you're made of proving the doubters wrong. Show them you don't have to raise your fists to beat your enemies. Show them you're stronger when you stand together. And show them, whoever you are, you stand shoulder to shoulder against all forms of prejudice. Because when we show our best side, we don't just play the game, we change it.
Jalfonso, the man that everybody's been hyping about, will win tonight's tournament.
Mel is just so good with Mbappe.
Bosniano, take a bow. King CJ.
An absolute laser beam to that top left corner.
Dembele to win it. And De Gouy snatches it at the 10. Bit more drama from the Italian.
The users.
Chance to put the game to bed. To put the game to bed. We could be looking at some more history.
PlayStation.
The FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series North America is presented by Gillette and brought to you in part by PS4. Welcome back, everyone, to day 2 of the FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series in North America. We are on to our third match of the day. Group B, Maxi taking on Timbers Tigre. It's the winner's match. If they lose, they still have a chance, but if they win, they book their tickets to Championship Sunday with the date against Fiddle, by the way. That'll be their first match. If they can get into that, that goes to the winner. But let's talk about Maxi, because in particular, he was Spencer's player to watch when we started the tournament yesterday. Still feeling good about that choice, I think, Spencer.
I mean, he hasn't conceded a goal. Okay, he's only played one game, but he's the only person that can say that left in the tournament. And that's a great sign of things to come, considering today has been all about defence. His has been the best. Yes, his CV for FIFA 20 is short. It's just one thing, and it says co-champion. That's a pretty good thing to have on your CV if you've only got one line. FIFA 20 E-Club World Cup. He won that with Yoxan. His teammate Complexity. This could be a very good weekend for Complexity. I would not be surprised if we saw the two guys going head-to-head in a final at some point. But I think Maxi is the one to watch for Group B for sure.
All right, let's bring in Maxi now. He's joining us after his big first win. Maxi, so let's talk about mentality, because you bring that up a lot when you speak about how you perform and how you get better at the game and what separates good from being great. What's your mentality going into this second match of the day, given that you didn't maybe play as well as you wanted in match 1? Maxi, we can't hear you. That's unfortunate. Hopefully he can figure it out. Here he goes. No, here he goes. Here he goes. All right, start over, Maxi. Go ahead.
VMix is trolling me, but so in regards to mentality, I think FIFA 20 is probably the most mental FIFA that we've had so far out of like all the esport games, and it involves like keeping the ball around your opponent's box for like long periods of the game. So you have to be like really patient, really focused to make sure you don't concede and then you don't collapse mentally. So I think FIFA 20 is like its equivalent when it comes to skill and mental, when it comes to being a good player.
Okay. Very interesting, Max. A question I've got for you. You talked about the fact that obviously your standout moment this year is that performance and that win in Milan for the E-Club World Cup there. Your teammate being Joxan for that. Is that a motivator for you going into this tournament, knowing that there's a very good chance you could play Joxan at some point and perhaps prove that you were, more than capable half of that team and maybe even the more capable?
I mean, I think me and Yoxan are like really close friends, and at the Club World Cup we both like contributed basically 50-50. So I don't know, I don't really have that, I don't have a chip on my shoulder to prove myself that I'm a deserved champion, because I went out there and proved myself by playing every single knockout game and then getting the title, which probably like 10 people have done in FIFA esports, winning a major. So I don't know, I just want to go out there and do the best I can in every tournament. I don't have to like prove anything to anyone.
And Maxi, on the international scene, this might be more of your year. That's a real true introduction for the North America community. You've always kind of been a phenom, I would say, because a lot of us started hearing about you when you were 14 years old and you're already ready to basically qualify for events. What's that progression look like outside of the mental side? How have you prepared to be a part of the spotlight now, to be ready to win events, to be ready to go far in events, and that progression? Because I feel so many people want to become pro FIFA players and they want to know the step-by-step what shifted.
Well, I think I've always had like the actual like raw skill to do well at tournaments, like no matter who's there. But I think at Club World Cup was when I had someone like Yoxan who has also the skill but also that mentality needed to succeed. So being with him definitely helped me like see that going into these later rounds of tournaments isn't impossible for me, and I'm good enough to perform here. It just comes down to being confident enough and being focused enough to do it.
All right, Maxi. Well, we like your mentality. We wish you the best of luck in your next match.
Thank you.
All right, Maxi, everybody. Now, his opponent in this one, Mike, is Timbers Tigre, also known as Yvonne. How are you feeling about his chances against a player of Maxi's quality?
I like to go off form. I like to go off what I watched, and I feel that Max, we haven't even seen his best form, and I was really impressed from his opening game, keeping the clean sheet. Just to echo what Spencer was saying, was impressive. And then he also has the ability to invent, to innovate, to be creative in the final third, which at the highest levels where a lot of players struggle to break into the box. So I definitely think Max is the heavy favorite in this matchup.
Okay, and then Spencer, how are you feeling about this now that we're taking a look here at Tigre's stats?
Yeah, we've looked at Tigre's stats, and we've already come to the conclusion that, you know, maybe he would like to have gone further into some of these huge tournaments. But here's how you've got to be looking into this next match if you're Tigre right now, right? And that is, you are 100% playing with house money, because he knows, first of all, he's got through to this winners match because of a 121st minute goal in extra time. Second of all, and we don't want to focus on it too much, but he should have been playing Fnatic Harry in that game, who's a player that, in terms of points on the leaderboard, was up there with Max. There was a big gap. And Harry not being at the event due to visa reasons has basically equalised the whole playing field. And now he's got himself in a one-off game, 2 legs against Maxi. If he wins it, he's through to tomorrow. He's in great shape. So I would just take the pressure off myself if I was Tigre right now and say, look, I'm in a really good position. If I just get a good result here, I'm through. If I don't, I get another go.
Okay, your prediction for this one? Because I didn't hear a prediction in there.
Yeah, no, I mean, prediction-wise, you've got to go with Maxi, like Mike's saying there. He's on form, he's not conceding goals. And I want to qualify something I said earlier. I didn't say his highlights were ugly. I said playing ugly in terms of a comparison to football teams who set up defensively, you know, who make themselves hard to break down. It means there's not loads of highlights, which is exactly what you could say. I know there was 3 goals in that first Maxi game, but he scored almost all of his shots. You know, there wasn't a load of opportunities outside of that. So certain strategy he's employing, but it works for him. I'd do the same thing if it was me.
Okay, before I throw it over to the casters, Mike, do you feel like Tigre does have an advantage because he just finished playing, whereas Maxi had to wait a little bit?
I would prefer to go back-to-back games. You just came off the sticks. Everything's warmed up. You've kind of got the correct mentality. So there's a slight advantage there, but Max is not new to playing online matches, new to preparing for events. And we keep talking about his mentality, and I think a big portion is because he's an 18-year-old that has the ability. But he feels, and he sounds, if he really believes everything that he's saying, that he's ready. Not only to be one of the players that's talked about, but to actually win events and go far in every single event that he's a member of. And I believe him. Sounds genuine to me.
All right, we're done talking over here. Let's throw it over to Brandon Smith and Alan Avi for the call of this game. Guys, take it away.
Thank you very much, Jimmy. And yes, we're going into our big winners match now. Such a big game, not just because both of these two have, of course, kicked off the Summer Cup Series in winning ways for day 2. But if they win the game, it's $5,000 guaranteed without even kicking off Championship Sunday. It's a massive game, this one, Alan. Of course, we saw Maxi in action a little bit earlier on, and we just had the pleasure of watching that Tigre Agit Power game in the background. And I mean, what a game that was. Extra time, last-minute winner from Tigre to get into this scenario now. I mean, this is going to be an exciting one, fingers crossed.
It definitely is a lot to play for. $5,000 to the winner of this match right here. Not only that, you do advance to day number 3 for a potential $10,000. We did see Tigre at the end of that last game, a crazy game against Futbolist Agit Power. Last minute, 120th minute game winner. We have to take a look at Maxi though, right? He took a break. Like Mike said, right now Tigre is probably feeling very warm on the sticks. He just finished the game like 10 minutes ago. For Maxi, he finished it probably like 50 minutes ago, nearly an hour. However, though, Maxi did say in his interview that he was feeling a lot more confident coming into the second game. He knows what he has to work on, and we'll see if we see that in this game.
Well, here we go then. We're in that same predicament now, the winners matched. Yesterday it was Joksan up against FC Cincinnati's Fiddle in what was a 9-goal thriller with extra time included. We can only pray. Now this winners match is as good as that, if not better. With Maxi kicking from left to right with the first chance of the game here for Cruyff, defended. It was Timbers Tigre. The kicking from right to left. Something that really interested me, Alan, was that Tigre said he enjoys playing a 4-1-4-1. Obviously, we know this is a fully remote broadcast, so it's going to be a few connection issues naturally. It's an interesting formation, that. He said he likes getting his midfielders involved. He likes having sort of box-to-box centre midfielders that can go forward, can make attacks happen, and, of course, can come back and defend as well.
Yeah, it was a very interesting formation. I'm used to it. I've used that formation myself, and it actually was the 4-4-1-1, I believe so. That formation does offer a lot of attack. Definitely it does, like he said, his midfielders, he's used to his midfielders joining the attack with the 4-4-1-1. Not only that, the 4-4-1-1 is sort of a mixture between the 4-4-2 and the 4-2-3-1. On defense, your midfielders, they drop back and they act sort of like the two center defensive midfielders in the 4-2-3-1. And then on the other side of things, during the attack, it basically turned into a formation with two strikers with that 4-4-1-1, because that one isn't Camp. He's a center forward, so it's a very interesting formation, and we'll see if, you know, this game is different for Tigre in terms of connection, because he was complaining about it in his interview. So we'll definitely see if it favors him.
I'm going to completely correct myself there. It was not a 4-1-4-1. It was a 4-4-1-1. I have no idea what plan that was on there. Thank you for saving me there, Alan. 50 minutes into this one, 0-0 so far. One thing that the Mexicans have loved, and it must be said for both Villamor and Tigre here, and he gets a chance. It's R9 dancing around the box, trying to whip out every single skill move he can within his arsenal to make something happen. But both the Mexican representatives playing in today's side of the bracket in Group B, both loving Ben Yedder, Alan.
I guess they've just been very comfortable with him, because I know these two competitors have been warming up with him and whatnot. And Gorilla definitely had some nice insight with Ben Yedder. I personally would not be using Ben Yedder here at a live event, because he doesn't have the 5-star skill moves. Maybe they're not as comfortable using the 5-star skill moves. We do see Maxi with a great chance on top of the box, and he does bury it. He finishes it with Johan Cruyff once again. Great play from Maxi there, taking the lead in this game. But as I said, Ben Yedder doesn't offer that 5-star skills that Johan Cruyff offers. So, you know, it's just very interesting to see these different play styles from the competitors.
I mean, what a goal that was. I'm sure Mike Abel will be keeping a close eye on that. Fantastic build-up of R9. Just teasing with the defender. And landing into Johan Cruyff. 5-star week for Inter, 5-star week for these guys. Can go on the left, they can go on the right. It makes defending so difficult. And we're just 20 minutes into this. Maxi back in cruise control and back feeling good. Let's not forget his first game of the day was a 3-goal win across 2 legs against Villamor. Of course, he's now in a loser match up against Agit Power straight after this one, but he's not put a foot wrong yet today, Alan, Maxi. He's been absolutely superb across the board, defensively and going forward. He has been just immaculate.
He really has been. You can see the confidence just blossoming out of his gameplay. He was talking about his mentality being very strong, and that's something that I want to touch up on. Yoksan, a fellow Complexity teammate, they both won the E-Club World Cup. Yoksan has that mentality of a champion. Maxi learned from Joksan, and that's the cool thing about these organizations. They all offer certain things to their players, and one thing that I want to point out is that Complexity, they are there for these two competitors, Joksan and Maxi. The mental aspect, growing them as a competitor in the esports scene, and just, I feel like Maxi definitely has been a testimony of Complexity's just working them.
I mean, they sort of entered the FIFA esports scene a little while back. That was Joksan, that was the first player they picked up on their books. Following that, it was Maxi. And of course, the man commentating next to me right now in Alan Navi, Team Complexity, well immersed within the FIFA esports scene. I'm sure they'll have a huge smile on their face if Yoksan or Maxi can bring the trophy home. Also $10,000 in tomorrow's Championship Sunday. One more win over these 2 legs, as we said, will book one of these to a place in Championship Sunday alongside $5,000. It will be guaranteed at the moment. 40 minutes played in this one. Maxi up by a goal. Cruyff with that goal. A bit of interchange between R9 and Cruyff in the right place at the right time. He might have one more chance to get that ball forward and to make one more attack happen. Hullet runs straight into the path of De Bruyne.
What we're seeing here, Maxi utilizing his center defensive midfielders in the attack, something that I feel is a very key element in the FIFA 20 meta, most effective tactic going forward. We do see his defense just proving why he currently has yet to concede a single goal in day number 2 of the Summer Cup Series.
Maybe time up just 2 minutes. Maybe enough time for have one more attack in this first half of the first leg. Ronaldo into Cruyff, just couldn't get his full on the ball. The only goal scorer so far in this ties the referee. Does bring us into half time, and I mean Maxi, probably the only player that we can credit at this moment in time. He's looked very slick, he's looked really good, and that goal Alan talked to me about, it was a lovely goal, wasn't it? R9 just sort of teasing the defenders, and that's what you got to do. You got to make a defender come out, make a mistake. You got to make, I think Grillish spoken about it a few times, you got to sort of bait when you're defending, or when you're attacking. You've got to make your defender you're up against sort of bait into a tackle, fall into a trap. That's exactly what happened there. And then when you're one-on-one and you've got someone like Gillette playing the balls into Johan Cruyff around that box, it's just always going to be trouble. And as we saw there, was a goal.
It really is troubling. The 5-star weak foot definitely is very difficult to predict. As a defender, Maxi could have gone from the left side finish with the left foot. On the other hand, he could have gone to the right side finish with the right foot. It just goes to show how effective these players are and just how unpredictable Maxi makes these players seem, and all these competitors that have been playing in this tournament.
It sounds like we're not speaking about Tigre for that long, but I tell you what, we may not see much of it. We may not see much of that man on the ball now. With Sam Ben-Yedder, we've been waiting for an introduction from you in North America, and there it is, 49 minutes on the clock, just 4 minutes after the restart. Tigre is well in this time. That's what competitive it could be sometimes. You don't need 5, 6, 7 chances. You just need one. That's exactly what's happened there.
What a goal from Tigre right there. I did notice that Tigre likes to attack down the wing. He scored a very similar goal against Fist. Again, Power, Mr. Powers, as Jimmy likes to call him. So definitely, maybe we'll see a lot more attacking come from the byline from Tigre. He's seeming a little comfortable. We did hear in his interview that he has 2 formations that he likes to go to. Right now, I think he's still sticking true to the 4-2-3-1.
Well, that's only the first goal he's conceded. That's in his 3rd leg in the Summer Cup Series, as we said. Didn't concede a goal in his first game of the day. A big 3-0 win for Maxi. Fair play for how well he's defended. And that's Ben-Yedder. In those areas, the man can cause problems. 97 team of the season so far. I remember when he was released into the game, I think a lot of people were scared, including myself.
I was scared as well. I don't know if you guys seen the Instagram post, but Wissam Ben-Yedder posted on Instagram saying to be ready for him in the weekend league. So Wissam Ben-Yedder, in real life, he knows how good he is and how effective he is on FIFA 20.
He is finally able to get off the mark and go down this line. This is Maxi. Cristiano had a couple of ball rolls and then a simple just recycle of possession. Kante and Gillette, those two have been best friends in those 2 CDM roles. Something to pick your brains on, Alan, for a second. Danilo. I know the Summer Heat promo's been massive, and a couple of items have popped up in teams. We saw Franck Ribéry earlier today for Villamor. We'll see him again in our next match. But Danilo gets the nod in at fullback. It's an interesting one.
It certainly is. Once again, all of these players use a player that fits their play style. Danilo, maybe he uses him in the attack with the boosted dribbling, boosted passing. The work rates obviously play a big play in the selection of players that these competitors are using. Tigre, however, though, he's won with these players that he's using, so obviously something's working out. These players are working out for him.
We saw in the last match, of course. Was it the most attacking display between Ajit Power and Timbers Tigre? Game finished 2-1 after 2 legs and extra time. That doesn't say enough. I don't know what will in terms of the chances that were created. Maxi's a player that likes to score goals, likes to play attacking FIFA, and it's something that this region has shown us, especially in day one. Pause coming in for Maxi, chance for Ben Yedder, gets a shot away, it's deflected, another chance, he's very fortunate. But rude on it. Right place, right time. And he's the man that whenever you need him, he always seems to appear somewhere.
Very fortunate indeed. The ball falls back. The shot taker, he sees Hullet wide open, making the run inside of the box. And then Hullet's not going to miss from there. Tigre definitely going to be happy about that goal. Maxi, very interesting. We see him in a different sort of position. He is down for the very first time in this day number 2. So let's see how his mentality, we've been talking about his mentality. He's been talking about it in the interviews. Let's see how sort of he handles being down a goal. If he can come back and win the game.
Don't forget conceding now. It's the first time that Maxi's been down in again. Of course, it's only the second game we've seen him in action, but some would say this would be a bit of a shot. Of course, there's still a second leg to come up and plenty of FIFA time to play. Maxi got to get back on the ball. Seen Franck Ribéry come onto the field. Eusebio into R9. There's his little bit of fortune back, and how's that not got it?
He got very fortunate there, getting the wide open shot, but he got very unfortunate hitting the post. We've been seeing a pattern. What is up with these complexity guys hitting the post?
You can remember back, Alan. It was this exact match as well, wasn't it, for Johnson yesterday? Hit the bar, hit the post against Fiddle, and 24 hours on. We're seeing the same for Maxi. Could be going to concede down this other end now. Franck Ribéry off the bench. Half a drag back into Hullet. Is he onside? He was. And eventually Edwin van der Sar able just to clean up the danger, but that's R9. That's not Ben Yedder. That's not anyone else. It's a player you'd put your house on to score in those sort of areas. Unbelievable chance for R9 to bring the game all square. There's 2 minutes left in this first leg. Another chance, Eusebio goes back for a free kick. What a way out. I'm sure that will just be played short from Ruud Gullit. 36 yards away from the goal. He'll be running over it. I'm sure a couple of other players will be. Just got confused there, Maxi. You can see looks kind of puzzled of what just happened from the free kick. Added time to follow in just a second now. Tigre might actually get one more chance. R9 could feed through Franck Ribéry. Still goes for the Mbappe option. Falls back to R9 again. This is it. Last chance saloon for the Mexican that was 1-0 down in this tie, and it's going to be leaving it 2-1. If he can just defend that one more attack, he's been able to defend that well. And that should do us in leg number 1. Tigre with a very slight advantage in this one, Alan. And Maxi will be thinking back to that chance with R9. How is that not gone? And he'll be saying to himself, it was just the difference between him finding the back of the net and unfortunately finding the post on that occasion. Still a second leg to come in front of us, but Tigre, he must be over the moon with that.
Definitely. He did score very early in the second half. You know, he scored off of kickoff, and then he scored that one interesting goal where he got pretty fortunate with Hullet. And I believe Maxi isn't quite happy about that. We can see from his reaction. However, though, it's going to be very interesting to see how he bounces back for it. He still has a lot of FIFA to play, an entire second leg, all to play for. I would say all he needs to do is just find that equalizer, and then it becomes a game of who wants it more.
Most definitely, indeed. As we said, that second leg will be coming up in just a second. But while we're waiting, and to thank you guys at home for watching, it's time to link your EA and Twitch accounts if you haven't already done so, as we're going to reveal the live viewership rewards for this weekend, which, as you can see, a Jumbo Rare Players Pack and a 94 rated Prime Icon Moments Ruud Gullit, the player that just scored in that last game. If you are lucky enough to earn one of these rewards, they will be dropped to certain Twitch viewers with a linked EA and Twitch account. Drops may take 72 hours to appear in your account following the last day of the tournament, which is tomorrow, of course, Championship Sunday. And if you still want to link your account now, you can do so over at www.ea.com/Twitch linking. And who knows, you might be able to earn some rewards. But Alan, let's have a look at the highlights from that game. As we said, there was 3 goals in total. There was the post that was hit, and there was lots of drama to talk about, wasn't there?
It definitely was. We do see here Maxi getting things started in this game, scoring with Johan Cruyff. A very good goal, a little fist bump. Happy about that one. You know, Tigre really couldn't do much about it. It's very difficult to defend a player of that caliber inside the box in that position. And then right here, down the byline, we've seen Tigre loving to attack down the byline. He scored a similar goal like that in his first game of the day. He buries it 1-on. This goal right here was quite interesting. He gets very fortunate with that rebound to Bingetter, and then a Hullet, someone that we were just talking about. He's everywhere. He's at the correct place at the correct time, both on the attack and on the defense. So if you guys definitely want to use that Hullet, I highly recommend you guys get involved, watch the stream, and you never know, he can appear on your account.
Yeah, who knows indeed, as we turn our attention to the second half of this one. I mean, how's Maxi feeling, Joksan? I was calling you Joksan. Joksan will be in the chat somewhere. I mean, Alan, I'm still thinking about team complexity here. Alan, how will Maxi be feeling? It's the first time he's faced adversity in the Summer Cup series. Yes, there's still a second leg to come, but he's a player that you know personally. He's a friend that you know in the competitive scene. How will he be feeling going into this second leg?
To be fair, he's probably still going to be dwelling a little bit on that post. He did see what happened to Joksan in the last game. However, though, I think Maxi has the mentality to push through the adversity that we've seen in that first leg, him hitting the post, getting unlucky there with that second goal that Tigre scored. So I feel like Maxi definitely is going to come into this leg playing the same old attack. He has created some chances. He just knows that he has to score 1 goal to get back into this game. And I feel like he'll feel confident if he does get that 1 goal in.
Here we go then, second leg underway. Timbers Tigre up by 2 goals to 1. And looking to build on that lead. I think the first goal is massive, Alan. If you get it, I mean, whoever gets it, I should say. Tigre gets it, he's got a 2-goal advantage, a 2-goal cushion. If Maxi gets it, we're back to an even playing field again.
Exactly, we've been seeing this pattern over and over. Basically, this game is going to be dictated by this upcoming goal. Who scores it? It's going to be very difficult for Maxi to come back if Tigre manages to score the first goal of this leg, making it 3-1 on aggregate. We have seen that Tigre, he's been playing some great, solid defense. It really isn't that easy, sort of say, to score a goal against Tigre at the moment. I feel like that right there has been a great part of his game in this day 2 of the Summer Cup series.
Maxi's got to think, I have created chances and have got into those right areas, and if it wasn't for the post, I could be at 2-2. This could be beautiful from Tigre. Lovely little roulette. Into the shot from Mbappe. Out for a corner, it will go. Corner played short. Into Wassam.
Brandon, I don't know why he didn't take the shot there. Like, he didn't dribble a little bit more. He did that beautiful roulette there, and he still had a lot of space to dribble and maybe finesse the shot in your post. Just basically closer to the goal to secure the goal. Who knows, maybe the pressure got to him there. He didn't expect to break free with that roulette. Interesting play there for Tigre.
I think the one thing that Tigre did there, Alan, was just do something that no one expected. That's why he got so much space, and as you said, potentially could have panicked. Here's R9, lovely. Track back, couple of ball rolls, great ball retention. That final third from R9, a player that we expect to see that from time and time again. Back to R9 it will go. Here's Maxi now, and just like that, we'll be all square again. I don't know what it is, but it seems like Maxi VIP and R9 is a dream made in heaven. Those two in front of goal, the combination with just the control of R9 on the sticks. Once again, it's so good. And Maxi back into the tight 2-2 here, Alan.
Boy, oh boy, we have a game. Just to refresh your guys' minds, these two competitors are currently playing for $5,000. The winner takes $5,000. Maxi has shown how confident he is in the box. If you leave him wide open inside the box, he is going to punish you.
As we said, the next goal was going to be massive, Alan. Now we're back to an even play. We must say it again, whoever wins this guarantees himself $5,000. Alongside a place in Championship Sunday tomorrow. Here's Ben Yedder. Can't get his foot around the ball. Well played, Patrick Vieira. Certainly, though, you would say game on here. Perfect time to score within the first 20 minutes. I mean, R9 didn't even need anyone there, Alan. It was just him on his own with about 3 defenders round him, but still somehow managed to create space.
R9 just does it all, Brandon. He's so fun to use. If you guys haven't used him already, I highly recommend you guys grind. Do anything possible to use a player like R9, Ronaldo Nazario. We've seen what he can do in these Summer Cup tournaments. But right now, we have a very good game 2-all. We see that Maxi gained some sort of confidence after that goal. The game right now is basically a 0-0 game. So it's going to be very interesting to see how that goal affects sort of the rhythm of this game.
Certainly made this match come to life, that goal, Alan. 2-2 the scoreline. See the possession stats there, Tigre. 62% possession so far, but who cares about possession? When you're able to score goals like that with R9. Tigre.
Tigre definitely trying to keep ball possession, as we did see there. If I was Maxi right now, I just keep on playing my defensive game. Don't rush any defenders out of position, right? Your level, you don't have to rush back and come back in the game. Just take advantage of all of the attacking possessions that you do get, like this one right here.
Here's Ben Yedder. Back to Mbappe again, a simple elastico. Such an effective skill move. So many players love it. Actually saw that last year when Tex was chaining them back to back to back in grand finals out in Atlanta. Made the skill move sort of loved even more. This year we know skill moves a lot higher, a lot harder, I should say, to combine together, but still such an effective skill move. There's a scoop turn from Cruyff, took a deflection from Virgil van Dijk. Tigre able to defend that one, just 2 minutes left, plus additional time to come up here. Still such an even playing field with 45 minutes left in it. Really are waiting to see which way this game is going to go. That should do us, though, for half-time in this one. And we said it perfectly, Alan. Whoever scores the first goal can dictate how this game goes. And, of course, it was Maxi that got the goal. Now 45 minutes left. This is anyone's tie.
It's a very cagey game at the moment. We do see that Tigre only has that one shot. And we do see that Maxi has created a little bit more shots. However, though, Tigre is keeping the ball possession. He's depriving Maxi from the ball because he knows how good Maxi is on the ball, on the attack. So he's trying to sort of like just keep the ball, find the opening, sort of try to bait Maxi into like committing a defender, center defensive midfielder, center back, breaking his organization shape at the back. Like I said, if I was Maxi, I just have to keep on playing your game, be patient. Honestly, maybe wait this game out to penalty. Just don't bring anyone out of position.
It's another pause cue by Maxi. Chance now for Eusebio. It's a great save from Edwin van der Sar to send that out for a pause. And what's Maxi changing here?
So it looks like Johan Cruyff out and then Neymar in. We did see how this impacted his game. The first game of the day that he had. He brought in that Neymar, and Neymar quickly scored a goal for him. And we see that in this game. We will see. Very interesting from Tigre, taking the corner kick directly. We were talking about how it's not as effective. And what a strike off the post, canceling out the post that Maxi had earlier on in this game.
I mean, some would say karma there. Let's say karma, I should say, from Tigre. I mean, he took the corner early. We saw one of those go into the back of the net yesterday. from Fiddle with Virgil van Dijk. Unbelievable goal. It was a front post flick on. Tigre trying to replicate that. 24 hours on. Chance went out to the edge of the box. R9 had it. And what R9 does is normally gets the shot somewhat on target. Of course, that one just off target, hitting the post. Here's Maxi. In the right sort of area with Cristiano Ronaldo into Mbappe. Can he get that super sub onto the ball as we talked about Neymar? Scored a big goal for Maxi in the first game today here in the Summer Cup Series. We'll be hoping that he can do exactly the same in here. Only 60 minutes played. As always, if we are drawing, it could be extra time. And Tigre, very much familiar with extra time, because that's where his last game went, where he snatched a late goal to sort of send Ajit Power down to the loser match, which, as we said, will be coming up after this one. Ajit Power against Villa Moore. Loser of that goes out of the Summer Cup Series. Tigre, Eusebio. Can't find that ball into R9 because Kante's there. Kante proving his worth in one of those CDM spots that not everyone is always that keen to back.
That was a big mistake from Maxi there. Very, very big mistake. Giving the ball up in such a crucial area of the pitch. Tigre on top of the box, and he capitalized on it. Good defense, though. Brandon, if there's something that I can say about these two competitors so far from this performance, what a masterclass at the back. Both of these guys have been showing how good they are defensively. This game may be sort of like a slow tempo game, but you just got to respect the defensive work these two competitors have been showing.
It's going to come down to that same scenario again, that same famous quote from myself. It's going to be a mistake or just a piece of magic in the final third that will separate this tie. 20 minutes left in it. We haven't seen all the changes in the world from Tigre. Of course, Maxi back in Neymar off the bench again. He's done well before. This is the time when we need him in front of the goal. Wins the ball back with Cristiano Ronaldo. Doing everything he can just to create one chance. That's all Maxi needs. Good play. Danilio hunting for the ball. And Tigre defending well. Gets a lot of space with R9. It's not the place you want him on the pitch. You want him in the centre, on the edge of the box, where the 5-star weak foot can be used in his incredible in-game statistics. Another pause comes in. This is from Maxi. 15 minutes left. Time for another sub. I can probably guess. Pull it. Got to be patient. Got to ensure it's the right option to get that ball forward. A big switcher play out to Kante. R9 is there on the edge of the box. Here is Maxi. Well played by Virgil van Dijk, just to ensure the danger was clear.
This game is going to come to that final chance, I feel like. Whoever gets that wide open space in front of goal, that wide open shot, they better take advantage of it. Because if they do, I feel like that is going to be who's going to be advancing to day number 3, $5,000 richer.
This could be that chance now, Alan. Kante into Mbappe, waiting so carefully. Where's that gap? Where's that space? Where's R9? Well, it does well to get past Danilio, but for not so long. Could get past his teammate. Seven minutes left. Does this game need extra time? Will there be late drama from one of these two? Mbappe. Back to Gillette. Eusebio waiting patiently. Mbappe can go on his own as well.
Big tackle. That was 86th minute. If I was Maxi here, I would honestly hold the ball for the very final attack. I would avoid giving up ball possession. I'd rather have the last chance. If I don't make that last chance, we go over to extra time. It's better than conceding in the 90th minute and being sent over to the loser's bracket.
Here we are. Added time in front of us. Last chance potentially in this game. Maxi will get it. Unless possession changes hands, and that's what will happen. Got to get the ball forward as Tigre. If anybody knows late drama in the Summer Cup Series, it's this man. Possession again changes hands. Here's Maxi. Added time of 2 minutes has been played. This has to be perfect in the final third. It's intercepted by Danilo. And we will need 30 more minutes of extra time here.
Oh boy, what a game. The thing is, you can look at it as Tigre having the advantage in this extra time. He's been here in the last game that he just finished playing to make it into this matchup against Maxi. Maxi, first time that he has a close game like this. He did win the first game 3-0. And Mbappe out, interesting. And Eusebio, a Pantera, and he is making some substitutions, bringing in Ramos as a central defensive midfielder like he did in that first game as well. You guys may be wondering, Ramos is a center defensive midfielder? Yes, I highly recommend you guys use him there. He has all of the characteristics that a center defensive midfielder needs to possess. Just because he has a center back written on his card doesn't mean that he can't play as a center defensive midfielder.
Certainly feels like that's one of the other clubs you'd so call it on FIFA. Players that can play in CDM. I know David Luiz was one of those in the past. Sergio Ramos being sort of the leader of the pack. Anyone else off the top of your head that you think could play in CDM?
Marcelo definitely can play as a center defensive midfielder. Definitely one of the best outside backs defenders in world-class football. But the thing about him is he offers that attack as well, sort of like a Gillette, you can say.
Well then, as Alan said, $5,000 on the line, a place in Championship Sunday to whoever can pull themselves through this tie. Loser goes into our final game of the day winner. We'll get a fast track into Championship Sunday. Maxi of Team Complexity or Timbers Tigre. Well, we need penalties for the first time. Who knows? 10 minutes played already of extra time. 20 minutes only left here. Eusebio. This is Maxi building into that perfect chance. Ramos brought into the CDM. Here's Neymar. Chance into R9.
Let's go.
Well, I don't know what it is about Maxi and R9, but it's just a special connection once again in the final third. A scoop turn away. A guessing game for Tigre. And Maxi finds the back of the net and finds the lead once again in this time.
We hear that bit of emotion coming from Maxi. Let's go! Let's go! It's insane seeing Maxi on top of the box. The things that he does, the space that he creates in such tight little spaces to find the back of the net. Very impressive stuff. Now it's a matter of him trying to hold the lead, because let me tell you, I feel like Tigre is about to pressure him to try to send his game into penalties.
It's just all about R9, isn't it? R9 this, R9 that. He is the man of the moment, the man of the Summer Cup Series. Making all the storylines. Also scoring all the goals. 15 minutes left here. That goal, honestly, could win it for Maxi.
It really can. That goal right there is going to give him that sort of edge, sort of say. However, though, you can't rule out Tigre. He's experienced in these late situations. He's sort of checking right now what formation Tigre is using. He's still sticking true to the 4-4-1-1. However, though, definitely we can expect some tactical adjustments from Tigre in this final half of extra time. I feel like he's definitely going to move up the depth. He's going to sort of team press, which Maxi can sort of take advantage of, because whenever someone team presses you, they leave a lot of gaps, a lot of spaces open at the back. So nice counter from Maxi can definitely seal the deal here.
Well then, 15 minutes in front of us. Ribery. Summer heat will come on. So will Pele. Late changes for Tigre. Just needs one chance. He's proven that, Tigre, how clinical he is in front of goal. Bullet and Ben Yedder scoring his only 2 goals in this game. But Maxi, what have we sort of said he's done well in the Summer Cup Series. Defensively, he has been solid, Alan.
Definitely both sides of the pitch. Defensively, absolutely solid. And then we do see a chance here from Tigre, and he does manage to find the equalizer in the 112th minute with R9 Ronaldo Nazario. Oh my goodness, the scenes in this game. He breaks down Maxi's defense there.
The commentators curse anymore, Alan, than I just did there. Maxi, so good at defending, but then what does he do? R9, doesn't matter who he's playing for. Finds the back of the net. And this man only needed one chance. One sight of goal. R9 Ronaldo makes this game all square again. Timbers Tigre somewhat loves extra time, and he's 3 minutes away from a $5,000 penalty shootout. Or is there more late drama? Franck Ribéry off the bench. Well played by Gillette. It's time to clutch up from one of these two. One more chance, one more good chance to send you into Championship Sunday and to avoid going to the lottery that is a penalty shootout. No one wants to go there to decide that sort of money. Added time of just 2 minutes. Lofted forward. Eventually, Danilio just about gets a grip on that. Tigre will now get the final chance. Franck Ribéry off the bench. Into Eusebio. He's got Ronaldo in support as well. Well played. And on ball. Oh no. Oh no. We're going to a penalty shootout. Here we go. Maxi steps up first with Sergio Ramos. Which way is he going to go? And he scores. Next up is Tigre. Franck Ribéry.
What a pin, what a pin.
Off the bench. And ensures he's able to find the back of the net. Time for Maxi now. Neymar. Another one of his super subs. Can he find the back of the net? No, he can't. It's a save. And Pele looking to find a lead into this penalty shootout. He will 2-1.
That run up with Neymar is something else.
Saved as well. That's 2 missed from Maxi. Tigre holding his nerve from the spot. 3 out of 3. Has to score. We will be game over. R9 Ronaldo for Maxi. He's looking at the controller. He can forget looking at the controller because Tigre will stir the pot in North America. He might be ranked 33rd in the world, but that doesn't matter in knockout football. It's all about who can hold their nerve from the spot. And Timbers Tigre bags himself $5,000 and a spot in Championship Sunday. How on earth has that game come out like it has? Unbelievable scenes. Extra time needed, late goals needed, and of course, late drama from the penalty spot. I mean, Alan, what a game that was.
What a game it was. Maxi does get taken out on a pin shootout. You just don't want to come up against Tigre in extra time. Tigre turned into a different animal beast at extra time. He knows what he needs to do to secure the win whenever the game is in extra time. And I mean, well played to Tigre coming back against a tough opponent like Maxi.
Yeah, certainly indeed. A huge congratulations to Timbers Tigre. He joins us now on the broadcast for a little interview after that game. And I think Tigre, we have to say, how are the nerves after that penalty shootout?
No, I usually don't get nervous because, you know, I'm a pretty calm person, so I manage my stress pretty well, so it worked out. I'm very happy to win and qualify to the playoffs finally.
Yeah, Tigre, it seems like you're really great, comfortable in extra time. Do you do anything to prepare yourself for extra time moments? Have you seen anything in the past that sort of prepared you, made you better at extra time?
No, the thing is that I have a lot of experience, so I knew I didn't need to like go like high pressure really quick. So I managed to stay calm. I actually used pressure after possession loss, and it worked out. I think I recovered the ball in his field, and I scored that.
That's awesome. One final question, Tigre. You do secure yourself $5,000, and not only that, a spot for tomorrow's day number 3 at a chance of $10,000. What do you do from here? How do you relax? How do you prepare yourself for tomorrow?
The same way I prepared for today. I think I'm gonna maybe practice some warm-up games before my game against Fiddle, who is a great player. But yeah, just prepare mentally. I think is the most important, and I think I am capable of winning the whole thing.
Awesome.
Wise words there from Tigray. A huge congratulations, my friend. You book a place in Championship Sunday, and we look forward to seeing you there.
Thank you, bro. I appreciate it.
There you go, Alan. A huge congratulations to Timbers Tigray. I mean, we saw an unbelievable winners match yesterday against Fiddle and Yoksan. Again, we see it today. Maxi goes into that final game of the day where we will see him in action a little bit later on. But that's enough from me and Alan. We have our third name into Championship Sunday, joining Yoksan Fiddle. It will be Timbers Tigray. Guys, Jimmy, Spencer and Mike, what a game that was.
Unbelievable scenes. I don't even know what to say. It was Maxi, and it was Tigray, and then Maxi and Tigray, back and forth, unbelievable penalties. I thought yesterday, I'm going to be honest, I thought yesterday the Fiddle Yoksan match was the best piece of FIFA I'd seen in quite some time. This one could rival it, Spencer.
I mean, listen, extra time always gives you that, doesn't it? You get extra football, you get extra bang for your buck. And this Tigray fella, he loves extra time. Tell you what, to go 1-0 or a goal behind, and you have that little time to get back into it, and then get the goal back, and then win the penalties, it takes a certain kind of cojones, to use the natural language of Tigray, to do that. And listen, I'm very impressed with him. Maxi VIP is no mug. You know, he's a top player. He hadn't conceded a goal in the earlier game. So fair play to Tigray. He goes through to tomorrow.
All right, Mike, let's take a look at these highlights because I need to relive this again. It was an incredible game by two players playing at peak form, in my opinion.
Absolutely, and it's part of the 3 C's. We saw cool, calm, and collected from Tigray. He went down early, and you see Maxi has that pretty easy on the eyes footwork. It's a beautiful goal, gorgeous. The build-up around the box. Some of those intricacies are difficult. You can see even Tigray's reaction. You got to respect it. It's just not easy to do, to have those fine details. It's almost if you're putting together an outfit and you're looking for the extra accents. But Tigray battles back, gets the equalizer, 48th minute. Not done there. Lovely with the back heel there. Get back to Rude. You can definitely say some good fortune on the rebound. It's part of FIFA. Maxi's not happy in that moment. And when I look at Tigray's gameplay, it's very methodical. You're looking at someone who's deliberate, meticulous, structured with how he builds up and the opportunities that he's trying to create. Yeah, tactical adjustments or lack thereof, or knowing what to adjust, which is hard to do at the highest level. Another gorgeous 360 finish there, R9. You're saying, all right, that's got to be it. But Tigray constantly battles back time and time again. Even when he goes down here, and I really love the goal, you see the space created, lays it off, give it back to R9. You're just looking to get R9 somewhere on the top of the box. A couple quick turns, scoops, 5-star weak foot, no problem, no question, no second guessing. Tigray increases the pressure for the second portion of extra time. You can see that his players are much more aggressive, keep it simple. Like his goals aren't necessarily fancy, but at the end of the day, it's still about intangibles. And then in penalty kicks, he looks very comfortable, saved multiple penalties from Max. And he wasn't looking down at the controller. He wasn't double checking. He knew what he wanted to do. Actually, he does take a glance there. But I was about to say, I didn't see it when I was watching it. I have someone looking down at the controller, but he made good guesses from the spot. And a lot of that comes down to experience, and that's what he stressed. If you saw his interview where he was talking to Brandon and Alan, he said, I've been here before, and I knew not to rush. He solidified himself in the winner's final, and he has $5,000 that has been secured.
All right, so we've just seen the winners clash, but now it is time to prepare for our first elimination match of the day. As Via More and Agit Power battle it out to see who survives and who gets knocked out. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Going to be FIFA 20 tournaments every single week.
Up in the air and into the back of the net. With an absolute laser beam to that top left corner. The next PlayStation FIFA superstar. Neymar! Is it? What a finish from Neymar.
Bosniano. He's writing himself into the history books.
It's the story of dreams.
PlayStation.
someone asks you what you're made of, don't just tell them, show them. Show them that you're made of proving the doubters wrong. All the doubters, every single one of them. Show them, whatever happens, you don't have to raise your fists to beat your enemies. Show them you're stronger when you stand together. And you never leave anyone out on their own. Show them that where you're from is as important as where you end up.
Sterling has called for players and fans to unite against discrimination and abuse that's overshadowing football, demanding action.
And show them, whatever our rivalries, whatever our differences, we stand shoulder to shoulder against all forms of prejudice. So it's got no place to grow. Because when we show our best side, we don't just play the game, we change it.
The FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series North America is presented by Gillette and brought to you in part by Turtle Beach. As a reminder, make sure to follow @Turtle Beach on Twitter and tweet using the hashtag #BuiltToWin for your chance to win an Elite Pro 2 headset. All right, Spencer.
So this is
let's talk through Group B. Let's
Jimmy.
do this.
Yeah, let's go. So, Group B, we've got obviously Maxi coming in this decider match. He didn't, despite winning 3-0 in the opening match, he wasn't able to overcome against Timbers Tigray, who's the extra time specialist. He cannot be beat. Whether it's on the buzzer in the last minute or penalties, he will find a way. The Tigray's through to tomorrow, whatever happens. Now, we're going to see Villamore versus Agit Power. The winner of that game will play Maxi tomorrow. The loser of that game goes out, and the loser of the second game goes out. So these are 2 games left, and they're both elimination matches.
And we're looking at the final bracket for Championship Sunday. We have Fiddle and Tigray. That is confirmed in the winners final. It's so important because if you win that game, you put yourself instantly into the grand final. You guarantee that money, but you also make it where whoever comes up with the loser's semifinal and the loser's final has to beat you twice. So you have a massive advantage. And we've only seen one competitor throughout 4 of the Summer Cup Series events be able to come from the bottom bracket and get a win in the grand final.
All right. Well, before we dissect big elimination match in more detail, let's get to know a little bit more about Villamore Trace. Take a look.
My Manejar el estrés de jugar a clase muy alta, creo que para mí ha sido ligeramente fácil porque me considero una persona tranquila, que se toma los partidos muy en serio, muy pasivamente. Entonces me lo he tomado de la mejor manera, aparte de practicando todos los días, hace que te dé confianza. Mi nombre es Luis Fernando Villanueva Moreno, tengo 25 años, juego para 19 esports y mi ID es Villamore3. Mi manera favorita de atacar en FIFA es por las bandas, ya que es en lo que se basa el fútbol real. Entonces me considero un jugador que juega muy abierto. Mi formación favorita para atacar y para jugar los torneos es la 4-4-1-1 o 4-2-3-1, pero en las variantes para tratar de abrir al rival y tengo la 4-4-2, que se me hace una formación muy ofensiva. Mi gol más memorable fue en la Elimination contra Dinamarca, ya que el partido se nos estaba yendo de las manos contra Marcuso y el hecho de haber remontado el partido creo que fue bastante emoción. Lo que he aprendido estos 2 años es en el aspecto mental, a ser más tranquilo, a cerrar mejor los partidos o a abrirlos, y lo que me falta mejorar es el aspecto todavía mental, porque a veces cuando el partido está muy reñido me empiezo a desesperar, entonces hay que mejorar mucho ese aspecto. Desde mi punto de vista, el mejor jugador de NA Pro Player es Yoxan, por todo lo que ha ganado. Considero que es un jugador que presiona como nadie lo hace y ataca muy paciente, entonces es un jugador de mucho cuidado. Me cambié de equipo para 19 esports porque me gustó mucho el proyecto, las personas que están dentro, los jugadores, y siento que me eligieron porque es todo muy constante en el juego. Creo que la cualidad que tenemos los pro players en México es que defendemos mejor que lo que atacamos, entonces 1 o 2 chances que tengamos la vamos a meter y te vamos a defender con todo. El hecho de que esté el top 8 de NA significa que van a ser partidos muy cerrados y que se definen por detalles.
Some great insight there from Villamore. Trace, get a look at him. He's no stranger. He's been around. He's consistent, I think, is the word. But Mike, let's talk about him a little bit more. What do you like about his game?
Well, I like Villamore when I'm watching him play. He's always been very good on the defensive end. He talked about it a little bit there in his player focus, where he has a lot of pride. Says Mexican players give it all on the defensive end. And at the end of the day, whether you love it, you hate it, you fall somewhere in between. Defense wins championships. I know it sounds so cliche, but it's very rare that we see in the competitive FIFA scene somebody be able to win events consistently or get to the finals consistently with the mindset that I'm just going to outscore my opposition. It just rarely happens. And I like the passion that he brings to the game. Like I said, I watch a lot of his live streams. My Spanish is gradually improving as the chat in his streams and Boulabaria's teammates' streams. Probably can say that I'm getting better at it. We start talking about, different dinners that I'd like to go on and visiting and so forth and so on. That's a side note. I like his game. I think that he's got a lot of potential, even though he's 25 years old. Age is just a number, and maybe because I'm a little bit older, not quite as old as Jimmy, thankfully, or Spencer, actually. I think Spencer's a year on me. But I like seeing old competitors make it happen, or older competitors. 25 is old, apparently.
Wow. Spencer, let's talk about, though, Villamore's first match against Maxi, because after Maxi beat him 3-0, Maxi said, that wasn't the Villamore I know. That he didn't play very well. He wasn't using the cards that were the best that he could use in game. Do you think that we're going to see a different version of him in this one?
Well, we need to. It's the only person that's been had a shutout against him in the whole of this tournament so far. So he's going to feel that pressure. He's going to want to bounce back from that. He's up against Agile Power, who you could say is lucky to be in the tournament after, we mentioned how he couldn't make it. But yeah, I mean, listen, no one was expecting to see Maxi in the loser bracket based on our earlier predictions of what we've seen. So they know the winner of this game is going to play Maxi. I think from that, it's an elimination match. You're in the loser bracket. You can't afford to lose again. You've got to go out. You've got to leave it all on the pitch. The last thing you want to do from a Villamore standpoint is be too defensive and not give yourself the chance to score again. You've got to open up a little bit and play.
All right, Mike, let's talk about Agile Power, because he just had a heartbreaking loss where he lost to Tigre in extra time in the very last minute. As someone that loses a lot, Mike, I just wanted to ask, how do you recover that? How do you keep your focus for the next match?
Well, look here, Jimmy. You haven't been a winner in a while either. Just throwing that out there. I think Agile Power has always had a really strong mentality, as you like to call him, Mr. Power. We've seen his experience. We've seen him grow into the scene. And he's going to be one of those low-scoring types of players. He controls games. He's a possession guy. I talk about him being extremely calculated with how he builds up his game plan, and we're not going to see anything different. I'm not expecting this Viamore and Agit Power matchup to be a high-scoring affair. I think both players are going to try to outthink each other. And if you lose your opening game, that means you're probably not in your best form, which can make the affairs even a little more cagey.
All right, Mike. I think you know that I'm winning at life. All right, let's get to predictions. Spencer, who do you got in this one? Because for me, it's a coin flip.
Does this tell you who I've got, this pose? What a picture, by the way. Just natural. He's gone. Oh, give us another pose. He's gone. It means business. Agit Power is powerful. Agit Power for the win.
All right, you picked him before. We'll see if that works out for him this time around. Mike, are you joining Spencer in his prediction?
I like to go off a logic argument, and I like to look at form. I didn't like the way that Viamore played, and I didn't like his squad building in his opening matchup. I realized it was against Max, but he didn't get any goals. He didn't look attacking. He was lacking the ability to get in behind. And it has to be said, if your squad's not properly put together or it's not built, you're putting yourself at a disadvantage. If you don't have the correct position, you need personnel. I got Agit Power as well. I just don't like what I saw from the opening game from Viamore. Maybe you could turn it around. I'm all for that.
All right. Well, you've heard from us. Let's throw it over to Richard Buckley and Gorilla, who have the call of this first elimination match of day 2.
Thank you very much, Jimmy and Spencer and Mike. Yes, we're back for the elimination game. Gorilla, the main thing that I want to talk about, elimination football. Does your mindset change at all? You're coming into a loser's bracket. You've already lost today. How do you get yourself back motivated to get into this game?
I'm not really sure you need that added motivation. You're in the loser bracket. It's as simple as all or nothing. I don't think your game will change that much, but I think mentally you become a bit more serious. You know, you should be playing serious anyway in the winners bracket, but just sometimes when it's all on the line, because in the winners bracket, you know, deep down in your brain, if you do lose, you still got another chance at it. So I think with the loser bracket now, the loser's out and the winner will go through to tomorrow. So I think it's an important game. And we'll have to wait and see. But I'm looking forward to this. Agit Power was really good in his last game. So hopefully he can reproduce that and obviously take his chances this time around.
It was indeed. You heard Mike LaBelle talking about Viamore's squad there, saying the way that it was built, not really how you sort of see teams. So I want your opinion on it, Gorilla. Talk to me through Viamore's squad here that we're seeing on the screen.
Well, this is the first time I've actually seen it. Danny Carvajal is very questionable. Theo Hernandez is questionable as well. In terms of the usual player picks, obviously we've seen Ben Yedder in the last game with Tigray, but Summer Heat, Frank Ribery is a very interesting one as well, with no Hullet. So very, very questionable, as Mike did say. But again, it comes down to personal preference. We're looking at this and it's a bit unorthodox, as probably what you see with the top pro players. But again, personal preference. If it works for him, it works for him. I would like to maybe see 1 or 2 changes coming off the last game, but you know, it's his team and he can use whoever he wants. So if he's used them, he's used them.
And over to Agit Power's team, Gorilla. I think the big change, really, both players using Ramos, but you see Virgil van Dijk in the squad there.
Yeah, so I think that's probably one of the better backlines you can get. Maybe Wan-Bissaka at right back or Trent, but you obviously like Zambrotta. But I really like the look of this team. Very, very good. Obviously, we've put in and De Bruyne in the CDM positions as well. So look out for that. You'll probably use them quite well, building up the field and using them on the edge of the box. They're very good on the ball.
Just a quick note on Viamore's team. We saw Ribery as a striker, but he's typically a left mid, so the best chemistry you can get is 7 as a left forward. Do you ever, when you're putting your teams together, have such a relationship with a player that you had in the past, Gorilla, where you've thought, I need at any cost to get this player in my team? Or do you think that's a little naive from Viamore?
I don't really find an issue with it. I kind of have a limit of 2 players off chemistry if it's a necessity to have him in a team, such as a team this season, Neymar. Like if Neymar is the only position available for him is a striker, and I've got to play him on a 7 chemistry, then he's in the team. But I try and stay away from it as much as possible. You saw Agit Power, I think, had De Bruyne on 7 chemistry as well. So it's not unheard of to have people off chemistry. But you know, if he's a big fan of Ribery and the only way to get him on in the team is off chemistry, then I'm all for it.
And here we go in our elimination match of the day, the first one of 2 that we're going to be seeing in the North American Summer Cup Series, Day 2. It's going to be Villamor kicking from left to right with that unconventional squad that he is using from right to left. Ajit Power representing Footballist. He lost in heartbreaking fashion, 2-1 in his first game of the day. In 120th minute, the game went away from him. Villamor didn't score in the first game of the day. Can he rectify the attacking sort of mistakes he was making in the first game against Maxi VIP in the opening stages here in this elimination match? R9 looking to turn, but Virgil van Dijk standing strong. If you're in this tournament, Gorilla, you've lost your opening match, but you've lost it in a way where you didn't score a goal, you lost 3-0, it was quite convincing for your opponent. Do you make tactical changes? Does anything change? Or do you just think it was a bad day at the office, I'm going to come strong next game?
I think it depends on how you played over the 2 legs. For me personally, if I've lost over 2 legs, 3-0, and I don't feel like my performance was good enough, then I'd make a change, whether it's personnel, maybe changing one of your attacking players, or just changing 3 or 4 players can actually make you play a little bit different. But for me, I would have probably changed maybe with a 2-striker formation. But again, it depends on if he's confident in his gameplay, and it was just maybe the one-off. But we'll have to wait and see in this game. For me personally, I would have made a change, whether it's personnel or formation/tactics.
Ajit Power creating a couple of early chances here down the right-hand side, but he went to play it back in to the middle of the pitch, and Sergio Ramos standing strong. Sergio Ramos seeming to be in all the teams here this evening. I don't think we've seen him really across any of the other regions. It's always been Vieira van Dijk. But today especially, Sergio Ramos has been in the teams, he's been standing strong, and he's been putting on a good performance.
Yeah, I think that's the beauty of the different regions. I think you'll see a lot of the European players probably go with Vieira, maybe 1 or 2 other players, but you won't really see Ramos that much. I actually don't mind Sergio Ramos, but I think Vieira just adds that a bit more security. He's very similar to Van Dijk in the sense of his height, his pace, his strength. But Ramos does offer something a little bit different. He's a bit better on the ball. He's got a lot better passing, I do believe, than some of the other centre-backs as well. So, again, you're going to see this with the different regions and different players. But I don't think it's a bad thing. It's just, we're so used to maybe seeing like a Vieira there that we're questioning it. But he's still a top player. Obviously, he's team of the season version as well. So I wouldn't really doubt it. But, yeah, obviously you're used to seeing Vieira. But, no, Ramos this time, it seems.
And you've played FIFA for many a years. You've played against people from all over the world, from different regions. Does the actual gameplay itself that you play in terms of what your opponent brings, for example, do the players from South America play a different style to what European players like? Do people from Germany play different to what people from France play like? Is there any sort of real noticeable changes when you're playing FIFA against players from all over the world?
Sometimes, yeah. I think with different regions you get different play styles. But again, it comes down to the player at the end of the day. It doesn't necessarily mean one region is better than another. It could just be a certain player against a certain different player's play style. So I don't think certain countries have a specific play style, because it's FIFA at the end of the day. Not everyone from France, for example, will like to keep the ball. There's very attacking French players. So I don't think it's necessarily the country or the region. I just think it comes down to game style versus game style in that one-on-one match. So you should do your research on your opponent and figure out how he's playing.
And in terms of that game style, how many sort of game styles do you need to be successful? Because you can't really play just one way of FIFA and expect to steamroll all your oppositions. How many sort of presets do you have going into a game?
I think in previous FIFAs, for me personally, I kind of had the mindset of master my plan A. And that's kind of been my downfall, I'd probably say, in some situations.
It's beautiful.
And that is a fantastic goal. That was a nice fake shot there.
Out of nowhere, Kylian Mbappe. We're talking about mastering the plan A. That's a player who's got the mastery of the fake shot right there. Beautiful timing from Ajit Power. Very similar to what we saw in his first game where he went 1-0 up. He held the lead for seemingly 85-90% of that matchup. Is it going to be a similar story now, or will Villamor answer back? But just as you're saying, you mastered your plan A in previous FIFAs. What changed this year?
Yeah, so I think this year I took it a lot more seriously, obviously bringing Zach in as a coach, and obviously I wanted to master my plan A in terms of the way I want to play the game from the offset. But things change in games. There's different situations that you're going to be dealt with, so you need to make sure that you have a plan B and a plan C. And it's not necessarily meaning that your whole game play is going to change like a completely different format, but obviously the plan A normally is 4-2-3-1, and you need to be confident with 4-4-2. But sometimes you might want to just try a bit of an orthodox 4-1-2-1-2 arrow. Obviously, it was a really good formation in previous FIFAs, but not so much this year. But against some opponents, you might have to use it just because he's very good at defending the wing. So you're trying to box him into the middle. So I think you just got to be confident. You'll never be 100% with plan B and C in different formations, but you got to be very confident in switching it whenever needed.
Versatility is the key to any successful FIFA player. Seen here, Moore trying to answer back in this game just before half-time. Does come rolling around, Kevin De Bruyne into Frenkie de Jong. Into R9 again with that little fake shot, and a beautiful finish from R9. Two very similar goals that we've seen in the first half, Gorilla.
I really, really liked what Moore just done there. Again, I'm going to keep saying it this weekend. Play on the edge of the box, wait for that space, and the left stick turning with R9 then, just to get away from the centre-back, get that near post was very, very simple, but very, very effective. So that was a very nice goal from Moore there.
When you're talking about left stick dribbling, do you want to go a little bit further in depth on that for people at home? Because it's not with the skill moves, it's not using the right stick, it's just all with the left stick. How do people master that?
It's as simple as the left stick. There's no two ways about it. It's literally, it's not as easy as it is done. It does take a while to master it, but I think it's as simple as just maybe when you receive the ball with the back to the defender, just wiggle it one way and then go back on yourself quite quickly. Obviously, it sounds very easy, but I think there's some tutorials online that you can go and look at for that, and I do recommend it. It's a very, very good addition to your game, and it's, as you've seen, you'll probably see more goals over this weekend come from that. It just gives you that quick burst of a turn, and then it gives you that open chance, and as we just saw, the near post opportunity there.
I'm sure our very own Michael Bell's got plenty of tutorials that you can check out. Ruud Gullit building into the attack here for Ajit Power, looking to bounce back after conceding that goal. Edge of the box. Defended well, though, via Moore. I remember, speaking of the left stick dribbling, it was Marco just about a week ago in the Oceania Summer Cup Series. It was just slow build up into R9, and then that instinctive left stick movement was creating so many chances. And when you've got a player like Prime Moments R9 in the final third, where he's agile on the ball but can also finish on either foot, it sort of goes hand in hand. You start putting these things together then, Gorilla. Your 5-star weak foot players, your left stick dribbling, you might be able to combo that with an elastico or reverse elastico, and you start to create a real formidable attack.
Yeah, and like you said, that 5-star weak foot gives you that unpredictability because you don't know where the striker's going to go. He's going to go on his right foot or the left foot. They're strong on both. But, the added 5-star skill moves such as an R9 Ronaldo or Neymar, when they have the combination of a 5-star, 5-star, obviously Cruyff has it as well, you can do so many things. And when you're playing against a Ben Yedder or Eusebio, you know for a fact they can't do an elastico or reverse elastico out of any combination of a skill move. So it kind of makes life a little bit easier defending. Doesn't mean that Ben Yedder's not a good player or Eusebio. It just gives you less tools to work with on the attack in front and gives the defender kind of a heads up, hey, I'm not going to do an elastico, because you know that they don't have the 5-star skill moves. But the left thumbstick dribbling, it's so easy. But again, like you said, you can do other things out of it. You can do a quick reverse elastico. It all depends on the situation at hand.
Absolutely. And Cruyff there building into the final third. And just going off of the back of that, that's why you see players not using Mo Salah, for example, or the items like Leo Messi even, that are ridiculously high rated, that are really, really good on weekend league or in division rivals, but when you've only got a 3-star or a 4-star weak foot, you do become quite predictable in the final third. That's why mostly attackers, players like Cruyff, R9, Ribery, the only sort of 4-star weak foot player that gets away with it, you would say, is Cristiano Ronaldo?
Yeah, I think Cristiano Ronaldo is one of those that you just have to have. He's incredible. I think you'll see a lot of pro players actually use him as a winger. I think that's his best position because of his height, his pace, his strength. It just offers you everything there, and you don't really need his weak foot as much as if he was playing down the middle. So it's definitely a winger in my opinion this year.
Great interception there from Sergio Ramos with Ajit Power there, and we're already 70 minutes gone in this game. I've got my pen and pencil out. I've been taking plenty of notes from Gorilla over the weekend. Outside the foot shot, left stick dribble. Zambrotta. If only it was. Down this right-hand side. Into Ruud Gullit, looking to build up through the middle again. That slow build-up that we saw in his match against Timbers Tigre, which was nearly successful for him, all the way up until the 122nd minute before Ronaldo broke Ajit Power's heart with a late winner.
This is what he needs to do, though. This is what he needs to do. Just keep the ball on the edge of the box. Because if he's going to force it, it's just going to give the possession to the opposition. And you don't want that, obviously. So, again, he's doing well. Very patient. But he needs to make sure he does that killer pass to create that opportunity.
A turnover of possession there from that header outwards by Villamor. R9 picked up. Just having a look there. It looks like striker dropped back in the bottom right corner. 12 minutes left to go, Gorilla. Substitutions will be entering the pitch here and also into the custom tactics.
I'm not sure, but he's either getting behind off the wingers, like he's taking it off as an instruction, or he's put it on. Because I'm sure the third slot across is the come short or getting behind or balance option. So it'll be interesting to see which one that was, because if we see his wingers going a bit in behind the fullbacks now, and obviously that's a bit more of an attacking mindset. So it'll be interesting to see what actually happens with his left and right mid.
10 minutes remaining, substitutions entering the pitch. Ruud Gullit as a super sub. That still baffling me right now. Bringing Gullit off of the bench, I feel like he has to be a starter. Alan Avi spoke about it, Mike LaBelle spoke about it, even his opponent in the first game, Maxi, spoke about it, said Gullit has to start in these games. When he's available for you, he's the best foot item on the game. Ajit Power, slow build up here. Zambrotta down the flank to Johan Cruyff. Dead stop down the line, back to Zambrotta. Ruud Gullit now introduced onto the pitch. Defensively, can he be a marvel in there? Robertson, Gullit brings it away. We're getting into that clutch time where you do have to keep the ball.
Yeah, this is a vital 4 minutes now, because if you're Villamor, you've got the possession, so you want it to be worst case, it's a draw or 2-1, but we'll see if he gives the ball away.
Oh, no! Oh my God! Flushed it wide. You've got to take your time. You have to take a touch there.
That was very, very unlucky. I think that's easier said than done, though, Richard, because I think, again, if I'm in that position, I would be shooting with CR7. Obviously, you know, us watching it, I think taking a touch is obviously a bit more of an easier thing said than done. But great opportunity there from Villamor. But he's gave away the possession, though, to Ajit Power, and we'll see with the next 1 minute now if he can create a chance for the whistle blows.
Don't know how the ball swerved as it did there by Cristiano Ronaldo, but a chance to put a dagger to the heart of Villamor after agonisingly close. He was agonisingly close, I should say, to taking that first leg. We're going into the second leg with a tie, level at 1 apiece. Ajit Power looks deep in thought at the break, Gorilla. What are your thoughts after the first 90 minutes?
I think it was very even, to be honest with you. I think they both had really good chances, and I think, in my opinion, they're playing a very good attacking game. They're keeping the ball on the edge of the box, and that is very, very key. I would like them to see the ball down the wing a little bit more, just to bring out maybe a centre back or a CDM across the field and quickly go back into the centre. But very good game. Obviously, it's only the 1-1, but very good attacking threats from both sides.
Yeah, it's a great game so far, and if you are wanting to see more action from a different game here on part of a Summer Cup series, the Apex Legends Global Series Summer Circuit showcases the best Apex players in their regions as they go head-to-head to compete for their share of a $500,000 prize pool. Coverage starts Monday, August 10th at 9:45 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. stay tuned to twitch.tv/play Apex to catch up on all the action. Gorilla, let's have a look at the highlights from the first leg here in this matchup, because it was quite a feisty affair, shall I say.
Yeah, it was a very, very good game, as I said. Attacking from both sides. That was a fantastic fake shot. Again, so simple, but he got the shot off very quickly, not wasting any time. He put that into the back end. And just before the halftime whistle went, nice pass into R9. You see the left stick dribble, so sharp, so quick and effective, and he hits that near post shot away and he equalises it to make it 1-1.
Yeah, beautiful sort of the two goals in particular, they were took with such class, would you say, and so much composure. I feel as though if we had the consistency then throughout the rest of the attacks, maybe we'd see. I mean, these players, arguably Gorilla, wouldn't be in the position they're in an elimination match. One of these two is leaving the tournament in about 15 minutes' time.
Yeah, and I think that both players will be thinking now it's the last leg. Obviously, if they lose, they're out. So they need to make sure they take their chances. I think from what I've seen from Magic Power now, I've seen 3 legs in total. He's definitely capable of scoring more goals, and I would like to see him be a bit more effective in that final third. And like I said, I think both players have been doing really well, keeping the ball, being patient, bringing out the opposition CDMs and centre-backs. And they just need to do that a little bit more. But when they get into that final third, just do it in Elastico, obviously, with some kind of intent, but change up a little bit, because I feel like it's a bit too one-dimensional at the moment. It's a pass inside and then turn, maybe stop on the ball, do a reverse Elastico, roulette, stuff like that. So I think they need to switch up a little bit just to make sure, to make the defenders think twice, because at the moment it's very simple but effective. But if they want to get that win, I think they need to bring something out of the locker.
And you've been in this situation, you'd say hundreds of times, in between a 2-legged game of FIFA, you get this little bit of a break to sort of calm yourself down. What do you have a go-to sort of schedule that you like to do? Do you look back at your highlights? What is it that you want to do in between leg 1 and leg 2 if you were playing right now?
Well, I'll be speaking to my coach and just seeing. I don't want to overcomplicate it. I don't want it to be thinking a million things. So just want maybe 1 or 2 things what I've done wrong or what I need to do in the final third. And I'll also have a skill move in my head that I will want to do that I didn't do in the first game. For example, if I wasn't really doing the reverse Elastico, like we haven't really seen in this game, I'll plan on doing that at some point in the game to give me that chance of being unpredictable.
Yeah, I mean, it's not something you really think about, but if you can sort of take into consideration, we've seen, I think you've done it a few times, just the R1 no-touch turn, something at the break where you think, I could get in behind with that. How many sort of skill moves do you have like a list of skill moves that you think these are my go-to, or could you just pull anything out at any time? Because there's skill moves that we just never see. Like, I don't think I've ever seen someone do a waka waka in a game of competitive FIFA.
I know how to do the waka waka, but it's not very effective. It's very nice on the eye. But I think I have about 5 or 6 skill moves in the locker that I can just do without thinking. But I think it all comes down to muscle memory, the practice, and kind of combinations that you'll see in certain points of the attack. It's hard to explain, but when you're in an attack and you play a ball, like maybe a ball diagonal to one of your wingers, and you do a first-time driven pass into your striker, you kind of know what to do in those circumstances. It's not because if you're thinking about what you're doing it wrong, because you're then wasting time thinking about it. So you need to make sure it's muscle memory. You need to know what you need to do. I'm looking forward to this second leg. Hopefully we see something different.
Instinctive FIFA, always the best FIFA. As we get into this second leg here, who's going to take the initiative in this elimination matchup? Viewership kicking from left to right in the all-white, and from right to left it's going to be footballist Magic Power, all in red. Ronaldo, as Gorilla said, out wide here, looking to bully Dani Carvajal, which you would say is quite a favourable matchup for Ronaldo. If I'm Ajit Power's coach, I'm probably looking at that and thinking, get the ball to Ronaldo, because he, in the physical battles and in the pace battles, he's going to have the better of Carvajal.
100%, and I think we haven't really talked about it too much, is especially in this kind of match, Carvajal versus CR7, is a back post header, a little dink. You might have seen it at events from myself, especially one of the recent LAN events. I've done quite a few back post dinks to CR7, especially when you have that matchup against a smaller fullback. you can score headers on this game. Obviously, they're not as prolific as they were in last FIFA. But, I mean, we saw a header yesterday, I think, from a corner direct. So it's definitely a viable option. I just don't think people really think about it too much because they want to play down the middle and not really thinking about the cross. But, yeah, you never know. Maybe from a corner or a back post cross, we might see CR7 leap above Carvajal and maybe get that goal that's needed.
Yeah, if anybody's going to score a header at the back post, it's going to be Cristiano. Kevin De Bruyne can shoot on either side, goes inside the box into a pool of red shirts there, and just too many bodies behind the ball there. I think, looking at how the first leg went, I'm going to throw it out there, I think we're going to see extra time again. I don't really see either player taking this game by the scruff of the neck. The first goal could be the game-winning goal, in my personal opinion. R9 looking to turn with the Brazilian icon, only as far as Ben Yedder on the edge of the box. He can shoot. Plays it back into Ruud Gullit. Now we're going to wait for this slow build-up from Villamor. Neymar introduced into the fray with Gullit. Johan Cruyff now getting involved on the action. Gullit, edge of the box, 25 yards out. Ball into Ben Yedder, near post shot. Right option, finesse?
I don't know if he actually meant to do a finesse or not, because I feel like that's just a normal B shot near post, and Villamor would have been 2-1 up. That's a very, very good opportunity. What I wanted to mention as well, though, is Ajit Power's defence was quite open. The gap between the defenders and the midfielders for the initial attack was very worrying from an Ajit Power's perspective. So hopefully he sorts that out, because Villamor's getting really, really good chances here, and he's been playing well in the first 10-15 minutes. So yeah, let's keep an eye on that.
Ruud Gullit here, moving forward for Ajit Power. It seems as though everything goes through Gullit, and Villamor actually starting Ruud Gullit in this game. He brought him off of the bench last round, and in the last leg, for a matter of fact. This game, he's starting the Dutch icon. Even when you won your FIWC trophy almost 3 years ago, he was arguably the best player on the game then, and he's just continued this trend of being the go-to guy in midfield.
Yeah, don't remind me. It's been a while since I last won a tournament. But yeah, Ruud Gullit, very, very good player. And I think he's always going to be the go-to in every single FIFA. I think he's the first name on the team sheet. Very good defensively and also attacking. And there we go. No finesse shot there. B shot near post. And yeah, as I said, the spacing behind the gap, in between the CDMs and the defence is there. And Villamor taking the advantage.
Yeah, you literally almost spoke it into action right there. The gap in between the midfield and the defence just too big, too many holes back there. R9 Ronaldo, if you give him a chance, he will punish you. Double tap pass into the Brazilian icon, who fires it in at the near post and fires Villamor into a 2-1 lead here. And a pause cued by Ajit Power, clearly not happy with something that he's seeing on the pitch right now.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what he's going to be changing. I don't know if it's because he's got a lack of possession, and because what tends to happen is when you're 2-1 down, or if you lose in general, you kind of rush to get that possession back. So maybe he wants to change it so he has a few more numbers in midfield, or maybe he wants to go to 4-4-2, because I've not really seen anything from Ajit Power in his first 33 minutes. But yeah, he's obviously seen something wrong with his gameplay. Maybe he wants to do a personnel change. But yeah, we'll have to wait and see what he does in the pause menu.
And you're seeing sort of Villamor just take this game into the driver's seat right now. That switch of play, he has been pickpocketed. R9 driving forward. Ramos pulled out of position. Neymar around the goalkeeper. Oh.
Yeah, the touch wasn't on his side there. That was unfortunate, because if it was a better touch, maybe a shot, maybe the defender would have got off the line. But yeah, let's see if Villamor changed anything here.
I think I just saw for a second when we flashed on. We are watching Villamor's POV here. It was Ajit Power that did cue the pause, and he's certainly taking longer in that pause menu. But I think Ajit Power was actually in a 4-4-2 when he went into the pause menu, so I'm sure we'll be able to see straight away if it is a 4-4-2 from this goal kick for Ajit Power. And it's an early substitution as well, Gorilla. Johan Cruyff coming on for Neymar. That's a massive call.
Yeah, I was thinking that, because what tends to happen, you should really have 2 or 3 formations, or even the same formation with different tactics in terms of press on heavy touch. So if you're doing a pause in the first half before the final whistle's gone for half time, then I'd imagine it is going to be a player that's going to be substituted out, because you wouldn't want to pause it if you should really have those on the D-pad is what I'm trying to say. So yeah, I was kind of expecting a substitute, but very similar players, Cruyff and Neymar, both 5-star, 5-star, but you never know, could be the difference.
We'll see if Johan Cruyff does get involved. Beautiful play over the top there, R9 just unable to respond to that pass, and I tell you what, Villamor, confidence is flowing through this man right now.
Yeah, I think he's definitely been ahead in the first half, but as I'm saying that, what a through ball that is for Ajit Power.
Oh.
If he had that, if he controlled that, his CR7 was open on the left then, but that was unfortunate.
And Johan Cruyff already introduced there into the game down that right-hand side, getting in behind Andy Robertson. Having a watch of your live stream earlier when you were playing Weekend League, and Andy Robertson didn't seem to be your best friend.
I used to really like Andrew Robertson on FIFA. And I don't know why he's lost the yard of pace over the past few months. I don't know what it is. He just doesn't. It doesn't match up to 93 third and Mendy. But I just want a quick tip for people that are watching, just a little one. Try out the 3D radar. As you can see in effect here, I actually think it gives you a better overview of the field. That's just me personally. So if you're rocking the 2D radar, maybe try out the 3D. It might help you out a little bit, especially in FUT Champs.
And that's something that you change in the settings in terms of the radar at the bottom of the pitch. You can see just more of the game, is it? Why would people want to change? We'll get that opinion from yourself at half-time. So you mentioned it there. Why do people want to change from the 2D to the 3D? What makes the 3D better?
I just think it's a lot more clearer. You can see the icons a little bit better, and it kind of gives you a more realistic view of where the players are. So, for example, if I'm running down the wing and his right back is there and I'm with my left attacking mid, the distance where it actually shows on the radar, I think, is a bit more easy on the eye. So you actually know the distance without actually looking on the screen. And also just switching the play, I think it's just a lot easier on the eye. And I've switched to it for the past 2 years, I do believe, and I do benefit from it a lot. For me personally, I just feel like it's easier to read the game on the radar. When you're looking at it for like 2 or 3 seconds, you don't want to have to squint, you don't want to have to like overthink things, you want to see it perfectly. And I think 3D radar gives you that.
Quite defensive changes by Villamor there. We saw the depth and the width go all the way down to 3 in terms of his offensive and defensive custom tactics, and player instructions also put on his players. So it looks like Villamor sort of happy to sit back and soak up the pressure here, as Ajit Power will throw more bodies forward. A little bit early though to sort of turtle up, would you say?
I don't like it. It's going to invite pressure onto him, onto himself now, and with 1 half to go, maybe in like the 65th, 70th minute, maybe, but I feel like it's way too early to go in a bit more defensively, because he's going to give Ajit Power the possession and he's just going to create chances whether you like it or not.
Chance here down this byline, looking for the cutback. He's bouncing around the box. Oh, Virgil van Dijk somehow scooping it away. It looked like a certain goal.
That was unfortunate, but like I said, I don't know if that was necessary because of the depth, and Villamor's here. And I said, look at the gaps. The gaps are there. Very nice skill move there. Virgil van Dijk intercepting. What an interception that is. That easy could have been game over.
Just a little pass could have separated a 3-1 lead, and 2-2. That's how quick FIFA Esports can go. Down one end, Ajit Power had a chance, and now Villamor looking to make it 3. Sergio Ramos coming across, winning the ball, and also shrugging off his man. I have to say, since Cruyff has been introduced onto the pitch by Ajit Power, certainly seems to have been better going forward. We'll see if he can be a real game changer in the final 30 minutes here. Sergio Ramos again, stealing the ball back.
Yeah, I know Ajit Power is losing, but he needs to watch what he's doing with his CDMs, because Villamor has so many opportunities, because Hoodit is so far up the pitch, and the space in between De Jong and Hoodit is too large for him, for Villamor not to create chances. So I know there's 30 minutes left and he's losing, but he just needs to be a little bit more conservative in defence until like maybe like the last 10-15 minutes. But he's giving Villamor easy chances here.
Ruud Gullit on the edge of the box. Kevin De Bruyne here for Ajit Power. Needs a goal if he wants to keep his hope of $10,000 alive here in the North American Summer Cup Series. R9 off the bar.
He done everything so right, and that was unfortunate. Great finish by R9. Obviously didn't go in, but Very, very nice skill. And this is what I'm saying. Obviously, Villamor going down to 3 depth, as you said. He's just going to invite pressure onto him. And maybe unnecessary pressure. And I think he's actually changed the D-pad here. I'm not really sure what he's changed to. So maybe he's realised that he wants to maybe push up the field a little bit more. Because, I mean, Ajit Power is just going to control the edge of the box at this point.
Cristiano Ronaldo out wide, wins a free kick. 67 minutes on the clock. Another pause that we are about to go into here. And looks like substitutions coming on for Villamor, Gorilla.
I've only just realised he wasn't even starting Cristiano Ronaldo. That is insane. Well, each to their own. But maybe Cristiano Ronaldo might be the best super sub that you can probably think of now. So he's going to get a lot of space down the wing. The longer this game goes on, the more space that will open up in the defence of Ajit Power. So Cristiano Ronaldo, fresh off the bench. It's not bad.
Leo Messi also introduced for Villamor, a player who, if he gets a chance on that left boot, probably will hit the back of the net. Also, a unbelievable finesse shot on Leo Messi. I personally would probably go out on a limb and say best finesse shot in FIFA.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with that. The only point with Messi is he's just so predictable. But if you can get that finesse shot away with him, I'd fancy your chances with it for sure. And as you just seen, by the way, I think Villamor just went with 3 depth and 3 defensive width, which basically is going to allow Ajit Power to control the wings. Yes, he'll be a bit more sound in the centre defending, but he's going to have the wing open. So let's see if Ajit Power can take that and maybe get a goal.
Free kick just right of the box here. 67 minutes on the clock. Played short into Kevin De Bruyne. R9 in a very deep position. Not really what you want, your star striker. Being the build-up play instead of the converter. But it is Mbappe. Couple of step-overs into the box. Pulisic does well defensively. Mbappe keeps hold of the ball. And we'll look to build up yet again for Ajit Power. That clock ticking away. He has to make something stick in the final 20 minutes. Kevin De Bruyne into Eusebio. Drag back. Was it necessary?
I think the first drag back was nice, but then when he'd done it again, I think the moment went. I think in that situation, you've got to be decisive and try and get a shot away. Obviously, you know, you want to create the best possible chance, but I think he's overthinking it a little bit. He's keeping the ball well, Ajit Power, though, considering the circumstances, but it's just in that final third, you just need to get a shot away, especially when you got someone like Eusebio in front of the goal.
And again, another pause cued here by Villamor. Clearly not happy with what he's seeing on the pitch, and you spoke about it perfectly at the pause only a couple of minutes ago. Going into a 3 depth, 3 width sort of shell in the final 20 minutes, just say to your opponent, try and break me down, try and score against me, because you're sort of giving them the possession, you're giving them the chances, and you're just reliant on yourself defending. And you have to be perfect for the remainder of the game if that is how you want to play.
If you're confident in defending, then it's obviously going to work. And look, he's going to get counter-attacks up until the final whistle's going to blow. But it's a risky one. It's a risky one going 3 depth, especially with 3 width as well. And he's also activating overload ball side when Ajit Power is attacking. So that middle is so clogged up, it is going to be really difficult to create a goal-scoring opportunity.
Neymar on the edge of the box here, looking for the double-tap pass. Referee, where's your whistle?
That could have been a penalty. That could have been a penalty, and that could have been game over. But Ajit Power's been given a second lifeline here. 8 minutes to go. It's if Villamor gets the ball, he has to play for the last attack. He has to.
7 minutes remaining. Is Villamor going to rush it forward? He is, and it's so tense right now. Both players know the importance of this game to keep your tournament alive. Final tournament of a lot of these players' seasons right here on FIFA 20. Final 5 minutes of one of these 2 players' seasons. Kevin De Bruyne on the edge of the box, looking for the pass. Brutal intercepts, and it's so hard to break it down.
What I'm realising when Ajit Power is attacking, like, I might be wrong, but he's not calling a player short. Like, Cruyff is just standing there, and you need to be pressing RB or R1 if you're on PlayStation to call that player short to give you an option. Otherwise, you're just relying on the AI to make that run for you or that short pass. But he has a chance here, though.
Chance for Ajit Power to snatch a late equaliser. Just again, too many bodies behind the ball as we do get into injury time. That's a mistake at the back. Eusebio! Oh, Ramos comes across. and potentially with a clutch tackle. Look at the press into the corner. Ronaldo does well, and he sees out the clock. I tell you what, I'm on the edge of my seat. That was nail-biting stuff right there. The conclusion of that game, honestly, it was just back and forth, back and forth. It was like a ping-pong match, Gorilla.
Yeah, honestly, disappointing with Ajit Power in terms of the final third. He done everything so well until he got in and around the box. He was keeping the ball out with his CDMs, using the wingers as well a little bit, but I think it was just too predictable. And obviously, it didn't really help when Villamor went with, overload ball side when he was attacking, and also 3 depth with 3 width. It was going to be very, very hard to get any open space. But he got 1 or 2 decent chances, and he just didn't take them. So I think he'll be disappointed. But I think Villamor played really well, very defensive. But he took his chances, and he won. He's through to tomorrow.
Yeah, and Mike LaBelle said it just before the game started. Defence wins championships, and a really good, solid defensive performance there. Look, we know in FIFA 20 you can go low depth, and you can go low width and sort of try and consolidate and see out a victory, but you leave yourself open, and a couple of those chances for Ajit Power could have given us a completely different game.
Yeah, it was very, very close to being a 2-2. As I said, when he made that change, he was very, very defensive, and he's just going to invite pressure onto yourself. Even if you're the best defender in the world, the opposition is going to have a lot of space in front of you, which is obviously going to allow them to move the ball upfield, keep the ball, and then create out. All it takes is one pass, one left stick turn, and he might have a near post finish. But he defended really well. Get the ball, nearly lost it towards the end, but I thought he done well to manage the game.
Yeah, great man management and game management there by Villamor. He keeps his tournament alive. Back over to Jimmy, Spencer, and Mike to break it all down.
Thank you, Richard and Gorilla. Felicidades to Villamor. Trace, big win there. Does the business, and now he gets the rematch that I'm sure he's been thinking about with Maxi. Spencer, we saw this yesterday as well, where Squirrel got a chance to get another shot at Yaxin. Do you think now that Villamor is going to learn from that first match and potentially pull off the upset?
Well, I'd imagine he's got a better chance. Scribble certainly improved in his second game versus Joxon yesterday, and it was much closer. Both games were close. This was a slightly different scenario where Villamor was second best, wasn't he, earlier to Maxi VIP. It was 3-0 on aggregate over 2 legs, 0-0 in the first ones. He wasn't able to break the deadlock. But, yes, I do think he'll be able to improve. Hopefully he's watched that game back. He's got a little bit of time now to quickly do some studying, but not a lot of time. I still think Maxi VIP is the favourite, but fair play to Villamor for getting himself back in this position.
Now, Mike, we saw a few changes from Villamor. Do you think that's going to be enough to kind of ask the same question of you for him to overtake Maxi, since that's our next match?
Well, I think the biggest portion of this matchup that we should analyze is really the mental aspect, because we now have a more confident Villamor versus potentially a less confident Max, who just came off a loss. Villamor came off a win. And I felt that he wasn't very decisive in the game that he had against Max. Therefore, he didn't make a lot of chances. He didn't score goals. He really didn't put Max under any pressure. And that could shift. And that's if I'm playing more of the devil's advocate approach, because if we're just going off that opening game, Maxi VIP was better offensively, better in the midfield, better defensively, and had those extra little pieces to the puzzle to really bring together the FIFA picture.
I see. All right, let's talk through these highlights a little bit. Spencer, why don't you take these ones, because I just want to make Mike jealous.
Okay, so this is the first leg, obviously half an hour on the clock, and we've got Ajit Power getting forward. Nice little turn in the box from Mbappe. Fantastic finish. You have to say, he had a body between him and the keeper as well to find some room. Right on half-time, though, it's time for Villamor to get back in it. Really good turn there. I mean, that's what a lot of these goals at this level, at this period in FIFA, the meta seems to be about getting the ball on the edge or just inside the box, finding some space. In that case, the woodwork, and he's unlucky there not to score on the rebound from Villamor there. But it's all about finding that little bit of room in and around the box and getting a shot off. Second leg here, it's 1-1 aggregate, as we can see. Another cheeky little pass from Villamor, putting him in the lead. Ajit Power not happy with that one. You have to ask yourself, he didn't have too long to prepare, Ajit Power. He came into this, 48 hours ago, I think, at most. And he's done himself proud. Maybe a missed opportunity, but listen, he couldn't have been prepared in the way the other guys have been. So you've got to feel for him.
Yeah, it's tough. He scored the first goal in both of his matches, but couldn't get the job done. All right, everyone, we are going to get to our last match of day 2. It's all going down. The loser is out. The winner goes on to Championship Sunday. Come back and find out who wins.
If someone asks you what you're made of, don't just tell them, show them. Show them that you're made of proving the doubters wrong. Show them you don't have to raise your fists to beat your enemies. Show them you're stronger when you stand together. And show them, whoever you are, you stand shoulder to shoulder against all forms of prejudice. Because when we show our best side, we don't just play the game, we change it.
The FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series North America is presented by Gillette and brought to you in part by PS4. Welcome back, everyone, to the finish line. We're almost there of day 2 of the FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series North America. I'm Jimmy Conrad alongside Spencer Owen and Mike LaBelle. And guys, this is it. Win or go home. win or go to Championship Sunday tomorrow to win some moolah and maybe even the trophy of this prestigious tournament. Let's talk a little bit about what we've seen so far. Let's get to the bracket, Spencer.
Yeah, of course, we have a winners and a losers bracket in this format of tournament, which means when you lose a game, you get a chance to go again. You can't lose 2, though, okay? And we've got this next matchup, which you can see is called a decider match at the bottom of the screen there between Maxi and Villamore. They've both lost 1 game. If they lose this game, they're out. They win this game, they've qualified for the losers semi-final tomorrow. So this is an elimination matchup. Every matchup is an elimination matchup, apart from the winners final we're going to see tomorrow. They can afford to lose 1 more. So essentially, it's win or lose, just like you say. It's go through or don't. Which one of them's going to grab it? Maxi VIP, I would say, is the favourite based on the fact he beat him 3-0 earlier in the day. But with his FIFA, anything can happen.
And we're looking at the playoffs bracket, which is all the action that goes down tomorrow. It's a huge advantage to be in that winners final. You win 1 more game, you get yourself into the grand final, then you're sitting easy breezy. You play less games, less stress, and your opposition, whoever comes up through the losers semifinal and the losers finals, has to beat you twice. They got to force a reset. And if we're playing this off of percentages, and I love some good percentages, we've seen 4 previous events. This has only happened 1 time. That means you have a 75% chance of winning the entire tournament if you win your opening matchup tomorrow. So that applies to Fiddle and Tigre.
Wow, look at Mike LaBelle doing math. I'm pretty impressed. And doing it correctly.
I graduated from
way.
college. Jimmy, you didn't graduate from college, right?
You know what? It's a different conversation, Mike. We don't really need to go there at the moment. Okay, let's talk about Maxi.
Shots today.
Because Tigre, when he beat him in the winners match, we were really focusing on Tigre and everything he did to get to Championship Sunday, but not as much on Maxi, who had the lead in extra time and gave it up before he lost in penalties. Now, he was your player to watch, Spencer. How are you feeling about him right now? A little iffy at this point, or do you think he's okay?
Well, I mean, he'll probably be disappointed with the fact that he's had to go through the loser bracket, and he's used that loss up early, if you like. From a competitive level, to be 1 up in extra time and not win, it's hard to take. It's hard to take as well. I mean, it wasn't like a last-minute goal that he scored. I think it was around the 108th minute mark, but to have just that little time to see it through and concede late in the game, it's going to hurt. He's got to get over that, though, because this is the great thing about the loser bracket. We keep mentioning it, but it gives you a chance to dust away those cobwebs, have a bad moment, and recover. And he's got to do that. And listen, surely he couldn't wish for a better opponent than the man he beat 3-0 just a few hours ago. He should
All
be
right, Mike, let's take a look at Maxi's highlights over this day, ultimately, his first 2 matches of the day.
And as we check out these highlights, I want to say this. The reason that we're so high on Maxi is because of his raw technical skill. And you can see it in his build-up types of goals he scores, as he's in behind, through ball, relatively simple, but a lot of the extra emphasis on some of the razzle-dazzle and the quick turns and the ability to react. Look at this from Coy, hits it on the near post, 5-star, weak foot. He's one of those guys that gives you a lot of versatility. And we talk about raw skill, that almost means as if when you show up to an event, or you show up to play FIFA, this is your natural state. Not talking about tactics, not talking about game management, not talking about closing out, or even your build-up play. As you see that scoop turn, hits it on the near post again. It's been a team with R9, 5-star, weak foot, he's equal-footed. But Tigre battles back. And in extra time, Max had the advantage. And Spencer was stressing this, but he didn't make good adjustments. He really made a silly error out of the back and gave Tigre a gift. I mean, it's nowhere near December. I don't know why he's giving out Christmas presents. You can't do that, not at this level. And some of that deals with experience to a certain degree, how many online matches you played recently, but I know that Max has to be sitting with himself saying, I blew that. I gave this opportunity away, as opposed to really making Tigre earn it. But you got to give credit once again to Tigre. Mentally, he was there. We didn't see a lot of emotion. He got the job done, stayed cool, stayed calm, was ready to go.
All right, we're going to get into predictions here, but I want to state for the record that you guys have both missed the last 3. However, the last time these two faced at the beginning of the broadcast...
Jimmy. You don't do any predictions, Jimmy. You just sit there and say, hey, tell me what you... All right.
Let's save this conversation for after the show and the broadcast is over. But I will say, in fairness to you guys got this one right. When they played each other earlier on, you correctly predicted that Maxi would win. Are you going to stick with that, Spencer?
Well, just if you're going to mention stats, Jim, this is just day 2. Let's talk about yesterday as well. So, yeah, it might be 3 in a row I've got wrong, but Mike's got like 7 in a row wrong or something, or 7 out of 8. It's not looking good for Mike. I'm still I'm a positive here. I'm on a positive ratio. Anyway, no, I mean, listen, it'd be a brave prediction to go against Maxi for this one based on the earlier meeting between the two teams. I do think he's going to do it. I think he's going to switch it on. I've got a feeling we're going to see a strong performance from Max today.
All right, Mike, where are you on this one?
Even though Spencer just put me down, I'm going to compliment him. Yesterday, Spencer said, in this exact same position, with his complexity teammate, it will be Jockson's match to win or to lose. That's how I feel coming into this game as well. Maxi VIP has the ability, and it's going to come down to if he wants to win the game or if he makes the mistakes and leaves the door open. Because from a form perspective, he's been better in both his matches as well. Even versus Tigre, you could easily argue that Maxi should have won that game. And it brings me back even to yesterday when we revisit some of the gameplay with Squirrel, for example. I think his his skill move execution right on the edge of the box, this guy must be wearing velvet. I'm talking top 10 in the world, but that's kind of subjective as well. I've been thinking about it all day. I had phone calls after yesterday talking about some of the skill move combinations. And Maxi has showcased the ability to also register these types of silky 1-2s, the ins, the outs. It's almost as he's telling me a story. And I want to buy the novel. Where can I pick it up? Send me to Amazon.com. I don't care. I'm going.
That is the longest prediction I've ever heard in my whole entire life. Let's throw it over to our casters, Brandon and Alan, who have the call of our final match of the day. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, guys. And yeah, last game of the day. I mean, as we're talking predictions, Alan, we're coming into this one. Again, these two did face in the first match of the day. If you have been watching the Summer Cup series, you would have known that Maxi didn't just win that game. He dominated that game. 3-0 over 2 legs. Didn't concede, Alan. Scored plenty of goals. And as I said, just controlled the game. What's your predictions coming into this one? Because it's like every single time I say deja vu, we find ourselves having some sort of deja vu here. Because yesterday, it was the same story for Joxana, another complexity player that won his first game, lost, came into that last game of the day, had a rematch against Squirrel, got the win that time round. What's your thoughts coming into this one?
I feel like Maxi is going to try to redeem himself for what happened in the game against Tigre. He could have currently been waiting, $5,000 richer till day 3. But unfortunately, he was equalized in the 116th minute. He lost in a pinch shootout. I'm currently in a group message with him right now, and he definitely said that it was very, very painful. So he said, I just got to regain. So I feel like Maxi definitely knows the mental side of things, right? To not let that loss sort of weigh on him, bounce back, get the job done, and see Joxon tomorrow, which would be a crazy matchup. 2 complexity guys coming at it. Joxon, Maxi. Maxi does manage to win. However, though, as well, I think Villamorte started very, very poor against Maxi in the first game of today. Maybe he's a little bit warmed up now, a little bit more confident going forward because he wasn't that confident in game number 1. And I mean, Maxi, Villamorte, the rematch. Let's do it.
Well, I mean, let's have a look at the teams, then, Alan, that are going to be used for this matchup. And break them down to me, Alan, the differences we're seeing between both. We'll start with, I guess, Max's team first coming into this one. We saw them earlier today. Of course, the teams haven't changed, but just guide me through these teams, Alan.
You can see that Maxi has a lot more icons in his starting 11. We do see that he has the Gillette, the Eusebio, the R9. Basically, a team that we've been seeing throughout the entire Summer Cup series in different regions, European region, South American region. We have that duo who's been doing very, very good in this tournament, Zambrota as well. Everyone just that you'll see in these competitive tournaments. We got Conte as well. Very interesting. He decided to go with Conte instead of a player like De Jong. We have noticed that he likes to bring a name, or we got to take a look at him on the bench. He likes to bring him in as a super sub. But all in all, I feel like this squad definitely is a squad that Maxi's very comfortable with. And look at the left back. Mendy, 93, very, very solid. If we compare that squad to Villamorte's squad, oh boy, you would definitely predict that Maxi is going to win the game solely on the squads that we are seeing here. Teo Hernandez, we have Carvajal, very questionable. Varane, a player that we really haven't been seeing in the Summer Cup series. On top of that, no Gillette. Where's Gillette? Where's Eusebio? Instead, he does have Frankie de Jong, 99 Kevin De Bruyne, with some Ben Yedder, and then that summer he Ribéry. However, though, Villamorte is here for a reason, right? He's battling to make it to day 3 with this starting 11 that he has selected. We do see that he has Gillette on the bench. He also has Ronaldo on the bench, so maybe he's going to be bringing those 2 players in late into the match.
Well, I think the only thing we can say, Alan, is it's going to be repeat or revenge for either of these two. As we said, it might not be $5,000 on the line, but a place in Championship Sunday and at least $2,500, which isn't bad going, especially as some of these guys have not competed for a couple of months in a tournament that's going to be paying them out some serious prize money. We can see both competitors on screen now. Villa will be very happy to get his first win of today under his belt. But I think the key thing, as you said, you know Maxi well. Team Complexity, you're at Team Complexity as well, Alan, is that he's had an hour off or so to think about that game. Yes, of course, for the first 5-10 minutes when he loses that. We've all been there when you lose a big game. Of course, not a $5,000 penalty shootout, but you're naturally going to feel hard done by. You're naturally going to feel disappointed. It's about taking a step back, having to think, okay, I've still got a second chance to book a place into Championship Sunday. And more importantly, I'm playing against someone that I've already beaten today. It must give me some sort of confidence.
Definitely. We've seen Maxi overcome adversity, so he can definitely do it. It's a question, a matter of him stepping up in this game that we are about to get started right now. And we also did see yesterday, Yoksen, similar situation. He lost in the exact same round that Maxi lost in today. The thing was that Yoksen was able to bounce back against Squirrel. They both had a similar rematch to the rematch that we're currently seeing right now. Yoksen was able to pull forward. Let's see if the other Complexity guy, Maxi, is able to pull forward.
And the mental thing was as well about that game yesterday, Alan, that was the exact same scoreline. Yoksen leaving a late bit short. He gets into Championship Sunday. Could be an early goal here. It's going to be pulled back for a free kick on the edge of the box. For a second, Edwin van der Sar wanted to control that himself instead of picking up the ball. There will be a free kick on the edge of the box, so that will see a direct shot, but it could be proven wrong. Vieira, R9, Ruta, all players that are over this one. 21 yards out. Are we going to see a direct shot? Maybe we are. Hullet with it. Goes for the shot and just a little bit away from finding its way into the back of the net. It was tipped over by Edwin van der Sar. But in those areas, Alan, you never see players take a direct shot.
That's what I was about to get to. It's very interesting to see that Maxi decided to go for the direct shot. Most often than not, we see players decide to go with the simple pass to the player next to the ball there. Retain ball possession instead of going for it. I mean, he troubled Van der Sar there. Why not go for it? We've seen over the course of the Summer Cup Series, some players, like in the South American region, take advantage of a set piece and bang it in.
It's the first chance of the game. Complexity's Maxi having a free kick from 21 yards out and stinging the hands of Edwin van der Sar. I'm sure it won't be the last time that he's called up into action to pull out a couple of big saves. However, Villamore might have the strongest team on paper. A lot of question marks over it. As you said, no Hullet, no Vieira in the team. There'll be a couple of changes we will talk about. It looks like Andy Robertson's actually in left back instead of Theo Hernandez. Danny Carvajal still in that right back position, but completely being pulled apart by Cristiano Ronaldo. Maxi comes forward, linking in with R9. The two Ronnies exchanging passes, trying to create a gap. I won't say the exact words that Mike LaBelle said, but the way he describes R9 and Maxi in the final third, it's unbelievable how controlled he is in such a tight area with the sort of just the simple twists and turns, the drag backs, the ball rolls, the elasticos. I've not seen a player in NA use R9 as good as Maxi has today.
I would argue Squirrel had a great performance like Mike was mentioning, and I'm definitely for sure 100% certain that both Maxi and Squirrel definitely were preparing together for this tournament. They both play on the same console. They've known each other since they started competing professionally on the FIFA scene, so definitely they have learned from one another. We can definitely see the similarity in both of their play styles.
100%, of course. Commiserations to Squirrel. Didn't get through to Championship Sunday, but still an unbelievable year for him. Here is Cruyff. R9, is he going to be offside? It won't actually come to that in the end. It gets cleared out for a throw in 22 minutes played here in our first leg of the final game. Day 2 of the Summer Cup Series. We're trying to find that fourth name who will be booking a place into Championship Sunday. That throw-in taken short. Cruyff linking in with N'Golo Kante, but there's just not an option in front of him. But this is where Maxi's deadly. There's literally no room to manoeuvre, but still he somehow finds a way round. Mbappe this time How quick it is. That ball retention's remarkable. Scoop turn. There's Cruyff, and the keeper can't get enough onto that one. But that is what Maxi's all about. Tight areas, tight situations. He still finds a way through. He still finds that pocket of space. And this time, it's Johan Cruyff that finds the back of the net.
Boy, oh boy, Maxi is going to have to upgrade his right stick, because let me tell you, the wear and tear on that right stick that he's using for all of those skill moves is definitely being worn out, being put to use. Absolute beautiful goal from Maxi there, just showcasing what he can do on the attack.
Unbelievable scenes again. There's a reason why Team Complexity came knocking on his door before the E-Club World Cup. I'll be praying that he can do enough to book a place into Championship Sunday to have 2 out of 4 players from Team Complexity. Here's Cristiano Ronaldo. It's the same story. Just look how good he is in the final third. Mbappe this time, back to Kante. Even Kante's getting involved. Still with N'Golo Kante. Somehow, on the edge of the box, you want to try and bring in R9. Finds the pass into Cruyff, twisting, turning. It's absolutely beautiful.
You can just see the confidence on Maxi's face right there after he scores the goal. It's absolutely insane what he does inside the box. We have just seen that today. He always has a trick up his sleeve with players like Johan Cruyff, R9. Brilliant, brilliant goals for Maxi. Now it's just a matter of him taking advantage of this lead. Don't let Villamor come back into the game. Keep on playing your game. Honestly, I wouldn't advise him to go lower depth, maybe less pressure. I'd advise him to continue pressing Villamor, because as we can see here, Villamor really hasn't been able to create against Maxi.
It's just so silky, isn't it, in the final third from Maxi? So good, so clinical. When you've got players that have got unbelievable in-game statistics, dribbling and finishing, pace, 5-star skill moves, 5-star weak foot. It's so hard to defend against, and something we've credited Maxi on. I mean, if that doesn't say anything, Villamor's not scored a single goal against Maxi in the Summer Cup series as of yet. The story is he's conceded 5 and scored none.
As we can see here, Maxi just player switching. Big tip that I give everyone at home is to master player switching. If you guys don't know, you can player switch with the LB button and the right stick to switch to the selected player that you want to select. And let me tell you, that's a big key in defending properly, just how Maxi is defending right now. You can move your players into certain organizations, cut the passing lane, cut the wide open pass, so that, you know, you just give your opponent no chances.
Half-time in this one. Maxi up by 2-0. Unbelievable first 45 minutes. He's come out flying as Team Complexity's E-Club World Cup champion. Came into this tournament in such a good position. Highest ranked player over the 2 consoles. 6th in the world he sits. The highest ranked representative from this region, from North America. And I mean, if he doesn't get into Championship Sunday, I know we've got quality across the board and we've had it across the 2 days. You would go out and say a shock. You know, we saw Zizinho over in South America just last weekend. Didn't qualify. Resende, big names from a different region. These are shocks.
Definitely shocks, 100%. Maxi, I feel like he's proving why he's number 6 in the world right here. His defense has been amazing. His attack, as we see, silky smooth inside the box, taking advantage of all the opportunities that he does get. He sort of did get, unfortunate, you can say, against Tigre, conceding in the last minute. Maybe his defense wasn't the best there to secure the lead. Loses in a pinch shootout, but definitely Maxi. It looks like he's feeling very confident right now.
Do take that back for Villamor. Chance could be 3. Oh, wow. Maxi's enjoying it. We're enjoying it. I think everybody is. It's so silky in the final third. A scoop turn into the finish. Arno makes it 3 and makes it an absolute mountain for Villamor to climb.
Like I was saying, Brandon, I know confidence when I see confidence. And Maxi right now is just going through his veins. I know whenever he feels comfortable on the ball with his attacking, quick passes, we do see Villamor right now questioning what he's doing wrong, why he can't seem to create anything against Maxi, why he can't seem to stop Maxi. We do see that he did go a little higher depth, which is definitely the thing that I would do. He's down by 3 goals in the first. Like, he needs to start applying some pressure, because if not, Maxi's gonna definitely see the game out, play some possession, just basically deprive Villamor of the ball.
I mean, this could be over before it's even started, Alan. Simple as that. 3 goals down. Villamor holding out for a hero. Needs his R9 to make something happen in the final third. He knows he can win games. He already played an elimination match up against Agit Power. Snatched the win over the 2 legs there. A very narrow scoreline of 2-1. Maxi with another pause. It will be the usual change of Neymar, who's already on the pitch, and probably imagine it will be one more attacking change for him also. In the last third of this one, you might be seeing some more of what Maxi's all about in that final third. Whether it's Cruyff, whether it's R9, who cares who it is? He has made some unbelievable goals today.
Oh man, we're seeing Villamor get frustrated already in the 63rd minute, giving up the ball possession, something that he just can't be doing if he wants to make the comeback of dreams, sort of say.
And what's it like being in these situations where, you know, you've probably been in a qualifier, let's say, Alan, maybe in a Swiss or a knockout game online somewhere. You're 3-0 down. How would you mentally get yourself up for it in a 2-legged scenario?
It's very difficult. You know that you still have an entire 90 minutes to play in the second leg. If I was Villamor right now, I would try to at least get just 1 goal heading into the second leg. With that being said, probably don't go constant pressure already. You know, definitely probably increase the depth a little bit, because let me tell you that 1 goal can definitely spark, you know, some life in Villamor's comeback.
I mean, as you said, even a goal would be, it's just something to take into the second leg, to know you can score, to know you can make something happen in the final third. Ronaldo, here's Neymar, could be Thor, it could be a lot worse. Virgil van Dijk, last-ditch tackle. I mean, you said it perfectly, 15 minutes left, so you wouldn't go constant press, or you would go constant press?
I would not personally, because, right, if he does manage to counter my constant press, it's basically going to be game over. It's going to be very difficult to come back 4-0 down in the second leg. So I'd maintain my shape, and I'll wait until the second leg to then, you know, play constant pressure after heavy touch. The thing is, though, that it's very difficult for Villamor in these situations, because Maxi isn't giving him the ball possession. You would think that Maxi would go drop back right now, 2-bar depth, to see the game out, right, to finish life out. But no, that's not the case, and that's what makes it very difficult on Villamor, because Villamor can't have any of that possession, because Maxi's still pressuring him, even though he's up by 3. He wants more goals. He wants to prove something after what happened in that last game, losing in a penalty kick shootout.
Well, 10 minutes left. Completely just hit the nail on the head there. He wants more goals, and he's doing everything he can to find a 4th before the referee blows his whistle for half-time across the 2 legs. One of the last chances in this one for Villamor. Just struggled to get the ball into his R9, into his key players in and around the box. Here's that chance now. Gillette finds the path for Cruyff into Ben Yedder. That was the chance, and that needed to go in the back of the net. You can see Maxi celebrating the save, because he knows how big of a save that was.
Oh my goodness. My mouth was left wide open after that amazing save from Van der Sar. I don't know if Maxi moved his goalkeeper there. If you guys don't know, you can move your goalkeeper. You hold down, press and hold on the right stick, and then basically you move it while it's press and hold, whichever direction you want to go towards. But let me tell you, that right there, Villamor needed the goal, and he knows he needed it because, oh boy, he's very upset after missing that wide open chance.
He still has possession. Corner comes in. Ramos on the edge of the box has it now. Can he find those key players? Can he find his R9? No, he can't on that occasion. There's 2 minutes left, and it will be a first leg to forget about for Villamor. Will he get just enough time to get that ball forward to create one more chance? Honestly, Alan, I think that's the first chance he's had, the first shot on target we've seen from Villamor all game. That's not us sort of trying to find something cynical to talk about here. It's that, those are the facts, those are the statistics.
Those are literally the facts. You just can't question it. Villamor, he managed to find a little gap in Maxi's solid defensive line. And I'm telling you, Brandon, if you would have scored that goal, that would have been perfect for him heading into the second leg. He's going to have to make an amazing comeback if he wants to make it to day 3.
Unfortunately, that isn't to be the case in this one. Leg 1 concluded. Maxi VIP with a 3-goal lead of Team Complexity. And I think it's time that we reward you guys at home. As we said, it's time to link your EA and Twitch accounts. If you haven't already done so, for your chance to earn live viewership rewards this weekend, which, as we said, are a jumbo rare players pack and a 94 prime icon moments Rude Hullet. He's been so good this weekend and across the whole Summer Cup series. These items will be dropped to certain Twitch viewers with a linked EA and Twitch account. Drops may take up to 72 hours to appear in your account following the last day of the tournament, which, as we said, is on Sunday. And of course, if you haven't already, link your account over at www.ea.com/Twitch linking. But Alan, let's turn our attentions back to this second leg. But before we do that, let's have a look at the first leg highlights. And talk me through these, Alan, because we started with this free kick 4 minutes in, and then after that, the goals started to come.
They started raining, yes, indeed. We do see Mbappe, something that we've been seeing from Maxi. He likes the skill moves inside the box. His opponent has no idea where he's going. And what a brilliant finish from Johan Cruyff. We did see that Van der Sar got a hand on it, but it just wasn't enough for that powerful shot. And then once again inside the box, Villamor just can't read which direction Maxi's going. The right side, the left side, super confident, as we can see the motion just coming out of Maxi there saying, let's go. And then right here, this is just a brilliant goal. The nice scoop turn and then cross body shot to the right side, beating Van der Sar. Just look at that celebration, the smile on the face, man. Just, he's feeling very confident right now. And hopefully, you know, he just doesn't choke, sort of say. He's up 3-0.
I mean, he's up 3-0 and he's only had to do it in one leg. Last game, it took him 2 legs to get this exact score. If you didn't know, these two played in the first game of day 2 of the North American Summer Cup Series. And Maxi won by 3-0. Of course, lost that second game against Timbers Tigray, who is in Championship Sunday. If you don't know the 3 names that are in Championship Sunday, it's FC Cincinnati's Fiddle. We've got Yoksan of Team Complexity. I know he's in the chat watching right now, his teammate. Fingers crossed that his Maxi can get through. As we said, Timbers Tigray, that third name in the hat. So we're waiting for one of these two to declare themselves as a player in Championship Sunday, our last one. I mean, what do you do if you're Villamor here, Alan? You're 3-0 down. Do you come out in a different formation? Do you come out with a different custom tactic? What do you change? Because, as we said, we've got 1 place left in Championship Sunday, and at the moment, it looks like it's only going to 1 man.
Definitely, you have to start looking through your arsenal of weapons. If one formation isn't working out, one weapon isn't working out, you have to switch to the other one. So I'm pretty sure Villamor has different custom tactics set for this tournament. I feel like it's going to be a different Villamor. I feel like if he doesn't score in the first 30 minutes, I feel like then that right there is going to be the time where he's going to start to sort of pressure Maxi, and hopefully, Maxi doesn't crumble under that pressure. I don't think he will. He's just feeling so confident right now. And I mean, we've seen what Maxi can do.
And yes, if you did just see that bracket, you did see that right. If Maxi wins this game, we will have a Team Complexity matchup over on Championship Sunday, and that loser semi-final. Alan, If you're in that situation, who are you supporting?
Oh, man, don't put me on the spot like that, Brandon. I don't know. I wish both of them the very best. It's going to be a very amazing spectacle because we've seen throughout the FIFA 20 Global Series what those two competitors are capable of doing. Just know Maxi manages to win and come up against Jackson day number 3. Just know that it's going to be an amazing, amazing game that you do not want to miss.
Here we go then. Our last leg of FIFA for day 2 before we head into Championship Sunday tomorrow. At the moment, Maxi up by 3 goals to the good. 14 complexity. The exact same scoreline that he did get when these two matched up earlier. Looking to repeat it here. I mean, the first goal's everything. We talk about this a lot in second legs of FIFA because it's so true, Alan. If Maxi gets the goal, it's 4-0, and to be honest, mentally, there's no way back in the tie. There's absolutely no way. You're going to pick yourself up and try and find some sort of positive. Of course, you might have 80, 70 minutes to play, Alan, but you're 4-0 down.
Yeah, it's so rare to come down from a 4-goal deficit. It's gonna take something very special and sort of magical from Villamor if he does concede the first goal of this game right here, putting him 4 goals down. But like I said, how you said as well, this next goal, guys, is extremely important. It basically determines the rhythm of the game. It dictates how the game's going to be going, because if Villamor manages to snag a goal here against Maxi, it's going to turn into a very interesting game. He's going to have a lot of chances to come back.
Easier said than done, of course. Up against a player that has scored so many goals. In complexities, Maxi. Some of the goals he scored as well have been absolutely incredible. R9 Cruyff, it doesn't matter who it is, it seems, in that final third. Anything he touches turns to goal. And every single skill move that he pulls out is so unpredictable. Here's Villamor. Has to get the goal, has to get the first goal in this tie. Well, Ben Yedder couldn't get past Virgil van Dijk. He was running and he was charging towards the Frenchman. And I mean, I'm sure you've played up against him a couple of times, Alan. How difficult is it to sort of be unpredictable against a player like Van Dijk? And of course, a pro that's controlling him, that is so good defensively.
It's very difficult. It comes down to like knowing what skill move to make. Even then, Virgil van Dijk, he just finds a way to sort of bully the attacking player. It's just that he offers the height, right? He's so tall. He's basically a giant at the back. Not only is he tall, right? A lot of people think that just because you're tall, you're not that quick. The Team of the Season version, Team of the Year version offer a lot of pace on that Van Dijk card, which just makes it just a complete hassle. So annoying to get past them.
I'm going to say, there's not many players that can stop R9 in his tracks, and he's certainly one of them. Keepers off his line, snatches the ball off the feet of Wissam Ben Yedder.
And I want to add something to that right there, the statement we were making about Virgil. The way to beat him, I mean, we've seen it here with these competitors like Maxi. You just have to be on top of your game with your dribbling, master the skill moves. If there's some skill moves that I highly recommend everyone use, the ball roll. It may be a simple skill move, but let me tell you, so effective. You got to learn the left stick dribbling. That has been a very key factor in a lot of pro players' success while attacking. We've seen in the box, Maxi really doesn't pull off a skill move. He just dribbles really quick with the left stick dribbling to the right side, the left side. You got to make sure you have an agile player who has that attribute under the dribbling, because the higher the agility, the higher the balance, the more easy it's going to be to dribble with them.
Worst thing is as well for him, Alan, is that there's a third of this game gone already, and he hasn't been able to register a single shot as Villamor.
It's very tough to just break down a defensive masterclass like Maxi's putting on right now. I'm seeing that he has every player in position. Look at the track backing right there, tracking Johan Cruyff so he can't slip that pass, and then the player switching inside with Hole, and he wins the ball. Maxi right now is honestly playing amazing, and I mean, I feel like Jockson's taking notes right now because Jockson knows how good Maxi's playing right now. I can definitely assure you guys that.
Here he comes, Villamor with R9 into Ben Yedder. This is the chance. Couldn't get a clean shot away. Gillette was there. Forget your centre-backs, forget your left-back, your full-back. It's your CDMs that are going to get back and make your life even more difficult. 94. Prime icon moment, Gillette. Arriving at the right time with the right interception. I mean, we've got to see a change at half-time, Alan, for Villamor. It's got to be more attacking. The depth's got to be higher. It's got nothing to lose.
And it comes down to that. You have nothing to lose. It doesn't matter if you win out 4-0, 5-0, 6-0. You just have to try everything in your power to come back and snag a goal. And that may cost for you playing a 3 at the back formation, being vulnerable at the back, playing constant pressure. You just have to do it at the end of the day if you want some live, making it to day 3 and securing yourself $2,500.
Last chance of the half now, Villamor. Got to get the rub of the green. Got to make something happen. Time's not on his side. It is R9.
The fourth official has indicated
Added time off just 2 minutes as normal. His name are on. R9 is. That's got to be a chance, and that's got to be a goal. There's a little bit of hope in the mind of Villamor now.
That was such a fantastic goal from Villamor. Instead of forcing the shot there, he makes the extra pass to R9, I believe it was, and the brilliant finish. That's exactly what Villamor needed there. And we do see that Maxi may be attacking, but he doesn't have any shots. We are seeing right here, balanced. I can read Spanish just for those of you guys that know. Okay, he's going balance. Villamor, I feel like he definitely is sort of seeing a light at the end of the tunnel right now, potentially. Look at the depth. He was playing a very high depth as well. I feel like coming into the second half, he's going to have to look at that constant press. He's going constant pressure, as we can see. He's moving all these player instructions really rapidly. It just goes to show you guys how comfortable these guys are with whenever it comes to like adjusting their player instructions. But definitely, I feel like we're going to see a different Villamor here in terms of his custom tactics. He's going to pressure Maxi. And this upcoming goal is going to be very big, because if Villamor manages to score another one, to only be down by 1, I feel like Maxi is probably going to be a little bit worried.
Just a quick one as well, Alan. In terms of those custom tactics, he moved them so quick, he changed so quick. Is that sort of preset plans that you know you're going to make in the game if you're losing in the position, or are you just constantly just thinking on the spot and just taking a risk?
No, for sure. They're preset tactics, sort of say. These players know exactly what they're going to do in different situations. That's what separates the best of the players to like not so best. We can see how quick he's moving through the tactics. And I mean, you got to prepare for everything that's going to come your way. And we can definitely see that Villamor definitely was prepared.
Tell you what, Villamor could be in for a chance. And for a split second, I thought that could have been a goal. Does go out for a goal kick in the end. The possession restart. A pause coming in from Maxi. He can feel this press now. The Villamor's throwing at him. This is going to be an interesting second half here. Best thing Maxi can do is score a goal. Scores a goal. Any hope of a comeback is wiped away.
100%. It looks like Villamor is gaining some sort of confidence. Some people can argue momentum. Let me tell you, right now it's looking like Villamor is playing a completely different style of play. Just it's a different Villamor right now in this second leg.
You've got to think when that second goal goes in, Alan, if he does find one, you suddenly just come alive. I'm sure you've been in some similar situations where you've been 3-0 down, or sort of in a game of FUT Champions. I'm sure many people watching at home, you're 3-0 down against someone that's not been using the best choice of celebrations against you, and you see you're on your way back for a comeback. Suddenly you're going to do everything possible to find that third goal.
For sure, it ignites like a fire in you, sort of say. It really, really does. It just gives you the confidence that you normally wouldn't have if it wasn't for you on the track of making a comeback. Some people call it momentum, but definitely I've been in that situation before. And let me tell you, it is a good feeling. You don't want it to get too late, though. Definitely don't want it to get too late into the game where you just fall short of making that brilliant comeback.
We're into the pause now. Villamor again here, Alan. He's got 25 minutes left to still find 2 goals. What's being changed now?
Let's see this. So he's all over the place with the tactics. Right now he's using the 4-4-1-1 still at the moment, as we can see. Vignetter out, Ribery in, Messi in, Cruyff out. He's making those substitutions. I think he is going to be using that constant pressure. Yeah, constant pressure and possession, offensive tactic, possession. It's pretty interesting to see this. He has like just a lot of preset tactics that he's working with. So if one doesn't work, he can quickly switch over to the different preset. We'll see if that can favor him.
A couple of changes there. Including the usual Franck Ribery on the other side for Maxi. It's his trusty Neymar Jr. Team of the season so far item, 98. His in-game item comes in at. Best thing that Maxi could do is get a goal. And get one soon. Because now Villamor has got that constant pressure on. Numbers are going to be going forward. It's going to be really difficult to defend against. But a few times we've seen Maxi up against constant pressure. He's actually dealt with it pretty well.
It really has, and there's not a lot of people that can sort of deal with constant pressure very well, because constant pressure, it really is a difficult tactic to come up against, because like all of your opposition is coming straight at you, and we've seen that, you know, Villamor in his final game, you know, it almost bit him. There's a lot of mistakes that comes whenever you're trying to counter that constant pressure. However, though, like you said, Maxi, he does a good job of it. I'd recommend try to keep the ball possession in the center part of the pitch. That right there is where you want it whenever your opponent is constant pressuring you, because it's the most open in the entire pitch.
Again, 17 minutes now. 8 minutes have been played. Back into the custom tactics again. More adaptations are happening and more changes are happening. You can see every small, minute detail being looked at.
I think this is the moment where Villamor is full sending it. I think he's for sure going to send everyone forward. Now I can see it. Constant press. He's playing the offensive style where he's sending everyone forward. Fast play. This is it. He has only a little bit of time, Brandon. He needs to go, I would say, before the 82nd minute if he wants to make the comeback.
82nd minute, Alan Avi saying, for a potential goal that could make this a really exciting last 20 minutes into this tie. The Maxi VIP, not team complexity, he's a player that's sort of dealt with all the pressure. Had it all to do in this game, lost a $5,000 penalty shootout, but still found just that bit of passion, that bit of desire inside of him. Here's a chance now, Villamor, that's the chance, a second bite, and he just can't get around it. Oh, he can! No idea how. Kevin De Bruyne somehow chips it out of his feet, gets it over the goalkeeper, in for an absolute thriller here.
This is not where Maxi wants to be. All pressure on him. As we can see, he just forced another turnover with Villamor's offside trap. Villamor currently has all of the momentum in his favor. Maxi's probably going to be questioning why he just didn't clear the ball there, instead of giving the ball to Villamor for him to score that goal with Kevin De Bruyne.
This is it, 10 minutes left, Alan. Has that ignited some sort of fire within inside Villamor to say, you know what, I will get a chance, but there's going to be gaps that will appear for Maxi to exploit. Massive tackle from Ramos. Won't mean much, though. Maxi gets the ball back. 6 minutes left here. Spotting Championship Sunday up for grabs. Giving the ball back again, though. Villamor will come in numbers. With fresh legs off the bench, Cristiano Ronaldo gets the ball into R9. Rude Hullet now this time. Messi, he's fresh. Can he find R9? Vieira has it all to deal with, but he's able to deal with that. Long ball down the line. Maxi does so well to just hold on with all the pressure. Great feet from Ronaldo. He's got the pace on the fullback. And
That's
Virgil
brilliant.
van Dijk. And he even wins a free kick as well, Alan. Superb from Maxi there.
It really was very superb there. He has to do what he has to do. As we can see, the bar is completely filled up for Villamore. He's sending everyone forward. I don't know. If I'm Maxi here, what would be going through my head is to just play the free kick short. Waste as much possible time as possible. I don't want Villamore to pull off the comeback. I'm moments away. Maxi, moments away from making it to day 3.
Well, it's as simple as this. Villamore, if he's lucky, may get one chance. One touch of the ball. But Maxi will do everything he can to ensure he does not even touch the ball. Any time off 2 minutes. Will he win the ball back? Maxi will hold on to it and do everything he can. He wants a spot in Championship Sunday. And to be honest, I think he's home and dry. Another free kick, possession back to Maxi, and Maxi knows it as well. It's going to be job done. It's going to be $2,500 guaranteed to him. And it will be a team complexity matchup happening in tomorrow's Championship Sunday. Loser match. Wow.
There it is, just holding the ball. I think he knows that he got the job done. Maybe another goal. Maybe he's going to go for goal again. Yes, he is. Oh, wasn't able to get that final goal. What a game that we just witnessed there. Villamore almost pulled off an impossible comeback. Well played of Villamore, showing, that he had some sort of momentum in his way, showing what we can do, but it just wasn't enough, unfortunately.
I mean, a very stressed Maxi as well there. Just in the end, he went 3-0 up in the first leg. But commiserations, Villamore. What a second leg that was from you, my friend. He knew he was 3-0 down, and some players would have easily just dropped the head and said, you know what, I'm out this time. May have conceded 4 or 5 goals as the second leg moved into it. But Villamore always changing those custom tactics, Alan, and was like, you know what, I'm going to give this a real good go. And for a good 10 minutes in that, we thought there was potentially going to be a comeback.
Yeah, he paused the game about 10 times. I don't know if anyone was keeping track, but yeah, he almost pulled off the comeback. I'm surprised that he managed to break down Maxi's defensive masterclass there. I feel like Maxi just wasn't ready for it as well. Maybe his mindset was sort of deteriorating there. He just wasn't ready for what was to come from Villamore. But I mean, at the end of the day, Maxi got the job done, and tomorrow we see the complexity derby.
Yeah, we are going to be seeing that tomorrow, that team complexity matchup. And someone else we're going to be seeing right now is that name that's booked himself a place into our Championship Sunday. Maxi, thank you so much for joining us once again. I mean, mentally, how are you feeling right now in terms of that game? Because you've had a real tough day. You lost some would say a $5,000 penalty shootout, went down to that last game of the day, and still pulled out a sort of really, really good performance to ensure you've booked a place in tomorrow.
Working?
Yeah, you're working.
Okay, there we go. I mean, I think today, considering I'm an Xbox player, this is my first PlayStation competition ever. I have probably 30 games total played with that controller. I'm insanely happy with how I played. I think all 3 games I probably should have won. I choked against Tigre pretty brutally. So when I gave up that goal in extra time, I was like, God damn it, man! I put in all this work, got the lead. That's 5K thrown out the window. And then in the pens, he read me well, so my head was pretty much gone. And then I just knew, if I'm playing V or Agate, all I got to do is play the exact same way I've been playing, and it should be good.
Yeah, what a game that was, Maxi. So I have a good question for you. So you know how you secured the championship with Jackson. A lot of people are probably saying, yo, Maxi just is here. He's ranked number 6 just because Jackson probably carried him. They probably didn't believe in your form. They probably didn't believe that you personally were capable of being number 6 in the world, having the season that you currently have been, having. And now to make it to day 3, what do you got to say to those people? What is going through your mind?
I mean, that's for all the doubters, man. But regardless, me and Yoksan, we're really, really good friends. Me and you, Alan, as well. But it's nothing personal when we play. Whoever wins tomorrow wins, you know what I mean? We know how hard we worked at Club World Cup, how well we fit as a team. And for starters, the FIFA 20 season, we both had like a very like bad start for our standards. Like Yoksan got grouped twice at events, and I got grouped right before that. And then we teamed up, both like played almost the same amount of games at Club World Cup, won everything. And I mean, we're just really good friends. So tomorrow there's no bad blood. There's nothing like I'm trying to prove who's the best on complexity. We're just here to try to get it done, man. I mean, this is Yoksan's console, so I'm for sure the underdog.
No, yeah, but probably people like outside of us, right? The people were probably doubting you that you were capable of making it this far into a tournament, having the season you had, right? And then my final question. So towards the end there, right, you were up 3 goals, and then VMware started pressing the pause button a whole lot. Yeah, like what was going through your head whenever VMware got the first goal, the second goal?
The first goal he scored was good. Like he deserved probably a goal in the game. The second one I completely handed to him. And then, obviously you have to time waste if it's the 80th minute. You're only up a goal. And I don't know, I kept choking, giving him the ball in stupid areas. And I don't know, I made that a lot harder than it should have been. Because in the first leg, like the goals I was scoring, like you don't see that on FIFA 20. And then the second leg, I just kind of collapsed. Thankfully, I didn't choke all the way.
Let's go.
Amazing stuff. Maxi, huge congratulations again, my friend. We can't wait to see that team complexity matchup tomorrow. Go and get some sleep, and good luck in that match tomorrow.
Appreciate it, guys.
There you go. Maxi from Team Complexity. $2,500 guaranteed. A place, as we said, into Championship Sunday. Alan Abbey secretly happy. 2 Complexity players have booked a spot into Championship Sunday. And that makes our final 4 all set up for what proves to be an unbelievable final showdown. That is a wrap from myself and Alan here in day 2 of the Summer Cup Series. And for the final time today, we're going to throw it back to Jimmy, Mike and Spencer to recap what's been a fantastic day 2 of action here.
What a game. Maxi is through, and he's going to have the Complexity Derby. First game up tomorrow, I believe. It's going to be an absolute cracker. Obviously, I've been in that position before, right, guys? I've been in that position before, Mike, where from a hashtag perspective, you have 2 guys in the same team playing each other, and you're like, part of you hates it because you know one of your guys is going out. Whatever happens, you're losing a guy. But on the other side, from a less emotional standpoint, you've got a player guaranteed in the round after as well. So what's better?
I'm going to ask you this question. So I want to know, would you prefer, because as a team owner, you have this firsthand perspective, would you prefer to have 2 players in semifinals where if they're not playing each other, so they could technically both meet in a final, or to have 2 players in one semifinal because you guarantee a finalist?
I think it's impossible, right? It depends on so many different factors, right? You could say it's quite complex because the Complexity Derby. It's basically like if you are in a tournament where, say, it's near the end of the year and you need a certain amount of points to get to the playoffs or whatever, then you might be like, okay, let's just have these 2 play each other because then that means this guy's going to get that many points and, it's going to help us out. But then if it's quite early in the year, I'd probably back our boys and I'd just say, look, put them against not each other. There's a chance they both go through. It all depends on the opponent. I think that from a sporting perspective, you probably rather them avoid each other.
What I found interesting was that Maxi was already deferring to Yoksan, like, oh, it's his console. He's already going to win. He's already slow playing them, and I love that. He's already getting into little mind games, even though they're teammates and they get along and they're great friends. Some mind games are being afoot. Let's take a look at the highlights, Mike, because it looked like Maxi was going to run away with this, but Viewership got back into it and made it a little bit closer than we all thought it was going to be.
One of these classic, the tale of 2 legs, and we don't always see these direct free kicks. We talked about it. Wonderful save. Van der Sar has been so consistent. We've heard Gorilla rave about Van der Sar. If he has not proved his worth in this tournament, then I don't know what you've been watching.
Let's go.
As you see Cruyff with the turn, you hear the celebration. Still gets a hand on it. Not able to do quite enough. And it was all Maxi basically in that first leg. There's a couple opportunities towards the end for Villamor, but it definitely was not his matchup. It was not his game. He didn't dictate the pace. You see Cruyff in the inside with a very, very acute turn and able to bring together the play. It's something that we've seen very accustomed here, or we're getting used to seeing a lot more of, is with Cruyff just deliberating the play, finding the angles, unlocking the space. Even there, he's feeding the beast. You feed R9, let him do his thing. How that does not go in, though, in the 85th, I have no idea. And that's where you just have to say, Van der Sar, we appreciate you. Thank you very much for being there. The man has definitely been a problem. or he could be a godsend, depending who you're asking. But then, Viamore battles back in the second leg, makes adjustments to his tactics. Multiple pauses were used, as Alan was talking about. Kept trying to push forward and push forward often. A lot more pressure. What a finish that was. Almost a reaction chip. I got to give him credit, but fair play to Maxi, able to see out the game because that's where he struggled versus Tigray. And when they were talking about interviewing Maxi, he was saying that I really choked against Tigray, made a big mistake, and we discussed that as well. But he gets himself into day 3, Championship Sunday, and that's what it's all about.
Yeah, taking a look here at Group B. These are all the results so far. Winner's match, Tigray did the business in penalties. And now we're going to see what it looks like tomorrow, our Final Four. Fiddle taking on Tigray, and Yaxin taking on his teammate, Complexity, Maxi. And then, of course, there's some wins that have to happen there, and Tigray and Fiddle are in a good spot because they can still lose one and still have more to play for. So a lot of fun action going on Championship Sunday. Now, Spencer, what did you like? Let's say I'm going to bring up Maxi again because he was your player to watch. So I'm gonna come to you on this. Are you happy with where he's at? Because he mentioned the word choke a lot, and he did choke against Tigray, right? He had the lead in extra time and gave it away, lost in penalties, and he almost gave this one away to Viamore. What do you think? Are you confident he can shake that off going into Championship Sunday?
I think one thing we should stress a bit more, he's brought it up, but we haven't really talked about it, is the fact that he's on an alien console. You know, he's not used to. He's much more familiar with the Xbox. So you've got to give him some credit for that. You know, he's got here because of his performance on another console. Those points are what allowed him to qualify. And he's come in here and he said he's played 30 games maybe at most on a PlayStation. So he's actually been consistent in one sense. He scored 3 goals in every single matchup he's had. Obviously, first one 3-0, and the last 2 being much tighter, 3-2 in extra time, and then 3-2 over 2 legs. I like Mike talking earlier about him telling him a story and writing him a novel. And then he said the famous Charles Dickens novel, of course, A Tale of Two Legs. It's one of my favourites. Not quite as good as A Tale of Two Cities, but it's up there. But yeah, let's see what sort of story they can tell tomorrow.
The wordplay from Spencer is unparalleled. Okay, Mike, I know you have one of the most difficult jobs of all of us here during this broadcast because you have to pick one play out of all the ones that we saw for your Gillette Precision Play of the Day. What did you go with?
Well, today, and it just seems fitting that we still continue this trend of talking about Maxi VIP. He's been an offensive genius, just a maestro right around the edge of the box. And in this freeze frame, it's all about creating triangles. And VIP Maxi is the director, the instructor, the owner of the triangle spacing in the final third. And this is one of the most challenging aspects to attacking in FIFA 20, and it's effortless for VIP Maxi. If you want to feed your striker, your main man, in this case, it's usually R9. You've got to create and reproduce as many triangle scenarios as possible. If you want success, you got to put your most valuable players in advantageous positions in order to get these turns, these scoop turns, the fake shots, the drag backs, the ball rolls. You see them celebrate. And I'm going to say this right now. Jimmy, even in your prime, I don't think you're stopping Maxi VIP. Just saying.
Wow. That hurts. I thought we had maybe found a banter truce, but clearly we haven't. All right, I got one question before we step out and finish this broadcast. Spencer, I'm going to come to you first. I don't want any specific names, but who do you think is going to win tomorrow? Do you think it's going to be somebody from the winner's side who have yet to lose a game so far in this tournament, or do you think it's going to be somebody from Team Complexity that's going to come in and do the business and get some revenge?
Well, if you're going off form, obviously, you're going to say someone on the winner's side, but one thing I do want to say is even the guys that have gone out, you know, in this tournament, it doesn't give a lot of breathing space for losing games, but they've had a fantastic year. So even the lads that have been knocked out, well done to them for getting to this tournament in the first place. But to your question, I am going to say, perhaps surprisingly, the losers bracket. I think we're going to see a Team Complexity player win the whole thing.
That's bold, but also not bold because they're the 2 highest rated players in this tournament. But I like it. I like where your head's at. Mike, what about you?
I feel like there's no correct answer of boldness here. No matter what you say, you're going to be bold but not bold. Because I'm going to take somebody from the winner's bracket. I know you said don't give a name, but I don't care. I'm giving you a name. I believe Fiddle's going to win his opening match. He's going to be sitting there waiting in the finals, and he's going to get the job done. And now you could say that's not very bold because that means they have to beat him twice. They'd have to force a reset. and he's been getting the job done lately. I'd say he looked a little more impressive than Tigre, even though we just saw him play on day 2. I think day 1 from Fiddle, some of his results showcased maybe a little bit of a better standard, but I could be wrong. I'm getting ahead of myself. It's a new day. People play differently. People make adjustments. People match up in a certain different way or certain type of way.
Okay, everyone, after 2 great days of FIFA action, we are down to our final 4 players. But they're not just competing for $10,000 tomorrow. They're also competing for the title, the chance to be known as the FIFA 20 King of North America. And that is a very big deal. So I hope that you come back and join us. So on behalf of Spencer and Mike and our casters, we're going to get into this. But here's the schedule before we let you go. Joxon is taking on Max. That's the one we talked about. That's the loser side of it. And then we have Fiddle taking on Tigre, which is what Mike alluded to. He thinks Fiddle's going to do the business, and he will be hard to beat when there is 2 losses that he has to suffer to actually happen. Then we have the losers final and then the grand final. So it should be a great day of action. So yes, it's all kicking off tomorrow. So like I was saying before, on behalf of Spencer, Mike, and our casters, I want to say thank you for watching, of course. I want to offer up a big, giant thank you to our super talented production crew who are absolutely crushing it behind the scenes to make the magic happen. And of course, I want to offer up a big congrats again to Tigre and Max for moving on. So make sure you set your alarms, everyone, because we're coming back tomorrow in the same place and starting at the same time, 12 p.m. on the East Coast, 5 p.m. in the UK, and 6 p.m. in Central Europe. And we'll see you then.